like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Long as I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. Sports Coma, yeah, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Sports Coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Somebody please better help. Running this thing like elf. Thank God every day I'm not a felt. Go to YouTube Live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out your shame for the championship. Bucking on town, duck down. Falcons, pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you could probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy and you probably smell the crooked referees on Roger Goodell. Yeah, probably like this and I'm a who that. Every day I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. It's the Sports Coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like this and I'm a who that. It's the Sports Coma, this is where we do that.
You're listening to the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys on the PRO Media Network.
Man, listen, man. Shout out to the mighty Who That Nation, man. Big Q in here representing the Sports Coma, man. Big ups to y'all on this Monday, man. A lot of news is popping. Big ups to the fam. Appreciate each and every last one of y'all for being in the stream. Shout out and salute, 21 gun salute, matter of fact, to all of the mighty Who That's out there. Y'all do me a service by smacking upon the like button, man. We up in this thing. Shout out to all you guys. Listen. News is a percolating aplenty. We cover the stuff on Demario Davis, but the Saints are making move. If you hadn't heard, guess what? The Saints got a new running back. His name is former Jaguar running back Travis Etienne. Will be signing with the New Orleans Saints. He's from Louisiana, and it was important for him to come home. So this is breaking news right now. The Saints are bringing back. We're bringing him back to his home state. Travis Etienne. This is major because this is a first level running back. We don't know in particular what the contract is. I'm looking because this just broke about the Saints signing and picking up Travis Etienne and bringing him here. So salute to you guys. Appreciate you. This is good. This is very positive, man. No matter how you slice it to get this running back in here, man. And I'm gonna have to pull up his stuff, but he had over the last three seasons, he had about 1,000 yards a campaign, like 3,000 yards over the last 3 years, 1,000 per year. So this is big. The Saints are making some moves, man. Now, of course, we know the Saints also got a new punter, a 4-year contract on that. We'll talk about all this stuff because this is they're making moves and they're attempting to try to improve the team, and we kind of bracing for it. We kind of realized what was going to happen in terms of the Saints and how things would be in terms of us losing some of our guys like Demario Davis. Shout out to Demario Davis. He went back to the Jets and became, and took the 2-year deal. There was no way the Saints was going to match that contract. We understood that. But anyway, let's go into this, man. This is Travis Etienne, man, the former Clemson running back who was a top 25 pick back in 21. You can see his numbers right here, fam. Over the last 4 years, he had some real good numbers. Now, he did not reach his marker in 2024, but 3 out of those 4 years, he was over 1,000 yards, including last year. And in his second year, over 1,000 yards, 11 rushing touchdowns. This is an overall back. This is a guy with speed. He does have a degree of power inside, outside, catch the ball extremely well out the backfield. And as you can see for his career, he averages over 4 yards a carry. So we still have AK-41 currently on the team. The Saints did restructure his deal real favorably. Kendre Miller is on a 1-year deal, both him and Alvin Kamara. And the Saints, we talked about several articles we covered here on Sports Coma about the Saints linked to Travis Etienne Jr. And guess what? he is officially a New Orleans Saint. This is a good move because this gives Tyler Shuck, he's 27 years old. This gives him a home run hitter. We know Elvin's on the back of his career, final year on his deal, and we need to kind of put as many weapons as we possibly can around Tyler Shuck. That's just the bottom line. That's how it goes, no matter however you slice it. We got to put weapons around him. So a lot of stuff shaking and baking, man, as we keep going and moving in this episode. So the Saints, will they get wide receiver help? Will they get some offensive line help? There are rumors circulating right now that the Saints are going after David Edwards, the big offensive lineman from the Buffalo Bills. There are several rumored items of people are saying that. We don't know if that's for certain, but those are some of the rumors that are out there currently. And this is a home run hitter for the Saints. So, man, how y'all feel about this one, man? This is a hell of a move for the Saints to get Etienne Jr. And look at his receiving numbers here too, fam. 35, he had in his first year, 35. 58 was the most that he's had out of the backfield. He had 36 catches last year in the 17 games that he played. Had over 1,100 yards rushing, 7 rushing touchdowns on the ground. He caught 36 catches out of 52 attempts for 292 yards, but he averaged 8 yards a catch. His career average in catching the ball out of the backfield and as a receiver is 8 yards per catch. He had 6 receiving touchdowns just last year, which was a indication of how good he is as a threat out of the backfield. So you can see Kellen Moore getting bona fide weapons to link with Tyler Shuck, and it's not going to end. I mean, they're going to continue to add talent because the Saints are going to press for and try to take possession of the NFC South and expedite this as fast as possible. So this is a good move by the Saints. Travis Etienne, I give this a high mark. I give this a very good and high mark as well. All right, big ups to the fam. How y'all feel, man? Let me know in the chat how y'all feel about that as well. Y'all hit the like button as y'all come into the stream. We appreciate each and every last one of you guys. For Brizzle, what's up, fam? Says first signing was the defensive tackle John Ridgway, which was a surprise to me. That was a surprise because we knew John Ridgway was a guy that we didn't see him as, he had some good moments last year, but there were guys who outplayed John Ridgway. But Staley seen him as, hey, man, this is a guy the Saints traded for him, right? And basically, we got our trade back and everything. I love trading with the Commanders. We need to get some. We kicked the Commanders' butt when we trade with them, don't we, family? We did the John Ridgway thing. We traded with John Ridgway, and the pick that we gave up with John Ridgway, we ultimately got that pick back in the Lattimore deal. And guess what? The Lattimore deal turned into 3 bona fide players for the Saints. We talked about that, how we won the hell out of that trade. So more Commanders trades with Commanders, please. We kicked a tail on these trades here. But anyway, we also kicked some butt against the Jaguars too, right? With that trade, giving up Bink for Luke Fortner, who's also a free agent. So, yeah, some good trades there to kind of add some value to what we got going on. But Travis Etienne, fam, this is a solid move. This gives a real good spark to the Saints running attack to have him there. Now, like I said, no disrespect to Alvin Kamara or Kendre Miller. We've been missing them in their services over the last couple of years. And that wasn't too much, a lot on Alvin Kamara. It's just, it was the nature of how that offensive line was. And we know that the Saints ultimately is going to do what they can to kind of improve the interior aspect of that so we can have more opportunities to kind of run the ball more effectively. But this guy's a home run hitter, man. Catching, running the ball, he's a complete and total running back. And he'll look good in the backfield with Tyler Shuck. So this is going to be interesting for the Saints going into the season. We going to get some offensive linemen, maybe some wide receivers, maybe not everything in day one, you know what I'm saying? Because when you get day one signings like this, is usually priority signings, and probably looking for the Saints to get an offensive lineman, interiorly speaking, somewhere along in there. So Anyway, we just hit it. Guess what? I just told y'all about it. Guess who the Saints are signing? Splash signing the Saints is just reported by Ian Rappaport that the Saints are signing David Edwards. That's right, the big offensive line, and we talk about it is official. This with like a referee with a whistle. The Saints have signed. That's right, they have signed David Edwards, according to Adam Schefter. So this is a good one here. So see, we talking about this thing. This thing is already breaking and shaking all over the place, and it's official. Adam Schefter is reporting that they are. Excuse me. Ian Rappaport is residing. Let's not get them mixed up. But Ian Rappaport is reporting that the Saints have signed David Edwards, the big offensive lineman for the Buffalo Bills. So guess what, fam? We have a new left guard. We have a new left guard to sit next to Kelvin Banks Jr., right? We got a left guard. And let me see if I can pull up his player card right here. To our new left guard, Mr. David Edwards. Here it is, fam. David Edwards is the guy that we got picked up here. And remember, there was a report that they were talking about that Will Clapp played, alongside of David Edwards, could have been a factor in landing David Edwards, but it's official. Ian Rappaport is letting us know that the Saints are signing former Bills offensive lineman David Edwards. Now, these were two targeted players, right? Travis Etienne. These are bona fide first level starters that will improve the Saints offense. We've already improved just with these two signings as we continue to move. David Edwards, a 28-year offensive lineman. He's 6'6", 308 pounds. He was a 5th round selection back in 2019 out of the University of Wisconsin by the Rams. And he will occupy the hole that used to be the left guard position. So this is official as of right now that David Edwards is a New Orleans Saint. So the Saints are just flying off the chain right now, and they're making some big moves right now. So yeah, and listen, this is another one of those moves that I'm giving the thumb of approval to, because Edwards was a guy that we wanted to have, and we felt like he was the best available left guard in the free agency period. There were numerous reports linking the Saints to David Edwards, and ultimately we're going to get the numbers on some of these deals eventually when things start rolling downhill. But ultimately we'll see about getting the numbers from some of these deals. We continue because they're breaking, man. A lot of stuff is going on right now. But most certainly, the New Orleans Saints have signed David Edwards, and our left guard position. Guess what? This improves. This is big. So Travis Etienne, David Edwards. Good news for the Saints. We also brought back the likes of the big man that we just talked about. He is also returning at the nose tackle position. We'll see in terms of John Ridgeway. They gave him a 2-year deal at $6.2 million. That's about $3.1 million a year for John Ridgeway. Does that put, Devon Gotcho on the outside looking in? We covered on numerous shows, family, about the fact that the New Orleans Saints, right, could be looking to get upgrades over Isaac Yiadom, as well as Devon Gotcho, who got outplayed. And then he has like a $6 million figure there. And people are like, oh, no, that's not going to count. So either a restructuring on him or he could be released. So we'll see how all this flies, man. But listen, I'm really happy. I'm kind of sad about missing out on Demario Davis, because Demario Davis meant a lot to us. But eventually we knew that there would be something going on with either Cam or him. Either one of them, we knew eventually those guys probably wasn't going to come back. And that's all right, man. That gives, being that they leave, we'll cover and talk about all that right now as well. But like I said, man, currently, y'all let me know how y'all feel about these moves as they're breaking on through. They're breaking on through, and that's big, man, as we continue to watch it. So yeah, former Bills offensive guard David Edwards. It's a 4-year deal at $61 million, fam. Here's the tweet from him from Adam Schefter now have it. Ian Rappaport broke it, and then Shefty is giving you the particulars of the deal. So here go the money right here, according to Schefter. He's telling you right now that Bills guard David Edwards is signing with the Saints. It's a 4-year deal at $61 million, right? So there you go, fam. There you go, y'all. We got our guard. So the Saints appeased. The biggest hole they had was the left guard position. We got a bona fide starter. And David Edwards is the best left guard we've had here in a while. You know, you remember it's been a couple years we've been having a lot of these backup ass offensive linemen like Dylan Raduntz, who's not coming back, hopefully. And then you had guys like, what was the guy that left to Chicago who wasn't really hitting on nothing? What was his name? Y'all let me know in the chat. I already forgot his damn name already. That's how forgettable he was. Y'all remind me in the chat. But it feels good to get a top-notch, high-level starter at the left guard position in terms of getting David Edwards. Big hole. You saw that line right now. Let me just go over it, fam. Our offensive line, left tackle, Kelvin Banks Jr., left guard, David Edwards. That sound good. Center, a healthy Eric McCoy. Right guard, Cesar Ruiz. And then right tackle, Tali Fuaga. So this is a solid line. Hopefully we can get another offensive guard that can provide competition to the outside, the other side, that Cesar Ruiz occupies. You know, you can run, but you can't hide, Mr. Ruiz. And anyway, man, this is big news. This is a plus, man, for the team. Another surprise, man, as we keep this going straight, is this. The Saints sign a punter. Did y'all know that? Y'all probably do because y'all smart. Y'all the mighty who that nation. The Saints signing punter Ryan Wright to a 4-year, $14 million deal. Now, this is a young punter, and the Saints are signing him to the agreement. And what it means pretty much is, according to Adam Schefter, he's 25. He was undrafted out of the University of Tulane. So you can see 2 of the free agents the Saints sign have Louisiana ties. Travis Etienne, the running back, and Ryan Wright. Now, what's right about Ryan is the fact that he is a very solid punter. A lot of people are kind of making fun of this move, but wait till the game start playing. You're going to see why they made this move, because Kai Kroger punting toward the back of the year was awful. The Saints needed a bona fide strong leg punter, a directional punter who could, pin teams back inside of the 20, inside the 10 and 5. And we weren't getting that out of Kai Kroger. He started off strong, then faded late. Saints needed to get a respectable directional punter that can come in and do some positive stuff. So he started with the Chiefs. He was waived later. He kept at it. He caught on with the Vikings in 2022. He resigned on a 1-year agreement for 23 and 24. And then last year, he appeared in all 17 games for the Vikings and totaled over 3,100 yards on 65 attempts. That made it netted almost a 50-yard average in terms of his punts, fam. Did you get me on that? He placed 25 of those inside of the 20-yard line. 3,100 plus punting yards, 65 attempts. He almost averaged 50 yards a punt. That's an upgrade. So the question is, as we move forward into free agency, the Saints know very well what they need to do to correct and fix the things that's ahead of us. So starting off like the David Edwards thing, we were talking about Travis Etienne coming into the broadcast, and then the news broke about the Saints picking up and then signing the likes of David Edwards to a 4-year, $61 million deal. What's really fun and interesting about all this stuff is the fact that every last one of those signings were upgrades at the position. The punter that we're getting is a solid punter who is better than the guy we have, a big upgrade there. The left guard position was really vacant and missing out for a while. We had to have backups there to try to do some positive stuff, but this is also a positive thing as well, because you get David Edwards there. He's a bona fide starter there. He'll do better. He'll upgrade the position. And will be spectacular there to have him there at the left guard spot. And of course, then you look at Travis Etienne, a guy that had over 3,000 yards in 4 years. You know, one of those years he was banged up, but he's a good guy that can catch the ball out the backfield too. So is he better than Elvin? Is an upgraded Elvin Kamara right now? You know, from a talent perspective, he's healthy and younger. With Elvin on the back end of his career, a healthy Elvin Kamara could still give you good value if healthy. He could still do some positive stuff. I do like the signing of those guys because all of that upgrades everything that you got going on. Because we needed help in the special teams area, family. It was the weakest area of our team last year, and for us getting this stuff, man, it's a humongous upgrade period there. So also just good, man. Anyway, let's keep it moving, man, and keep it grooving and moving all at the same time, because we did cover David Edwards, the big guard signing with the New Orleans Saints. John Ridgeway was another signing here that the Saints had. John Ridgeway signed a 2-year, $6.2 million deal to return, which was a surprise to me because I didn't think Ridgeway would be the guy that they brought back, but they like what he's doing, but it could spell danger for Divine Gacho, either a restructure or a post-June 1st cut. Could be in the future for him. You know, the Saints defense is going to look a little different, fam. The Saints defense is going to look a little different. You know, Demario Davis, the heart and soul interior, he's gone to the Jets on the deal. That's another a caveat, you know, that I want to touch on in this one, because that was really what I was going to open up the broadcast before all this other stuff happened with Demario Davis, is the fact, you know, the good news of David Edwards, the good news of Travis Etienne joining the Saints, the good news of getting our punter of the future, and 3 solid signings. But this one was the one that kind of hurt a little bit, because Demario Davis was a guy that wanted $10 million a year. And the Saints is no way at 37 years old was going to do that. And he was content on getting one last payday to leave. So he signed a 2-year deal with the Jets at $22 million, and he had $15 million of the 22 fully guaranteed. So Aaron Glenn says, hey, man, we need you up here. And he goes back because that's what we got him. Well, I don't know. Did we get him from the Jets or the Browns? Because I know he played for both of those losing organizations before he made his way down to us and had the best stretch of him. But Tom Condon got him a really solid deal that the Saints were like, oh, we ain't going to touch that, man. We were thinking about a 1-year deal at $9 or $10 million to bring you back to the city of New Orleans. We're not going to match no $22 million deal with $15 million guaranteed. Thank you for your service. You know, and I understand it, man. But and that's the curious case of this whole situation with Demario Davis. Salute to that brother, man, and much love to him for what he brought us over the years. But we knew eventually at 37 years old, if he had not balled out and got 143 tackles this past season, I think he would have possibly went into retirement, right? If he had a regular year, so to speak, right? If Cam went and got 10.5 sacks, would Cam still be playing? So these 2 veterans for us had really big years on the back end of their careers at the right time to cash out. Now we'll get hit with the dead money. I think it's like 14 something odd million, close to 15 million that we'll get hit with the dead money once his contract voids on Wednesday. And the Saints will have to kind of work around that as well. But it just adds to all the stuff we have. But if you think about it, coming up for next year, the Saints have a bunch of money in 2027 that'll roll off the books. And it should absorb a lot of this dead money, man, and put a lot of this to rest. And the Saints could really reset their books next year and get back to doing responsible bookkeeping, so to speak. But Demario Davis, man, is congratulations to him. He got the payday that he wanted. He's headed to the Jets. And then, of course, the Saints would then have to pivot in terms of what do they do in that regard. So if we look at who we have here, and I got my depth chart pulled up here, fam. Let me share it with you guys right here. This is, hold on just a second. There we go. This is the depth chart right here. As you can see, the guys with Demario, they already took Demario out of here. Damn. So Danny Stutzman and Pete Werner are now your guys. These are now your guys in the inside with Isaiah Stallbird and Jalen Ford. Now, with that being said, with Demario Davis moving on, what now becomes your greatest need, family? Now, there are rumors about the Saints being interested in Quay Walker. Remember last year they tried to trade for Quay Walker from the Green Bay Packers, but they rebuffed him. The Saints gave him a pick lower than what they actually wanted. But could he be on the horizons as well to join Pete Werner, Danny Stutzman, Isaiah Bird, and Jalen Ford? This could be something to pay attention to as you deal with and absorb the signing of your guard, David Edwards, to a 4-year, $61 million deal. Then we pivot. What's the biggest need now? Y'all answer that in the chat. Y'all let me know what y'all feel. What's the biggest need now for the Saints, right? What's the biggest need? You know? So it's going to be interesting regardless of how you slice this thing with the Saints, man, to be honest with you. But I absolutely love what the Saints are putting together here. They're upgrading a lot of positions. And like I said, man, right now it's the first day. We still got a long way to go. But I'm encouraged with these solid signings. David Edwards, getting our punter from Minnesota, who averages almost 50 yards a punt. Getting our running back in Travis Etienne. We losing DeMario to the Jets. But nonetheless, we knew at some point we would have to replace his services. That's why the Saints kind of brought in Danny Stutzman. Pete Werner is there as well. But, man, linebacker. Yep, see, Demetrius, shout out to you, brother. Yes, right guard and middle linebacker now is the biggest need. All right, what's up, Dirty Deed says, middle linebacker is what we need now. Yeah, with DeMario gone. Because, so I don't know, man. I mean, Sonny Styles, he might be gone, when we get there. I know his stock in the draft has risen up. Sonny Styles, could he be the guy? I mean, he's phenomenal. He put on a show at the draft, but we'll see. KB Flame says, yo, Q, Mickey must have added something to that bland in that clam. Oh, yeah, well, why not, goddammit? Some of that Tony Saturates, that's right. Yeah, he's saying, let me cook, damn it. It's a miracle he can walk again. Yes, indeed, man. Yeah, you're doing a good job. And this is the thing. So when you solve the QB issue, that solves solving the QB issue as the franchise guy usually solves the identity issue with your offense, which means we got a big guy that can move, who can throw the ball downfield, who's older. He's 26. So the window to speed it up, commonsensically, even if the Saints believe, they got to believe that he'll play till he's 30 years old. He's not traditionally you'll have a 21-year-old, 22-year-old quarterback, right, that you bring in. Not so much with our guy. Our guy is very mature. He's been in college for 7 years. He's been around a lot of smart coaches, and he's more developed than some rookies is because of his age and his experience in college, And the interesting thing about it is when you realize that, damn, this guy is more advanced than we anticipated, let's hurry up and just build around him, give him a running attack, give him some weapons, and then go from there, right? That's the thing we want to do. And the Saints know with the NFC South, the Carolina Panthers won it last year. They snapped the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but Carolina is swinging for the fences too. They picked up some help, and we'll talk about what they did as well. But they picked up some help. Atlanta's still trying to do some stuff. In Tampa Bay, it's like, we're going to clean some of these guys out, and then we're going to come back and see if we can kind of get back on the plus side of things. So the Saints understand that it is a push to get where they're going, because Atlanta signed David Onyemata. They brought him back for another year. They signed Johan Dotson from Green Bay, the speedster. They brought him in to a 2-year deal, about $15 million. So at the end of the day, they are also competing to make sure they add talent to try to see if they get to the NFC South. So the Saints have, more, talent than most. And we definitely poised to climb back in that thing. But like I said, there are players we're going to lose. Cam Jordan could come back. Alante Taylor most certainly, I think, is gone. So we'll have to adapt there. So like I said, y'all said it. Y'all said QS middle linebacker is now that spot. So yeah, but so far, fam, y'all tell me what players you guys like. What particular signings you guys like? Okay, Mike Evans. Yeah, I just seen that, man. There's so much going on. We're gonna kind of jump around in this thing and see. But according to Etienne's deal, fam, just to give y'all some of the numbers on some of this stuff. Travis Etienne deal with the Saints is a 4-year deal at $52 million. I repeat, the New Orleans Saints deal that they signed with Travis Etienne, this is news that's being provided by Adam Schefter. Actually, Adam Schefter on both of these. His deal is a 4-year. Etienne is a 4-year deal with the Saints at $52 million a year. That's right, 4 years, $52 million. So that ain't a cheap contract. That means that he's RB1. He's RB1. Now, there was some thought process on, okay, what happens with AK-41? The Saints could do this, they could do that. Hopefully, what we could do is we can kind of keep Elvin because it's cheap. And I know that if you designate or post-June this type of thing or whatever, you get a little extra more back on it. And I know the Saints might be looking for that. But the ideal situation would be Elvin Kamara finishes his career as a Saint and mentors Etienne, right? And not saying that he's a rookie or nothing, but kind of show him the ropes in the Saints offense, this sort of thing. You know, I would love, because to have that level of speed and that amount of skill from those two guys would be phenomenal. And, of course, we'll see what they do in the draft as well. But, yes, that's some of the numbers on the deal. It's a 4-year Etienne's deal, once again, for the Who Dat Nation. 4 years, $52 million. Y'all hit that like button for me. All right, if you're not a sub up, man, we understand. What's up, Awesome Trauma? Shout out to you, fam. Appreciate you, brother. Tragic, Ro, Desi, Bird Talks. Big ups to all y'all. Cap Manny, good to see y'all, man. I haven't been actually live for a while. I've been doing a lot of stuff, man. Phil, shout out to you, man, as well. C Taylor, much love, fam. J Rock, I see you, fam. All right, DG. Shout out to you, man, as well. Brother Jerome is in this thing. Phenomenal brew. Big ups. Jason, I see you, fam. Appreciate you as well. Dirty Deed, shout out. Young City, Nola Bars, all of the fam, man. AKZ, I see you in the building, fam. Appreciate y'all for being in the stream. Who that to y'all, man? If you're not a sub up, man. It's going to be really interesting, man. To get going, but y'all tell me y'all thoughts in this thing. T5 the Great says David Onyemata going to the Jets for 1 year deal. Is it the Jets? I thought I've seen something else. I thought he was going back to Atlanta. I might have misread it. Yes, that's right. So, yes, right. You're right, brother. You're right. That he is going to the Jets. So David Onyemata and Demario Davis is teaming up with the Jets. And Aaron Glenn, trying to put the defense together. Aaron Glenn's job is in jeopardy. The bottom line, his job is definitely in jeopardy, and he has to kind of do some stuff as well. I'm seeing Jamal Dean, a particular cornerback we were supposed to be tied to, is signing with the Steelers. The Steelers ain't playing either. The Steelers aren't playing either, family. We're going to go over each of these deals momentarily, just to give you the numbers behind some of these deals. So like I said, Etienne's $52 million at 4 years. Y'all remember that? And the David Edwards, the best guard in the free agency cycle, David Edwards, the former Bill offensive guard, signed a $61 million deal. 4 years, 61 for David Edwards. 4 years, 52 for Travis Etienne. So that's some of the stuff to kind of talk about there as well. And then, of course, Ryan Wright, the punter, he had a 4-year, $14 million deal. So that's some of the moves right here. Matter of fact, let me give you a quick summary, then we'll kind of break into and see the latest signings is what's going on so far. Y'all hit the like button. Shout out to brother Hakeem. I see you, brother. Debbie. Shout out to Debbie. OG Jerry. What's up, OG? Good to see you, my boy. Brother Myron's in this thing as well. Shout out to you, man. Much love. Appreciate each and every last one of you. What's up, Chef the Flavor? Big ups, fam. Thank you. All right, fam. So this is what we got. David Edwards, the fantastic left guard from the Buffalo Bills. We got that left guard whole field. Shout out to the Saints and Mickey Loomis. Oh, yeah, hold on. Yeah, that's goddamn right. Give me all that credit in the world, baby. Hold on. I'm not done yet either. Oh, you guys going to see. Yeah, keep it going, Mickey. So what it means, the Saints knew they needed to invest. Shout out to Kat Terrell. She broke it down. Needed to invest in their offensive line. Not only did they have a young quarterback to protect, but they identified the run game as one of their biggest problems. New Orleans clearly set out to fix that. Not only adding running back Travis Etienne Jr., but solidifying the left guard spot by signing Edwards. The left guard spot has been filled by a series of short-term investments over the years. Now the Saints have shown they're serious about fortifying the interior of the offensive line. So David Edwards, welcome to the city of New Orleans and Who Dat Nation. Travis Etienne is next. The former Jaguar running back signed a 4-year, $52 million deal. What it means is the Saints needed to add more playmakers to their offense, and Etienne, the Louisiana native, can also catch passes. He rushed for over 1,100 yards, 7 touchdowns last season, and caught 36 passes for almost 300 yards and 6 touchdowns. Adding Etienne, who's only 27, is a sign of the transition that could be taking place in the Saints running back room moving forward. Long-term running back Alvin Kamara, who's 30, has finished the past 2 seasons injured. Also, there's Kendre Miller. And both Alvin and Kendre, once again, are on their final years of their deals. Alvin wants to retire and go out as a Saint. Kendre Miller's on the final year of his rookie contract. And this is a plus. And the Saints could also probably go to the draft as well, fam, and probably add some value there. They still have Devin Neal, who we picked up last year. I think he was in the 6th round, one of our 6th round picks. Devin Neal, who was hurt, he'll be healthy coming into the season, so that is also something to look at as well. And then the punter situation, we got a new starting punter over Kai Kroger. The Saints are set to sign Ryan Wright to a 4-year, $14 million deal that includes $8 million guaranteed. Adam Schefter is the source. A punter might not be the most exciting free agent signing, but the position was the Saints' biggest need, one of the biggest needs this offseason. This is true. Also the return game too. That'll be something that we'll have to look. And the Saints are good at finding return men. The last couple of times they found guys like Rashid Shaheed out of Weber State. We found what was the other young brother, the small brother? I forgot his name. Damn it. Y'all put it in the chat. But Kai Kroger averaged 37.3 net yards per punt, which ranked among the bottom of the league. The Saints struggled before that, cycling through Matt Hayball, Lou Headley, and Blake Gillick. And don't forget they had James Byrne up in here as well after parting ways with longtime punter Tommy Morstead following the season. Investing in the position makes sense instead of going through another training camp with the job up for grabs. So the Saints really a commitment to improving the special teams, which is the weakest of the 3 units that we had last year. And it's good to see ultimately that they are on the plus side of attempting to kind of get this stuff done the right way, man. So shout out to the Saints. All these signings are good, solid signings for the black and gold, right? So y'all put y'all comments in the chat, man. Let me know how y'all feel about the signings, which ones you guys like the most. Yeah, Deontay Hardy. Thank you, GSB. It was Deontay Hardy. Yeah, Hardy is the guy. Deontay Harris Hardy. Remember, he changed his name. It's Deontay Harris Hardy. Saints found those guys undrafted. So, we probably could do that. C-Step, shout out to you, man. Okay. Corey, shout out. Corey Covington, shout out to you, man. Y'all give me a who dat. I got you. Zachary, what's up, brother? Shout out to you, man. As well. I already gave shout out. Mario, what's happening, Mario? Big ups to you, fam. Give me a who dat. I got you, fam. All right, and of course, let me kind of flash to what's going on currently, fam. In the free agent market, the Bears picked up linebacker Devin Bush, 3 years, $30 million, $21 million guaranteed as Dennis Allen looks to add linebacker depth to a defense that was pretty solid. So they bring in Devin Bush, who's the former Brown there. So you see Dennis Allen getting one. The Steelers signed former Tampa Bay Buccaneers cornerback Jamal Dean to a 3-year deal estimated at $36.75 million. So the Steelers not playing around. They're trying to get some value There, the 49ers signed Mike Evans, former Tampa Bay Buccaneer wide receiver Mike Evans, to a 3-year deal, according to sources Adam Schefter. So the Niners trying to get back on top. They needed some help wide receiver rise. If healthy, Mike Evans can help. And catching passes from Brock Purdy could kind of revigorate his career. So we'll see how that works as well. Then you look at Kobe Bryant, the former Seattle Seahawk. He is also headed to Chicago. 3 years, $40 million. It's the combo safety with cornerback background. He'll be heading to the Chicago Bears to join Bush as Dennis Allen. It wants to keep adding talent there to kind of keep that defense going. Defensive tackle David Onyemata is headed to Aaron Glenn and the Jets. It's just amazing how many people, how many former Saint coaches are sparsed out or spread out throughout the league. Whether it's Sean Payton with Denver, Clint Kubiak in Raiderland, you look at Aaron Glenn with the Jets, Dennis Allen in Chicago, guys all over the place, right? It's interesting, but David Onyemata is heading to the Jets, a 1-year, $10.5 million deal. He'll follow Demario Davis up there. The Raiders agreed to a wide receiver. The Raiders got a lot of money to spend, and they spending it on day one. They agreed to a contract with wide receiver Jalen Naylor. This is on a 3-year, $35 million deal. This is a former Viking running back, a wide receiver rather, who has good speed, who can stretch the field. They're trying to bring weapons there for Mendoza to have, because Mendoza is going to be the guy in terms of the quarterback. They released Geno Smith. Tom Pelissero saying that the Giants released their punter, Jamie Gilliam. Saints, we talked about Saints signing David Edwards, 4 years, $61 million. We covered that. The Falcons signed wide receiver Johan Dotson to a 2-year deal for $15 million. And the deal is up to 17, I guess incentives included, but he gets 10 million of the 15 million guaranteed. So the fail kinds, as brother Jerry calls them, is an attempting to try to improve their stock. How dare they? How dare the Falcons attempt to try to improve their damn stock like they think they gonna do something? How dare you sit up here and waste our time, Falcon people? Let's keep it moving. Defensive tackle Tonga heading to the Chiefs. The Chiefs have agreed to terms with defensive tackle, I hope I can say this, Kyrie Reese Tonga. I probably butchered that, but that's okay. On a 3-year, $21 million deal, 14 guaranteed. This is a big interior stuffer right here. This guy is very active in the interior as they're looking kind of at him. And boy, and that other big fella they got, you won't be able to run on them people. You won't be able to run on the Chiefs. The Chiefs are adding some skill to that defense. The Titans adding Wandale Robinson. He reached an agreement Monday with the Titans, reuniting him with offensive coordinator Brian DeBoer, who's the former Giants coach. Robinson signed a 4-year, $78 million deal and invoices $38 million guaranteed for Wandale Robinson. Productive, undersized, man. That's a lot of money to spend on a small wide receiver. But the Titans say we need help. Cam Ward push the ball, and that's what they're doing. They also added Mitchell Trubisky. Can you believe that? Mitch Trubisky is added to be the backup quarterback there. So how about that? Raiders moving Powers Johnson to guard after Lindenbaum's. The Raiders plan to play their offensive guard or moving Jackson Powers Johnson at guard after acquiring Tyler Lindenbaum. So they kind of resituating the offensive line to kind of get ready for Mendoza, like we said. Etienne, 4-year deal for the Saints for $52 million. He comes in, he'll be a excellent pickup for the black and gold. Love what that means to us. Other moves as well, as Dallas is looking at some safety help. The Cowboys have been in contact with Arizona safety Jalen Thompson, according to reports by insiders. How about the Cardinals? The Cardinals picked up, yes, right, the Cardinals picked up the running back, and this is one of a running back I got a lot of respect for. Former Atlanta Falcon running back Tyler Algieri is going to Arizona. He signed a 2-year deal worth $12.25 million. So if you had a pick between Algieri and Travis Etienne, I would definitely go with Etienne. So It'd be cool to have them both, but it's all good. So he's headed to Arizona at a 2-year deal worth $12.25 million. He's just 25, had over 500 yards rushing, 143 carries last year for Atlanta as a backup for Tyler Algieri, 5th round pick out of the draft back in 2022 out of BYU. The guy's always been a consummate professional for the Atlanta Falcons. They're going to miss him, man. I don't think that's a lot of money to spend 2 years at $12 million. That's like $6 million a year for a backup running back for Bijan Robinson. I don't know. I might have spent that money to keep them two together. I ain't gonna lie to you, man, because he's an insurance policy. If Bijan gets hurt, you can always lean on Tyler Algieri. Then they had a mean 1-2 combination. Just saying. The Raiders, they acquired the best center in free agency. They picked up Tyler Lindenbaum, who reached an agreement for a record deal with the Raiders. The Raiders got a lot of money. It's like over $100 million they got in cap relief, and they awarded him a 3-year deal at $81 million. That's $60 million guaranteed, makes him the highest paid interior offensive lineman in NFL history. Sources told ESPN Adam Schefter. Now, Lindenbaum's just 25, has quickly established himself as one of the best centers in the league. So the Raiders made him the richest center or richest interior offensive lineman in NFL history. The Titans picked up another former Giant. That's Brian DeBall, who's the offensive coordinator, getting his old guys. Picked up Daniel Bellinger, signing him to bring him to the Titans to give Cam Ward some more help. How about that? As well as we keep it moving and grooving. And outside of that, man, it's just other stuff to kind of take account for us. Breece Hall's kind of was franchise tagged by the Jets at $14.2. He wants his money. He won't be on the tag. He want a long-term deal. The Falcons do what Falcons do. They signed this 41-year-old ass kicker in Nick Folk. Y'all remember Nick Folk last year when we played the Jets? He barely could move. Looked like he just got up off the couch, but some kind of way the Falcons think that this guy's going to help him. They gave this dude who's 41 years old a 2-year contract. They're going to have this man for 43 until he's 43 years old. He don't look, he's not in shape at all. You can look at him. Anyway, congratulations, Falcons, on signing a 41-year-old kicker in Nick Folk. Boy, you can't make it up. The Lions signing a center. Detroit have reached an agreement with former Carolina center Cade Mays, according to NFL Network. The 26-year-old Mays started 12 games for Carolina in 25, opening up the season as the backup to Austin Corbett. So you know what Carolina's going to do. They're going to pivot and attempt to, and they're going to look at Luke Fortner. And we said this before, fam, about Luke Fortner. Luke Fortner is more than likely going to land a job. And Carolina, we're looking at him with Cade Mays gone. He was kind of, looked as a backup, but a lot of people thinking that Luke Fortner could be an upgrade in some way. Hopefully we can get him back. The Falcons signed a punter. They get a punter. They sign a kicker and a punter. They get Jake Bailey, a 3-year deal, $9 million, $5 million guaranteed. The Bears signed a safety, 3 years at $40 million and we talked about that, Seahawk defensive back Kobe Bryant, giving him the deal. The Commanders are getting to the deal. They signed Amik Robertson to a 2-year, $16 million deal, $9 million guaranteed, according to Paracelo, to help out the secondary in Commander land and Washington land, man. And this, of course, we talked about the Saints signed Ryan Wright to 4 years, $14 million, $18 guaranteed of the sum. The Pats agreed to sign the best fullback in free agency, Reggie Gilliam, to a 3-year deal worth $12 million, $6 million of it's guaranteed. Giants also get a punter in Jordan Stout to a deal. How about a former Saint linebacker, Alex Anzalone, back in the NFC South? Not with anybody but the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So they announced 2 moves. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers did sign 2 deals. Steelers ex-running back Kenneth Gainwell, solid move. Gainwell, undersized running back, but does a lot of stuff good, very productive. That's going to be a problem for us. And, of course, they get linebacker Alex Anzalone. Now, Gainwell agreed to a $14 million deal. According to Fowler, and Anzalone reached a $17 million deal to join of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The tight end, Austin Hooper, is back with Atlanta. He signed a 1-year deal at $3.25 million. We also talk about the Jets. They try to overhaul the defense. They bring in Demario Davis, Enagbare, and then, of course, they also had David Onyemata they picked up. So they adding some talent there to kind of turn things around. And Aaron Glenn's feeling the heat, no doubt about it. So we'll see how that all goes. So the Jets stuck early in free agency, reaching agreements with Demario Davis, edge players Joseph Osai and Kingsley Enagbare. Hope I'm saying that right. And then early in the day, they acquired safety Minka Fitzpatrick in a trade with the Miami Dolphins. So the Jets retooling their defense. There is rumors that they could be going after Kyler Murray. So things could change for the Jets in a hurry. As you know, we already talked about Mitchell Trubisky heading to Titanland to back up Cam down there. And, of course, we talk about the signing of defensive tackle John Ridgeway back with the Saints. This was a surprise to me, but he signed a 2-year deal at $6.2 million, according to the insiders. The Panthers also signed back their cornerback Evans to a 1-year deal, and that is pretty much what it is as it stands right now in terms of the latest in the game. So this is some of the stuff. So Ravens not tendering running back Keaton Mitchell, according to free agency, and they have the numbers on the Malik Willis deal. Like y'all might have not heard about Malik Willis, the former backup quarterback he was a former drafted wide receiver by the Titans, went to Green Bay, did well, and then ultimately the coach, I think he was the defensive coach for the Green Bay Packers, became the Miami Dolphins' new head coach. So what did he do? He reached the guys that's familiar. He went and grabbed Malik Willis and signed him to a $45 million fully guaranteed at signing, a $22.25 million signing bonus, and fully guaranteed salary of $1.25 million in 26, and then it balloons to $25.5 in 2027. Includes a $45 million fully guaranteed at signing. Wow. And listen, I like Malik Willis, but man, that is a lot of money to spend on a player that last year played like 3 games, and you give him that kind of money. I know it's a slow free period, but man, if you think about it, like a lot of quarterbacks have been. You got Geno Smith, Kyler Murray. I know Tua. I don't know what Tua is going to do, but they have quarterbacks that were available that weren't there, who's now in the free agency period, and that is what teams do. They reach. Like a lot of people just thought that they will be competitive, but perhaps this coach feel like he can get the most out of Malik Willis because he does have the talent. If you can give him a running attack, they got A-Chain down there. That's a hell of a running back, a decent offensive line. If they can give him some help at the wide receiver position and improve defensively speaking, you might see some progress. But he's a dual kind of guy. He can throw the ball down the field. He also can move around a little bit. So we'll see what the Dolphins do, man. We'll see what they do indeed. But that's the latest on some of these signings, fam, just to put y'all on Front Street with it. But, man, some of the big ones, man, just to kind of talk about with the black and gold today, were the fact that the Saints had 3, and we're not done yet. We know it's still early on. But the fact that the New Orleans Saints was able to get some of these signings right away was really big for us. And like I said, these are the signings right here in day one, and they just hit and they just fit right well with what we need to do. Right? They really do. David Edwards, the future left guard, the starting left guard actually, is there as well. And that is a plus. That is big. That is a major fill in for us at the guard position. That we have there, because that gives us a bona fide left guard position to help with the running attack as well as protection of Tyler Shuck. We add Travis Etienne, who's now the top running back, RB1, there for the Saints. And then the Saints add a starting level punter to go along with Charlie Smith as our special teams take place. So not bad at all, man, on the first day for our black and gold. Yeah. So this is actually pretty good, man. Hey, man, we hitting on some stuff here, man. I mean, to be honest with you, fam, we hitting on some stuff. You know, like I said, the priority is protect Tyler Shuck. That's the number one thing. Look at they got Etienne right away, man. They got AK-41 that's now RB2, Kendre's RB3, and Devin Neal's RB4. But we'll see how this all ends going on right now. But Etienne is positioned right at RB1. And of course, like I said, they hadn't added yet David Edwards to the roster here, but as you can see, he will slot right where this Dylan Reduntz dude is. His name is, because Reduntz is a free agent. He's no longer on the team, but he'll be there. And then, of course, you scroll down, you will see that Ryan Wright is added to our special. So Charlie Smith and Ryan Wright are your specialists there, fam. Now we just have to find us some returners to kind of help out there. Now we know Trey Palmer might be able to help there. I don't know. We know Pettis is a free agent. He might not come back. But the Saints are good at finding help in the undrafted ranks. Perhaps we find that particular player this year to help out there in the special teams. The special teams have to get better. But for my liking, to be honest with you, fam, from what we're seeing right away, this is all very positive. And a thumbs up to the Saints on day one. I'm just going to be honest with you. All right, let's get thoughts from you guys and reaction from you guys in the stream. Y'all hit that like button. If you're not a sub up. We got almost 300 people in the building. Please, if you haven't subbed up, hit the sub button, man, on our chase to 15,000 subs, babe. We getting close. But big ups to you guys for being here. Hakeem, shout out to you, my brother, says, our wide receiver room looks good, too. I think Polk and Palmer added to Vele and Olave will make a formidable duo. Land the 6'6" wide receiver from Canada. What's his name? Alford. I think it's Moose Alford is the guy from Canada too. Yeah. Let me ask you guys this, man, about the wide receiver position, because this is something that I often talk about all the time. People sometimes forget that Jalen Polk is there and that the Saints gave up a late selection to get Polk. And he was just a year removed from being a second round selection. He got hurt, and it was a future move. Like, it was how the move was done by Kellen Moore. Kellen Moore, like, wow, I like that guy. They sent the pick, to the Patriots to get a wide receiver that couldn't help him last year. So it was a move that they seen for Jalen Polk in the future. We know Jalen Polk's not a 4-4 guy or all this kind of stuff. He's not a blazer like Trey Palmer or some of these guys, Mason Tipton, that can really get upfield, right? He ain't like a Chris Olave, but he's a solid route runner. Decent. He's a very decent blocker. I love how he catches the ball. His temperament makes tough catches, this sort of thing. Plus, he been working with his camaraderie with Tyler Shuck. Him and Tyler Shuck been going fishing. Their pitches online and them building their chemistry. But I think when you talk about the Saints wide receiver room, they got guys there. Chris Olave, obviously the guys on that option year, the $15 million year. We got Devine Valley, who be coming off injury. Mason Tipton yet to show us fully what he can do in the regular season. We still have Bub Means, who was showing you some stuff before he got hurt. Kevin Austin Jr., who was stepping up and showing out for you. Where does he go? Trey Palmer, the Saints picked up him too last year, and he's a very solid wide receiver, about 6 feet, but he's very fast, that can stretch the field. And then Jalen Polk. And then there are other guys like Elijah Cooks and Damian Alford, Ronnie Bell. Some of these other guys are kind of practice squad guys, but the X to me is Jalen Polk. Are we overlooking Jalen Polk? Are the Saints saying, hey, man, we feel good about our three guys, our wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2, and wide receiver 3. Is Jalen Polk in the mix for those? Is Polk in the Saints' eyes higher than a Mason Tipton, a Bub Means, a Kevin Banks Jr.? Is what I'm sorry, Kevin Austin Jr. I'm sorry, Kevin Austin Jr. Got a lot of juniors on our squads. Hell, we got Kelvin Banks Jr., Kevin Austin Jr. We got some juniors on this squad. But and now Travis Etienne Jr. So we all juniored up out of here. But that's the thought process. or in the Saints' eyes, what do you guys think? Is Jalen Polk one of those three wide receivers? What do y'all guys think on that? Because there are people that are saying, man, we can use a veteran, this sort of thing, because a lot of these other guys, not named Chris Olave, aren't proven. You know, we've seen Devon Vele do some stuff with the Denver Broncos. We've seen him in the sample size last year before he got hurt. Mason Tipton, we've seen a few things. Kevin Austin, you know, but we have not, you know, not in a service where we can say, yeah, they got the position. You see what I'm saying? Where you don't have to look away, in my estimation. But what do you guys think about that, man? Because a lot of people say, Q, we still can use a wide receiver. And they very well can go for one. So y'all let me know what y'all thoughts in it. What's up, Chantel? Shout out to Chantel. Much love. All right, brother Hakeem says, let's see what these guys have. Vele trade actually worked out. I like Vele. I think Vele is the big wide receiver we are advocating for. But we'll see how it all fits, man. But that whole situation with the Saints wide receiver room now, that the left guard position is full with David Edwards at the left guard spot, Travis Etienne's RB1, and then Ryan Wright, our new punter, is P1. So the Saints today have signed ones all across the board: LG1, RB1, and P1. All of them are starters. The Saints spent some good money today, and I'm very proud of them, how they handling the business. They found guys that they wanted to go after, and then they handled the business. And also, this is breaking families just happened. A guard that the Saints were looking at, Zion Johnson, that we were linked in trade. In various articles too. Zion Johnson, the Chargers left guard, is signing with the Browns. So you go, he reached an agreement on a 3-year deal at $49.5 million, including $32.4 million guaranteed with the Browns, according to his agent. So Zion Johnson, who Kellen Moore had a link to with his time when he was that offensive coordinator with the Chargers that 1 year, Zion was there. There were various rumors linking the Saints to them, but the Saints went with what they believe is the better player in David Edwards. So it's pretty cool to see that go on. All right, anyway, as we keep it moving the groove, and shout out to y'all. Y'all hit the like button and the share button, fam. And fill in the comment section. Let me know your thoughts there. All right, Slow Lane says, we tried trading for Quay Walker during the season. You think we're going to sign him as a free agent? Now that Double D's gone. You know what? Shout out to you, Slow Lane. Slow Lane, I think that is. Shout out to you. I mentioned this when we covered the Demario Davis leaving side of things. We talked about it early on. We talked about this same thing, that the Saints were looking at Quay. They offered a pick that wasn't to the liking of Green Bay, and he's out there. Why not? Why not go after him? It is a position of need right now. You lose out on Demario Davis. And listen, no disrespect to Danny Stutzman or Pete Werner, right? Those guys are solid linebackers, right? But we know they're not the athletic variety that we would like to have, right? Remember when we had Willie Gay? And the Saints made a very early decision, because it was supposed to be a battle between Pete Werner and William Gay to get the money for the position. And Willie Gay had the speed. He came over from the Chiefs. You know, he had that championship acumen. Came over, he had the speed, all this kind of stuff. And the Saints, for whatever reason, Mickey Loomis and others, they decided to, hey, man, let's just go ahead on and just boom. Let's just go ahead on and sign, get the money to Pete Werner. Well, then later on that year, Willie Gay went somewhere else. But they made a financial commitment to Pete Werner. But the reality was, we wanted to have a linebacker who could cover, who can not only blitz, but that can drop into coverage and help you there. Now, Quay Walker has all of that. He's productive. He's smart. He has that athleticism that you would want to see in your linebackers. And of course, Demario Davis, he lost a lot of his lateral ability, his lateral speed that he had for many years. You can see as he got older, it kind of left him. But the Saints they did a really good job of masking things. You know, they moved Delonte Taylor up there as an extra blitz at times. They did a really good job defensively. And plus, the Saints started getting pressure up front with the 4. That really kind of turned things around in the last couple of months of the season. But with Demario Davis gone, we're going to miss his brain. We're going to miss his heart. And the solidification that he brought the Saints, because prior to him coming here, I don't know if a lot of the family members remember that we had musical chairs at the middle linebacker position for a while when, before Demario came. So when he came here, he became rock solid. Like him and Cam Jordan became mainstays where you can rely on them, that they were going to be there. Now, with that being said, we know Pete Werner has his production, his playtime. Let's just say that. Pete Werner's playtime was reduced, and he was kind of a co-starter with Danny Stutzman. So you had Demario Davis playing full time. And then you've seen a mix of the Saints Staley pulling Pete Werner off the field and putting Stutzman in there. Put one in the chat if y'all remember them doing that. But he kind of co-started with Pete Werner. And Pete still had 70-something tackles, and Danny Stutzman had 50-something tackles. But what I'm saying, it worked where Pete Werner did not get hurt. And Staley played it well, where he had fresh linebackers rotating in and out of there. With Demario Davis out of there, now those guys have to become full-time starters. So the Saints will either do two things. Either they'll look at the linebacker spot and say we're in good hands with Pete Werner and Danny Stutzman, or they'll just go and get Quay Walker or a linebacker similar, right? And hopefully they do that today, because I think he should be a guy that we should get. I think he fits really well in Coach Staley's system. So I would love to have him. Shout out to you, Slow Lane. Appreciate you for the commentary. Brother Tragic says, I like the Edwards signing. I would just prefer a natural big back versus the turbo 4-cylinders we currently have on our roster. Okay, thank you. Appreciate you, Brother Tragic. Always dropping the facts. All right, Dirty D says AK will be RB1. They sign Etienne to light a fire under him. I'm not so certain. When you give a 4-year, $52 million deal to a running back out of free agency in day one, I think that makes him the RB1. Because there are still reports, and Kat Terrell's one of them, she really believes it, that ultimately what's going to end up happening is that at some point she believes that the Saints are going to release Alvin Kamara. And I'm thinking, she thinking prior to the regular season starting. That's the take I'm getting on her commentary about Alvin Kamara, that his job is not safe. Even though he restructured his contract, she still feels, and she's not the only one, it's a couple of insiders that still feel the same way, that they believe that his job is not completely safe. Right? So we're going to monitor and watch it, fam, and see what goes on here as well. But when you sign that kind of money to come here, hey, man, that I don't know. All right, Brother Hakeem, in terms of wide receiver, says Polk was the number 2 at Washington when Roma Duze and Penix was at Washington. He was that guy, phenomenal tape. If you watch him and what he did with Washington, when Penix was throwing that thing, but Polk, he was phenomenal on that film with Washington, the Huskies. He was phenomenal. And I can understand why the Patriots made him a second round pick. I can see it. So he's a guy that, even though we gave up a 6th round pick to acquire him, he's a 2nd round talent, fam. And he is a guy that I think that a lot of us haven't seen a lot of, but I'm telling y'all gonna love this guy. Y'all gonna love Polk. Because he has, you see Chris Olave's temperament. Chris is cool and nothing, this type of thing. And Devon Valley just catches the ball. You see a little something from him. But Jalen Polk is one of these emotional catchers. You know what I mean? He one of these guys that catch the ball and point, and then when he makes a tough catch, he gets up and flexes his muscle, this sort of thing. Plus, he got a little elusiveness to him. The guy is a very solid wide receiver, man. He's not gonna wow you with the speed, but he catches the ball, man. I love his game, man. I love his game, and it'll be interesting to see what he brings. That's why I was saying, are we overlooking Jalen Polk? Because like I said, Kellen traded a late pick to get Polk, and Polk was hurt. He was on the injury list. He couldn't help you last year. So it was a move where they signed this man to come in to help for the following season. So it's like, man, we got this guy. And like I said, we've been fleecing some people now. We handled our business against the Commanders. We knocked the Jaguars over their head with some of these trades. So Saints been winning on trades lately. Is that Jalen Polk another win? You know what I'm saying? I guess we 1-1 with them because they got us on that Divine Gacho trade. So we'll see we'll see if Divine Gacho can shake loose. But at the end of the day, man, listen, I'm telling y'all gonna love Polk. Y'all gonna love. Bird Talk says, Q, man. I don't know, man. It kind of changes when you get Trevor. You get Etienne as RB1. Do you really swing for the fences and go get? Because I absolutely love Jeremiah Love. I just love his game. I think he's phenomenal. But do you take him at 8? You spent $50 million on a running back. Is that what you're gonna do? You see what I'm saying? I mean, the board now. Usually, you meet as much as you can. You get all of your guys in free agency as much as you can, and then you go into the draft and you take the best player available. That eliminates the reaching. That's when you get in trouble, when you start reaching for players that you're not supposed to be reaching at. So if you fulfill all of your moves during free agency, as many as you can, and then you go into the draft, that's the most ideal position or strategy to take in my estimation. But at 8 spot, I would have to look somewhere else. I would have to, and still, and like I said, right now, knowing that Saints could be in pursuit of Quay Walker right now. Right now, in my estimation, I think the biggest hole for the Saints is the middle linebacker position. It is. With DeMario leaving, are you really good with Pete Werner and Danny Stutzman running your defense? Are you good with that? If you're not, then you need to get on my side with this linebacker stuff. So I would have to look at the line. Currently, I would have to look at the linebackers, man. I really would. And of course, like I said, things would change as you move in terms of free agency and who you sign. Then, of course, you can kind of do the best player of the best player available stratagem in the draft. But I would say probably a linebacker, probably a guy like Styles or something like that might be sitting at 8. Or something like that, man. But we'll see how it goes, man. We'll see how it goes. But thank you, Bird Talk. Shout out to you. All right. Shout out to James. James says Palmer will be our punt and kick return. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you. We'll see. All right. Big Ponceller says, do you think we go linebacker? Yeah, I think that I answer that. Currently, right now, my friend, I would say we go linebacker at number 8 right now based on what we see, right? And like I said, we'll see. DeMario is a big loss, man. And listen, I'm going to be honest with you. I knew that ultimately DeMario Davis could be gone, right? But the impact of the two, like if you weigh the impact of Cam Jordan versus a DeMario Davis, you don't want to lose both of those guys. So, but there was that air. Now, if there was a market for 37-year-old DeMario Davis, there is a market for Cam Jordan. I mean, somebody, whether Rashawn, like I said, fam, this is a very interesting position because, number one, I think Alontae Taylor ends up with the Raiders. There's a possibility that Cam could end up with the Raiders. There's a possibility Cam could go to Denver. It's a possibility Cam could go to the Jets. It's a possibility Cam can go to Chicago. All these spots are where former Saint personnel are currently at. I think Joe Woods runs the defense for Clint Kubiak and the Raiders in Las Vegas. They have all kind of money. And if they're trying to they lost Max Crosby. They sent him out of here. They got picks back for him. So if you're the Raiders and you got all this money, they're going to utilize it to try to improve every aspect of the team. And Cam, there is a market for it, Cam, especially if you have defensive coaches that respect what Cam, not only him just coming in there and doing what he do, but Cam is also a culture setter. Cam will come in, he'll teach you the game, he'll get other guys on his stuff. Like if and we have been in a losing culture as of late, but Cam's is a special player, and you're paying for more than just the stats with Cam, right? To be honest with you, just like what the Jets are giving Demario Davis, who's 37 years old, a 2-year deal that'll take him close to 40 years old. And and Demario is a culture setter, so he's going to go there. He still can contribute. He's going to situate their defense, right? David Onyemata, all these guys, and they added Minka from Miami. So you get 3 levels. Onyemata at the defensive tackle, Demario at the linebacker level, and Fitzpatrick at the safety level. So they add smart defensive players at every level of the defense, because Aaron Glenn he in trouble. He ain't gonna make it out of 2 years, so he better do everything he can to make it respectable. At least win double the games to show some level of improvement. They have money and they're gonna do the best they can to try to sway some of these veterans to go up there and solidify the room. But it's a market for Cam, and it could be a situation, man. It'd be very interesting, but it could be, it could be like that, fam, where we might end up losing all these guys. We gotta prepare, hope for the best, a plan for the best, but also plan for the worst as well, right? All right. Hakeem says Palmer also returns kicks and punts like he did LSU, Nebraska, 4.3 speed. That's right. Trey Palmer and Polk can be sneaky good help. Yeah, the Saints kept hold to both of these guys, both Palmer and Polk, for a reason. Yeah, St. John, how you doing, brother? Good to see St. John in the building. Yes, indeed. Crazy day, man. Crazy day indeed. Y'all keep chiming in there, man. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go over these and kind of recap for the family members the fantastic day one the Saints had today, man. The Saints didn't sit there and wait. They went to work and picked up some really good talent, man. That's right, L. We got David Edwards. That's right. All right, let me give it to y'all like this, man. This is the right here, man. This is the summary of what the Saints did today. Saints signed David Edwards. Remember we talked about multiple reports over the last couple of weeks. Boy, I know y'all was getting tired of that. I know I was getting tired of it. But it meant something because the Saints ultimately landed the best guard, some say, in the free agency cycle. David Edwards, the former Buffalo Bill guard, agreed to a 4-year deal at $61 million, according to ESPN Schefter. What it means is the Saints knew they needed to invest in their offensive line. Not only do they have a young quarterback to protect, but they identified the run game as one of their biggest problems. New Orleans clearly set out to fix that, not only adding running back Travis Etienne Jr., but solidifying the left guard spot by signing David Edwards. The left guard spot has been filled by a series of short-term investments. Dylan Reduns. What was the other guy that we picked up from Chicago? Y'all put his name in the chat. What's up, Pammy? Shout out to Pam, man. Shout out to Pam. Thank you for being a member for 43 months. Appreciate you.
Say thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
Yeah, this is the thing. So, what was the name? I forgot the man. Remember we brought him over from Chicago. No, he came over from the Vikings, and then he ended up going to Chicago. What was the name of that guard we had, man? Tragic. What was the name of that guard? I forgot his name. Hakeem. Y'all name him in the chat, man. I forgot but we had this guy. He played guard and center when I think it was in Dennis Allen's final year here. He was a guard, and they shifted him to center when McCoy got hurt. Y'all remember that? I don't remember his name. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Pammy. Yeah, it was Lucas Patrick. What's his name? Lucas Patrick? Was that Lucas Patrick? I think that's his name. Boy, yeah. But that's who we had here for the last couple of years. We was messing around. Yeah, I think his name was Lucas Patrick or something like that. Y'all fix me, throw it in the chat if y'all know what I'm talking about. But yeah, I think that was his name, Lucas Patrick. But yeah, this is not that kind of sign. It's a bona fide starter right here. A player that's really going to help us handle some business. Shout out to Uptown, man. And then, of course, you see the running back move. So the Saints get a left guard, a balanced guy in David Edwards to fill the left guard spot. That's LG1, left guard 1. And then we get RB1, Travis Etienne, the former Jaguar. This spring period, these reports were actually pretty spot on, fam. Yeah, Patrick Lucas. Is that his name, Jason? I don't know, man. Y'all know who I'm talking about. It don't make no difference. He gone. But yeah, this was an interesting off period for us because, man, a lot of the reports that we were hearing on, usually a great deal of them be off. But I'm to be honest with you, a lot of reports I was hearing was pretty spot on, especially with David Edwards, with Etienne. There was several times reports were linking us to both these players. So the insiders knew what was going on, and the Saints they guarded the future and they get their running back. This is each one of these guys. These are both 4-year deals. They're going to be tied together for the next 4 years with a run the Saints are going to look to make. So we see where the Saints are positioning with this window. But for both David Edwards and Travis Etienne, both 4-year deals. Etienne's deal was $52 million. So the Saints needed to add more playmakers to the offense. He's a Louisiana native. He come here. He rushed for 1,100 yards and 7 touchdowns last year, caught 36 passes, almost 300 yards, 6 touchdowns there, 27 years of age, and it's a sign of the transition that could be taking place in the Saints running back room moving forward. Long-term running back Alvin Kamara, who's 30, has finished the past 2 years injured. So is Kendre Miller. And then, of course, Alvin Kamara is also on his final year of this deal. And, of course, we talk about Ryan Wright. The Saints also signed Ryan Wright, the punter, the Minnesota Viking punter, to a 4-year, $14 million deal that includes $8 million, guaranteed by Schefter. A punter might not be the most exciting free agent signing, but the position was one of the Saints' biggest needs this offseason. Shane line. Kai Kroger averaged 37.3 net yards per punt, which ranked among the bottom of the league. The Saints struggled before that, cycling through Hayball, Headley, Gillikin, after parting ways with Thomas Morstead following the 2020 season. So we've been dealing with this for a while. So investing in the position makes sense instead of going through another training camp with the job. Remember, this is also a 4-year agreement. So Ryan Wright, P1, Travis Etienne Jr., RB1, and David Edwards, LG1, are all within the 4-year time frame. So that is something to kind of remember, family, as we move forward about this whole thing, man, because this is solid, and it represents the Saints showing you the fact that there is a window here, and they're hoping to kind of make this thing work. All right, shout out to Bronze. Appreciate y'all. Y'all hit the like button, man. We here. We talking about the Saints signings, man, with the Mean Side Squad. Y'all guys feel free to chime in the comment section. I will highlight the chat for you guys to get you guys' thoughts on it. If you haven't had an opportunity to hit the like button, hit the like button. And if you're not a sub up on our chase to 15,000 subs. Shout out to the nation. Bronze says he's been a member for 26 months. Shout out to you, Bronze.
Thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
I think a lot of what we seeing, fam, from the Saints, man, it's just been, this first day has been special because they all these signings fit obvious needs, and when they get them out of the way like this, that's solid. Now, of course, we'll see what they do moving forward, but I mean, I have nothing but congratulations to them, man. They're about the business. And by the way, here go a few more moves from an NFL perspective, man, that happened while we were talking about the Saints. Titans signed cornerback Cordell Flott to a 3-year deal. The Titans have agreed to terms with cornerback Cordell Flott on a 3-year, $45 million deal with $32 million guaranteed, according to Mike Garafolo. So the Titans trying to improve their defense, their offense, various players to sign. The Chargers get a tight end in Charlie Kolar. He's the former Raven tight end, signed a 3-year deal at $24.3 million. 17 of it is guaranteed as he is heading to Charger land to play with Herbert. The Colts make a move as well. They signed former Titan defensive lineman Arden Key. This is a former LSU player, one of our favorite LSU guys, Arden Key. Shout out to him and go Tigers. He is signing a 2-year deal up to $20 million with $11 million guaranteed. They head to the Colts. They head up there to the Colts to help out with their pass rush as well. So Arden Key's on the way. And then the Giants to get linebacker Tremaine Edmonds on a 3-year deal right here. This is the former Chicago Bear linebacker Tremaine Edmonds is joining the Giants now on a 3-year, $36 million deal. 23.7 of it is fully guaranteed as well. And of course, the Titans with another signing. They get a defensive lineman to help stop the run. Defensive lineman Franklin Myers is signing on a 3-year, $63 million deal with $42 million of it being guaranteed. And there you go. Also, the Texans is getting some help on the defensive line. Dominique Robinson, the former Chicago Bear, is headed to Houston on a 1-year deal up to $4 million. Then we talked about Zion Johnson headed to the Browns on a 3-year, $49.5 million deal that includes $32.4 million guaranteed. So Johnson's the second major addition to the Browns offensive line this offseason. Last week, the Browns agreed to a trade with Houston to acquire offensive tackle Titus Howard to go along with it. So there you go, as well as some of the latest signings between what we were talking about for our Saints. And if anything, man, listen, the Saints, in my opinion, have won today. And this one's just popped in. Bengals beef up. They signed safety Brian Cook, expected to sign with the Bengals. And it's a 3-year deal, over $40 million. He gets $18 million guaranteed. So there you go. The Bengals get defensive back Brian Cook. And you just seen it, the Titans aren't done. They have agreed to terms with Alontae Taylor. So y'all just seen it. The Titans have agreed to terms with Alontae Taylor. He going back home. He was drafted from the University of Tennessee, and Titans are agreed to terms with Alontae Taylor. Guess what he getting, family? A 3-year deal worth $60 million with $42 million fully guaranteed. Family, that's $20 million a damn year. That's crazy. Alontae Taylor is getting $20 million a year on that average. Look at that. 3 years, 60. It says worth 60 with 42 guaranteed. That works out at $20 million a year. That's $2 million more than what the Giants paid for Paulson Adebo last year. Absolutely not. He got to be, hell yeah, he gonna be starting Stewart. Making $20 million a year. Man, that's crazy. Man, there's no way we were going. I was saying for the most I would have went is like 13 or something like that. But Alontae Taylor at $20 million a year at 42 fully guaranteed on a $60 million contract. Shout out to Alontae. And like we said, man, Alontae knew it the whole time, man. He sent some piece to the city. We knew we were going to lose Alontae Taylor. And now the Saints, we have to be about the business of, replacing or finding people additions to the Saints defense. Well, Alontae Taylor, we knew we were going to lose him. Demario Davis was another guy that ultimately we felt like. And now you look at guys like Cam. So 3 big free agents for the Saints, we looking at. 2 of them are gone, and the one that's left is Cam. And Cam could possibly be gone too. So we'll see how it all works. But this is crazy work. How y'all feel about the Titans contract on Alontae Taylor? He says, is it cornerback 1? I don't know, bro, but $20 million, it got to be cornerback 1. It got to be CB1, right? It can't be a slot. You're not going to pay a guy $20 million a year to ride the slot. So it's got to be a cornerback 1. $20 million? $20 million a season. The man get a $60 million agreement, $42 million guaranteed, and it's a 3-year deal, averaging $20 million a season. That's $2 million more than what Paulson Adebo got. That's crazy. Hold on, let me see. Hold on, let me see if I can bring up the depth chart for the Titans. That's crazy how that works, man. I wouldn't have paid that kind of money. And then it's just J.K. Dobbins, the running back, is staying in Denver with Coach Payton. That just broke. The Seahawks agreed to terms with cornerback Josh Jobe, hanging on to one of its Super Bowl champs to try to repeat. So they got that cornerback situation resolved right there. So J.K. Dobbins staying with Sean Payton in Denver, and the Titans agreeing on Alontae Taylor. How about that, y'all? 3 years, $60 million, $42 million, fully guaranteed. Good grief. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. $20 million a season for Alontae Taylor. I'm tripping on that. That don't even make no kind of sense. I guess, whatever. But congratulations, Alontae Taylor. Let me see if I can pull up their depth chart to see where they, because I'm pretty sure they hadn't put him on there yet. No, they hadn't added him to his depth chart. But the other corners that they have is Mika Robinson, 5'11", 183. It's from Tulane. I remember him, Robinson from Tulane. He was a 7th round pick for the Titans. So you can definitely pencil him at RB1. You paying that man that kind of money. The other guy is L'Jarius Sneed, who's from Law Tech. He's a guy that been in the league, 29-year-old, a cornerback from Law Tech, 4th round pick. He occupies the other cornerback position in the nickel in the Titans system. According to is Kevin Winston Jr., who is a 22-year-old 6'2" cornerback, 3rd round pick. So based on what they depth chart looking like to me, family, that he's going to operate as CB1. He got to at 20 mil, right? Boy, that's crazy work. That's insane, man. Hey, it's all good, man. Shout out to Alontae. All right. Hemisphere say, I'm not mad at Alontae. Get it while you can. That's right. Titans got that cheese. Yeah, that's the CTEP said overpaid. I mean, he might. And you know what, though? The thing is, the one thing that really, to give the Titan people, shout out to the Titans, to give them some love or some scouting report on Alontae Taylor, being that we had Alontae Taylor here for a while, and of course he collegiately played for the Tennessee Vols, so they do know some stuff about Alontae Taylor, and that's basically, it's home away from home from down here. But the reality is, I'm gonna be honest with you, fam. The way I see it is, I don't think he's worth $20 million because his coverage skills is not that, I ain't gonna say they're not that good, but his coverage skills ain't all that. Now he's a hell of a safety you want to bring up, or in the start package for Coach Staley. The way he played, where he came up to the line and just went in there and blitz and made plays, he was really good at that. But when you needed him to cover people, like the guards, some of these guys, he needs to be better. Let's just say it like that. He needs to do a lot better. His coverage aspect of Alontae Taylor's game is wanting. He needs to commit. If they're going to pay him $60 million over 3 years, which breaks down to $20 million a year, he needs to really commit to improving his coverage skills. He really does. And it's not like he can't cover. It's just at times, there were times when we broke down on film, and y'all hit one in the chat if y'all can remember this on our Patreon specials, where Alontae Taylor be lined up with people, and then the guy just do a simple move and make a move on him, and he can catch a touchdown on him. Real easy. He'll just get up and walk away. No show of no Nothing, not like smacking his helmet and be like, damn, I should have did. No, none of that. Just get up and walk away. That was concerning to me. Because if you get burnt, it's usually some guys like, damn, I ain't going to, and they go back, they recommit to it. But his coverage ability, man, he needs to really work on that. So moving forward, hopefully he fully commits to that. Because when he was jamming wide receivers and covering them, he did actually a pretty decent job. He just really needs to get better if you're going to collect $20 million a season, all I'm saying. I don't know if I'm not paying $20 million a season for a defensive back that over 4 years got 4 interceptions. I ain't doing that, because the reality is this. Y'all know it. What's the stats that get you paid? And if you're in the NFL, what's the stats that get you paid? If it's a quarterback, touchdowns, right? Passing touchdowns get you paid. If you're a running back, rushing touchdowns and receiving touchdowns. Getting 1,000 yards, this type of thing, but getting touchdowns and catching touchdowns get you paid. Same for tight ends. Catching touchdowns get you paid. If you're a cornerback, a defensive lineman rather, what gets you paid? You can have a lot of tackles, but the sacks is what really get you paid. If you have 15 sacks, and you walking into free agency, that can really kind of get you some money, right? So the diva stats, as they were, sacks, interceptions, then tackles, those are the stats that get you paid if you in that position group. But those interceptions wasn't there. And then if you go back and look at the last 4 years, he dropped a lot of interceptions, especially last year. He dropped a lot of interceptions. He even said that. He said that after the end of the season that he could have did better there. But yeah, if he collecting $20 million from the Tennessee Titan people, he's going to be CB1, and he really needs to improve his coverage skills, and he got to really start catching them interceptions, man, because people going to be on your back now. You got your payday, they're going to be on your back now. But shout out to Alontae, man. Shout out to the Tennessee Titans, man. Love Alontae Taylor. Alontae Taylor, love that thumbs down dance and all the stuff that he brought. Love Alontae Taylor. Just don't love him at $20 million a year. That's way too much in my estimation. All right, what do you guys think? But shout out to Alontae. Shout out to him. All right. Just my opinion. All right, 80s baby say I'm late to the party. Where did Double D go? Double D went to the Jets, my friend. He went to the New York Jets along with David Onyemata and Minka Fitzpatrick, the former Steeler, Miami Dolphin player. He got traded to the Jets. So Aaron Glenn is veteranizing his defense, right? And he's in rumors is he's supposed to be going after a quarterback, maybe Kyler Murray in the mix. They're supposed to be drafting a quarterback in the draft, this sort of thing. So we'll see what happens, man. We'll see. But shout out to Alontae Taylor, man. And of course, there's some news on the quarterback. Commanders are re-signing back up Marcus Mariota to a 1-year deal at $7 million. He can make up to $11 million incentives just by holding the clipboard behind Jaden Daniels. I forgot Marcus Mariota was in the league. He backing up Jaden Daniels with the Washington Commanders. So shout out to Marcus Mariota. Like I said, man, very interesting things going on right here in the free agency time, man. The first day of it really rolling out. Hemisphere says is Sanker to be in a slot. I don't think Sanker going to be in the slot. We'll see what they do. But, Sanker is as it stands right now. Let me get our depth chart out right here because I don't think they probably ended up here. Let me get the depth chart out so we can kind of look at it because they don't necessarily always fix these depth charts right away, but we can kind of have an idea on what's going on in terms of that. Cam Thomas. I'm about to say Cam, but it's Cam Thomas. The former Cleveland Brown is reaching a deal with the Falcons on a 1-year, $3.1 million deal. So Cam Thomas, not Cam Jordan, but Cam Thomas is headed to the Falcons. The Falcons is having a really puzzling first day of free agency, man. That Stefanski guy looking real lost right now. All right, anyway, let me put this on. This is our depth chart, defensively speaking, fam, to kind of show for you guys right now. As you can see, Justin Reed is listed here. Julian Blackman, they got him as, but it's really Sanker's position. Blackman is a backup for Sanker. Jonas Sanker earning that job. Justin Reed is at the other safety position. Kool-Aid McKinstry, and then you see Quincy Riley, and they got Rejon right here. There's still Isaac Yiadom, and Isaac Yiadom is the highest paid backup cornerback we have. Remember, the Saints signed this man to a 3-year deal at $9 million. So he still has 2 years remaining on that $9 million contract. And a lot of people's like, why would they give Isaac Yiadom that kind of money? And then he gets beat out by the rookie Quincy Riley. But the future of and regardless or not, the Saints secondary was awesome. Let's just be honest. The Saints secondary was a top 3, top 4 unit. Statistically speaking, they played really well. So we're going to see what it is. We'll see what it is. But Kool-Aid, Quincy, we'll see what the nickel position is. Who plays there? I think this will be decided in free agency and possible, or even in the draft. We'll see. I don't know. All right. A Phenomenal Bruce says the market has declared Alante deserved to get his bag. It did, bro. And congratulations. Brother Hakeem says, no, Q, you're right. He not a boundary corner. He's a physical slot corner. His cover skills are below average. I like his aggression, but tight ends beat him consistently. Yeah, and he needs to improve. But like I said, I agree with you. But the thing is, we've seen Alante Taylor play both positions as a cornerback. We've seen him play, but remember this, his versatility is why the Saints drafted him, because he was taken, I don't want to use the term, but he was an insurance policy, because at the time the Saints were in conversation with CD Deuce, with CD Deuce. And remember, there was a whole rigmarole. CD Deuce basically stopped going to practice, and he was wanting more money. Instead of playing it like he was supposed to play it and just go out and compete, he got all really emotional about the fact the Saints picked Alante Taylor, and ultimately they end up trading for a bag of rocks. But Alante Taylor was supposed to serve as a safety, a cornerback, wherever the Saints need him. And he was a guy that collected reps at slot, on the boundary. The Saints used him at different positions. He wasn't good at every way. So I may think his best value was in the slot. He was real comfortable, not on the outside. But at $20 million a year, they are going to make a commitment to play him on the outside. I'm telling you, they're not paying defensive backs. And I agree with your brother Hakeem. We on the same page. But I'm just saying in terms of the money doesn't mean they're going to, say, okay, we're going to pay this guy. It's $60 million for 3 years. That's $20 million a year. And he's guaranteed, $42 million of the $60 million? So it's like $20 million a year to be a slot corner. I just don't see that. I think they're not playing slot cornerbacks like that. And not giving guys $20 a year to be a slot cornerback. You to play outside at 20. So, I mean, maybe that's a part of the game where the Tennessee Titans says, hey, man, we can develop him into that. Maybe they feel like the Saints utilized Alante Taylor in a correct way, but missed out on a way where they can kind of get him right so he could play outside consistently. You see what I'm saying? Maybe they feel like that. They have to feel some kind of way to get a man $20 million a year. For 3 seasons, $60 million, 42 guaranteed. That is a lot of money to me. So, St. John says, sacks get you paid. That's what made Cam Jordan. Yeah, that's right. Indeed. And even to a degree like the tackles, like that's what got Demario Davis $22 million, 15 guaranteed, and an extra year. Remember, originally it was 1 year, like you wanted to finish with that. The Jets went above and beyond. They gave him 2 years at $22 million with 15 of it guaranteed. So that's the interesting nature of the whole situation, because he had 143 tackles. Do you think he would have got that if he had 100? That is the literal definition of balled out, right? That is DeMario and Cam balled out. And if you are Cameron Jordan and you watch DeMario Davis collect $22 million in a 2-year agreement with 15 of it guaranteed, what you thinking? Yeah, I'm asking y'all. Y'all help me out. Help me understand this. What do y'all help me understand this? With the Salante thing, $20 million a year, they're not paying slot cornerbacks $20 million a year. So the Titans feel like, hey man, we can get them right outside. We'll teach them how to play outside, and he will have to commit to doing that. And they might have somebody to work with him out there. But I just looked at their roster, to see that, and they are lacking a number one, a CB1. When you pay a man $60 million on day one of the draft, he ain't playing in the slot. I promise you that much. But Hakeem, you're right though, bro. But he's not gonna make it there. They gonna try to make him be a man on the outside. It's interesting. All right. So anyway, Jack says there are a lot of good cornerbacks in draft. We'll be fine. Sign a vet free agent and draft a good cornerback. Thank you, bro. Yeah, that might be the philosophy. Mario says Taylor not that good. His tackling was not good. He was a solid tackler, but his like brother Hakeem and me are mentioning that, I'm just telling you, based on watching the man as much as we watch, because that's what we do. Just watching Alontae Taylor in on film, and the role he played in the star role in Staley's defense, where he did a really good job in reading. Like he was, like certain plays, he would come up to the line. He got really good at it with his read and react skills. The coverage area of his is the weak game. Like, you got to work on this one. And if he can go up there and some kind of way put it together and show something consistently that we haven't seen, and he got to with that kind of money, it's going to be interesting to see if he can do it or not. Yeah, whoever his agent is, bro, we need to get that dude an award for that. He got paid. All right. Hey, fam, that's surprising, because he was looking somewhere. They said reports that he was looking for something with Paulson Adebo got. I was like, ain't no way in the world. Saints are not going to give Alontae Taylor nothing above $13 million of, whatever. Man, these people gave that man $20 million a year for 3 years. It's like, okay, I did, two better than Adebo, minus the interception. He don't get picks. I don't understand is what I'm saying. I don't get it. I know he's a good player, but that much money? Jeez Louise. All right, Dakar says, Q, who do you think we should target next? I think Hoy Walker from Green Bay. I think that should be the guy the Saints go after. Let's try to see if we can land that linebacker. I think he would probably be the best bet to do. Matter of fact, let me hit y'all with this right now. This is a list right now that's up here of some of the best remaining players. With almost 4 hours into the negotiating window of the NFL free agencies, who are the best players still available? Here is Matt Bowen's list from NFL Network of the top 10 that's still currently available, right? Also, you can see the Lions added some help too. They added former Miami Dolphin offensive lineman Larry Borum to their line. And I told you about Cam Thomas, the defensive end from the Browns, who signed with the Falcons. But this are the top guys. Trey Hendrickson, who is looking to make a bag. There's rumors that the Raiders are in play, the Cowboys in play. The Cowboys try to get Crosby, and before he was packed to Baltimore, it just didn't offer enough. I think they offered a 1 first-round pick, and the Ravens gave him 2 for him. But Hendrickson, according to rumors, is the Raiders, and the Cowboys are interested. That's 2 of the teams that's interested in Rasheed Walker, the offensive tackle. You see the edge rusher from Seattle, Braden Smith, who's also there, Quay Walker, Rick Woolen, the big cornerback from Seattle, Devin Lloyd, the linebacker, Kyler Murray is the top quarterback available, and wide receivers Romeo Doubs and Rashid Shaheed are up there as well. So we'll see. It's still early on, and these names could definitely come off the the page next. But if I'm looking at it, I'm saying to myself, man, I would love to have Quay Walker, because with everything we've seen, family, to be honest with you, in terms of losing Demario Davis, the biggest hole the Saints currently are facing is the linebacker position. And if we can line him up, I think that would be really awesome to our defense, man. But, how do the Saints feel about that? Do they feel like they are sitting pretty right now with just what we have? I mean, it just all depends on how they see this thing. But, yeah, I'm very happy with how the New Orleans Saints are operating in day one of the draft. I think with all these signings were very solid signings, very, really good. Not to mention they did bring back John Ridgeway on a 2-year deal at $6.2 million to make him committing to what he brings there. But yeah, I definitely would like to see the Saints go in a direction to see if they can land Quay Walker. He just brings something different to your defense. I think that should be that's the biggest hole in my estimation. And there's still Cam Jordan there to see what the Saints want to do. DeMario and all these other guys are going. How do the Saints, what do we do with Cam? I don't know if that'll be worked out today or maybe tomorrow. It's still a lot of days left. All right, Rougarou says Cam might be out, y'all. Yeah, it's a possibility, bro. Like I said, when you watch DeMario Davis collect that kind of money and you're Cam, you're like, oh, if DeMario, he knew it, I can do it too. Tragic says, to me, Alante was the opposite of Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. He was often on the wrong side of the third down conversion, whereas Chauncey Gardner-Johnson was the guy always sniffing out third down conversions. He got better in his redirect. Like if you in the Staley system, you can see Staley's defense. He kind of lurched on to it, and it would have been interesting to see how he would have continued to develop in Staley's system, because he definitely had the confidence, and you can see him reading stuff like watching the quarterback, knowing when to blitz, when not to blitz. That a lot of that was left in his hands sometimes, right? And Alante would peek in the backfield and see what's going on. He'll see guys cycling out and would then cover them. And then there were times where he would line up and then he would look and then right at the last minute blitz in and get a sack or pressure the quarterback into an incompletion. So he was getting better in that system. It'd have been interesting to see how he would have looked and developed if he had stayed in that Staley system. I mean, you never know, but we'll see what the Titans can do with him out there, man. So it's going to be interesting, man, to say the least. But yeah, this is very interesting stuff going on, fam, for the mighty Who Dat Nation, man. We got some people. Like I said, congratulations to the mighty to Slick Mick and Kai Harley, because they're doing a wonderful job, man, in filling some needs. We felt some needs today. We got a left guard on a 4-year deal. That solves that. The biggest position of need was the left guard. We filled that. We got a really good punter now to put next to our kicker. We have a RB1 in my estimations in Travis Etienne. We had questions around Kamara and Kendre Miller with 1 year's remaining on their contracts coming off of injuries. So that was a plus. And then, of course, they turned around and re-signed our defensive tackle. That was a surprise, but we ended up getting him back, and that is a plus as well. So there's still Saints still have a lot of other free agents out there that we're gonna probably end up signing. So Alante and DeMario are gone. Luke Fortner is another guy I'm looking at. Cam and Luke Fortner are two guys that you think about right away, because we really need to have our backup center in position there right now. So it is what it is. Right now, I just checked the cap. Right now, the Saints they have not adjusted that number yet, and I think it probably later on they'll adjust it. In terms of what happened with the New Orleans Saints, it's roughly over $19 million, and we'll see what the cap ramifications as some of these deals become final and reported, and they factor in all the money. We'll see where it is. But yeah, this is the current list of people still available. I don't see Trey Hendrickson coming down here. I think that he wants to get a big bag. He's been trying to get a bag from Cincinnati for a while. He finally hits free agency. I think the Raiders is the spot for him. We'll see how this all goes, man, at the end of the day, man. But very positive stuff, man, for the New Orleans Saints, to be honest with you, man. All right, let's get some reaction from the family members out there, man, about some of these moves, man. Saints fill a lot of moves. They filled a lot of holes in free agency, man, just to keep it all the way funky with you. They really did fill some holes. They filled some holes, man. They answered some questions. They answered some questions. All right, anyway. All right, KT says, Q. What's up, KT? Shout out to my dog, KT says, Q, I'm not crying over free agent losses. I've lived through the 49ers releasing Jerry Rice. There you go. Good point on that. Tried to say to me, Alante, okay, yeah, I read that one. Thank you, bro. Yeah, I know. I seen that, KT. I'm really happy about that one, bro. Really happy about that one. I love to see our next move, Njoku or Goddard. Yeah, that'll be interesting. A veteran tight end that kind of helps steady the room. Like if you look at our tight ends, let me see if I can bring up our depth chart once again. And y'all can see firsthand the tight end situation because you can kind of address it and look at it for yourself. Like the tight end room right here, Juwan Johnson, Foster Moreau is a free agent, Taysom's a free agent, Jack Stahl's a free agent. So you have Matavo and a bunch of practice squad players. So you can reach for a tight end in the draft, but usually you want to, the Saints see something in Matavo, right? We seen how he played later on. Coach Kellen Moore was up on him. But if you're Saints, you definitely want to look at kind of adding a veteran with Juwan Johnson there as Matavo continues to develop. That could be a positive sign as well. So, we'll see how all that works, man. But in the end, it's still a good sign no matter how you slice it. We definitely got some more free agents to sign. All right. Big Boy says, thanks, Alante, for embracing and loving on the 504. We always will have a home for you. Now back to business. Let's go get what we need. So far, so good. I keep Davis and let Cam walk. I said keep Davis and let Cam walk. We need youth. Big Boy Seafood 360. Demario Davis is gone, brother. He signed a 2-year, not one, but 2-year, $22 million deal, I want to say it is, with the Jets. I don't know if you're aware of that, my brother, but yeah, he done. Yeah, it's over with. DeMario's gone. And so all we got is Cam, if you want to keep Cam, right? So there you go. 2-year, $22 million, 15 fully guaranteed. Shout out to Tom Conda. He got him a masterful deal, man. That's a good agent right there. All right. Jack says Taylor was good at following wide receiver, not covering. All right, Gundam. Shout out to my boy Gundam. Says, did the Saints sign both? Yes, they did. They did sign David Edwards. That he is officially a New Orleans Saint. As you can see right here, they kind of updated the player card right here. David Edwards is the new left guard of the black and gold, and he's in the building. So 4 years there, 5th round pick out of Wisconsin from the Rams, a solid player for the team. Who was solid there for the Bills. A lot of people, there was some inside baseball that Will Clapp played up there in Buffalo and was a teammate of Edwards. Now that Clapp is the assistant, he took Jari Evans' position. He's like an offensive line assistant. That he had some influence, whatever influence he possibly could have kind of promoted David Edwards to come to the city of New Orleans. Regardless of whatever it is, he's officially a left guard for the black and gold, and we are very proud to have him. Welcome aboard, David Edwards, and welcome to the black and gold. All right. Yeah. KT says Q calling Taylor a good player is a stretch. He was a good player. He wasn't no bad player. That's like calling Kool-Aid a good There go KT. There you go. All right. What's up, Kelvin? He says the Saints will draft a line. Yeah, that's the biggest hole right now, bro. Unless they get Quay Walker in free agency, he's still available, man. And like I said, I'm watching right here to see how it all turns. But Quay Walker is still available. Some list him as the best linebacker. You got Devin Lloyd that's out there. But the Saints were looking at him last year in trade, and they didn't offer enough. Do they turn around and get him in free agency? We'll see. What's up, Smoke says, thank you, Kool-Aid. Is not a true cornerback. Delane at number 8 will be, oh, man. Oh man, Mansour Delane, man, that would be solid, man. That's why I said when you have the 8th pick, there's so many places you can go with that pick, man. That's just like wow. You know, I'm an LSU guy, so I would love to see Delane with the fleur-de-lis on the side of his helmet. But you know, like I said, man, there's so many ways. At number 8, you're gonna have access to some of the top players in the draft. You know, you will have access to possibly the best linebacker in the draft. Maybe the second best pass rusher in the draft. The best lineman in the draft, the best running back in the draft, one of the best wide receivers in the draft, the best tight end in the draft, the best defensive tackle in the draft. So it's many best possibly, depending on who's, the best say. So it's different places. Like number 8 is a place where the Saints are not going to be this high in the draft for a while, you would hope, right? After we do what we do this year, the Saints should be in competition for the NFC South crown, getting our crown back. After letting Tampa hold it for 4 years or whatever it was, Carolina got it this past year. It's time for the Saints to take that back. So once you do that, the pressure is going to be on you to compete. Like it was a short honeymoon period. Honeymoon over. Right? You got Tyler Shuck, Saints spending real money. By what they did today by picking up and signing David Edwards and giving them that kind of money, family, and then, committing to getting Etienne $50 million for the running backs. What was it? $60 million or whatever it was for David. $61 million for David Edwards and $52 million for Travis Etienne Jr. That's starter level money. And on top of that, that means that's a commitment to the Saints. Like, man, we competing. We don't went from rebuilding to competing very fastly. So, that Mansour Delane at 8, man, I would absolutely love that, man. KT says Sonny Styles or Jordan. Sonny Styles, man. If Sonny Styles is available and you hadn't signed Quay Walker yet, if you hadn't signed him, man, Sonny Styles is hard to turn away, man. Hard to turn away from, right, fam? Sonny, he tore it up in the combine. I mean, he would be a phenomenal get for the Saints defense, man. You're talking about a star level player. And when you're at 8 like that, you gotta find, and you're on your board, you gotta get a bona fide star, because you're not going to be picking that high again for a while. So whoever you get there, you better make it count. You better make it count, baby. All right. Alonte says appreciate, bro, because we're not getting accurate information in Virginia again. All right. What's up? Shout out to my dog, Scoob, man. What it do, pimpin'? He said, I think Alonte got the money because he factors into the next version of the Legion of Boom with Gus Bradley. Yo, there you go. And listen, Scoob, you're right. Because if anybody could make that work, it would be Coach Gus Bradley. It would be him. So that could be, he sees something with this guy. And perhaps, is it a corner? Does he see it? I ain't see that safety position, but we'll see where they at with it though. But they see big plans for Alonte Taylor to give him $20 million a year for 3 years. Well, $20 million a year, that's $60 million, 42 guaranteed. Shout out to Alonte. That's a big come up for the man coming up off that rookie contract, right? All right. J to the P says, Q, what's going on with Kamara and I and Neal and Miller running back room? Well, bro, just to keep it all the way funky with you, let me pull up our depth chart right here so we can kind of refer to it. Because look right here where they are. They already have put some of these players in here. Let me see if I can restart this thing, refresh it. They've added all of the players to the offense. They hadn't put in David Edwards yet. But they did add in Travis Etienne. You can see him right here at RB1. Then you got Elvin, Kendre. Now, Elvin, we talked about this before. Elvin is on a 1 year prove it. Did they reworked Elvin's deal? He's on a remaining 1 year deal. I mean, the rest of his deal this year, and Kendre Miller's on the final year of his deal as well. So both Elvin and Kendre are on final years. Devin Neal coming into the second year of his 4-year rookie contract. All three of them coming off injury. So you bring in Etienne. Everybody is now behind him. Alvin Kamara is no longer the fulcrum point of the Saints offense anymore. Of course, he will help, if he's still here, because like I said before, and shout out to Cat Terrell and several other insiders believe that Alvin Kamara is not going to be here. It's possible. Them working this agreement, but some people, and I think Kat's one of them, she believes that Alvin won't make it to the training camp. They think that the Saints might do something else. Me personally, I hope that Alvin Kamara remains, because you can never have too many, good running backs, right? Because remember, we got down to our fourth and fifth string running backs last year. We still have Audric Estime. He's still on the team. Remember last year we also had the other running back, but we got down to like our fourth and fifth string running back. So having a running back room that's deep helps. So, you have Kamara and Miller on feasible on final year deals. Why rock the boat unless the Saints see an economic component there that benefits them, because they already have the new featured running back in the system is Travis Etienne Jr. He's the featured back. Alvin Kamara is no longer the featured back in the system. Kellen Moore made the commitment. They're paying that man $50+ million over the next 40 years to be the featured back. That's not backup money. That's starter level money. And they hammered that man right away in the first day of free agency. So that shows a lot on what they're looking. So we'll just see how it all works going forward, fam. But this is the current run right here that we dealing with. Thanks for the question. All right, Phenomenal LeBruce says, I think the linebacker position will be filled tomorrow. You're probably right, bro. We'll see. Still a lot of time in that. Tragic said that's just one aspect, Taylor's ability to blitz in the system, but what about the numerous blow-up hits that resulted in missed tackles that led to third? Yeah, you make a point, Kate, on that, Tragic. He has some stuff to work on. Katie says, Q, just let Staley build a true 34 defense with a young, fast, athletic players, NFL line. So, yeah, well, he didn't commit to that. Now, his thing was, what was the base defense? They said it was a 34 defense. But how often y'all seen the 34 defense employed? The Saints had a modified nickel defense a lot of times. They started gathering success later on in the year because they got the rotations together. If y'all remember, they had some really good reserve defensive linemen that are not getting a lot of respect. When you talk about Chris Rump II, Jonah Williams, Jonathan Bullard, and guys like that, those guys were solid reserves that kept guys fresh. They would come in, make plays, especially Jonah Williams. The Saints was using Jonah Williams on the inside, outside, whatever he was doing, and he got a couple of sacks last year. He was a very solid and cheap veteran that you want to kind of bring back and do this thing. That's why I'm really surprised about them doing what they did when they signed the defensive tackle back. I was really surprised by that, because I thought that ultimately the Saints would probably go in a different direction with John Ridgeway. I thought John Ridgeway was the least popular option of the Saints interior nose tackle types. You had Divine Gacho. You had Christian Boyd in the final year of his career. And Divine Gacho could be still, they got to restructure him. He could be a cap casualty. We don't know. But he got 1 year left on the deal that he got coming over from the Patriots. And the Saints got to restructure it or do something else. Christian Boyd in the final year of his deal. And then John Ridgeway was a player that we traded for the Commanders for. I thought that, with Ridgeway, he was the back end guy, but they end up giving him the money and say, well, John Ridgeway is the guy. He's a big interior force there for him. And They made a financial contribution to him. Now you still have Divine Gacho. You still have Nate Shepard. You don't forget that you will be getting back Vernon Brockton, who's a raw 3rd round selection. The Saints picked up last year, and they picked Vernon Brockton. I was like, damn. But that was really on the defensive line coach who was advocating for Vernon Brockton. He got hurt last year, and they're expecting him to step up and have a pretty decent year. So we'll see. So with that being said, man, we'll see, man. We'll see how it all activates. But like I said, you're starting to see a little peaks in what the Saints got going on here. So it's very interesting to say the least. All right, we got some more quarterback stuff. Let me kind of break it down. Some more stuff happening in free agency on the show. For the family members listening, man, we over our second hour, man, on free agency Monday. Y'all feel free to hit the like button, man. Y'all do me a service by hitting the like button. If you're not a sub, hit the sub button and sub up to the Coma. On our chase to 15,000 on the sub side of things, man. Help us out there. All right, this is the latest. It's the Bears are re-signing Case Keenum. 2 years, $5.5 million deal with a max value of $8 million. They're recommitting to the backup behind their starter up there. These are one of the top guys remaining. Mafi reaches agreement on a 3-year deal to replace, I guess, you have Trey Hendrickson leaving. And the Bengals say, hey, man, let's just go ahead and get the Seahawks former edge rusher. And they gave him a 3-year deal, and I'm pretty sure they'll release the contract and let us know what's going on with that. The Packers released their backup center and 2-time Pro Bowler center Elgton Jenkins. So the Packers making some move. They let their center go. And like we're saying, we got a few guys right here that was where are you at? One of the top edge rushers there that was listed on the board. And some of these guys are starting to fall off. So moves are still being made as we keep this thing moving and grooving, fam. So whether Saints have more today is yet to be determined. All right, Slow Lane said, I wouldn't be surprised if Trey Hendrickson come back. That's pricey. That's a price tag, bro. He's in like I said, a lot of the reason why I'm saying the Raiders, there's certain teams, man, that got a bunch of. The Raiders have a ton of cap. They got a ton of cap space, fam. They got a ton of cap space. Let me show y'all what the cap space look like right here. Take a look at this graphic right here. And that's showing you who's going to be the players. And the Raiders already signed some people. But look at the cap situation, what the Raiders have had coming into Monday. 111.9 plus at the cap. The Titans, 88.4, which they gave Alante $20 million a year, 40 something guaranteed on a 3-year agreement. The Commanders are third. The Chargers, Seahawks, Jets, and all these teams have been active. The Cardinals, the Bengals just signed somebody. You got the Patriots, the Niners, the Broncos, Texans, Chiefs, Colts, Bucks, Saints. Steelers been making moves too and trying to improve their defense, man. With Mike McCarthy stepping in there, they're trying to improve that defensive side of things. So these are some of the moves. That's why I was saying that if you look at the top here, the Raiders are a team that's going to be swinging for the fences to make stuff happen. You know, we way down at 18-9 according to this. But look what the Raiders are dealing with, right? They don't have they got rid of Geno. You know, they traded Max Crosby. They traded him to the Ravens for 2 first-round picks. So those were 2 pricey players. So then the Raiders with Clint Kubiak as the new head coach, and I think Joe Woods is the defensive coordinator. And y'all correct me if I'm wrong. But the Raiders, Titans, and Commanders, the Raiders head and shoulders above teams this year with Clint Kubiak opening the bank book for the Raiders to bring whoever he wants in there. He already signed wide receivers. A wide receiver. He signed the best center, Lindenbaum. He made him the richest center in the history of the NFL. So I mean, He understands what it takes to win, that he got to have a solid offensive line. You got a fantastic running back out there. You got a fantastic tight end. You added a really good wide receiver there. They're going to add some more pieces in the draft. They're not done in free agency. They're going to add some more talent there. So they got all this money and high picks in the draft. The Raiders could bounce and flip this thing fast depending on, how they maneuver. So that's why I was saying about Trey Hendrickson. You lose a guy like Max, who was the main force on their defensive line. You got to replace him with somebody, right? Trey Hendrickson is the top pass rusher available. He's not going nowhere for cheap. He's been trying to get paid with the Bengals for a while now, and he's into free agency, and he won't budge unless he gets the proper contract. He's been disgruntled for a while about his money. So I'm thinking it more than likely will be either one of these two top teams. You're looking at anywhere between the Raiders, Titans, and Commanders. They got the most money to spend. Perhaps Seattle gets them, maybe the Jets. We'll see what they do, man. The Saints, the Jets already with Aaron Glenn up there, they have several Saint players that signed contracts to play with the Jets. David Onyemata, he's now with the Jets. He signed a 1-year deal, $10 million. Demario Davis on a 2-year deal is going up there. They traded for Minka from the Fitzpatrick from the Dolphins. Could Cam be headed up there? Would Trey Hendrickson be headed up there? I don't know. They're still early on and anything possible in this crazy ass situation. And just speaking of just now, fam, they got a pass rusher. The Commanders signed a pass rusher, and it's a 4-year deal with the edge rush Owe, who's a former Charger defensive end. He reached an agreement on a 4-year, $100 million deal, $68 million guaranteed to join the Commanders. So you see, once again, the Commanders are the third team on this list in terms of having the money. So that's why I was saying they swing it for the fences. But Trey Hendrickson is still available on that list, right? And also the Cowboys, they couldn't get Alante because he was going to the Titans, but they got Jalen Thompson, the former Cardinal safety. The Cowboys are bringing him into their situation. 3 years, $36 million. They get a safety there to help out on that defense. That offense, we know they tagged Pickens. They were pretty good. I know they re-signed a running back. They're trying to fix up the defense and add some more value there. There's the Cowboys trying to turn things around and compete while they have the time frame. So that's some of the latest moves right there. You can see Jalen Thompson signs with the Cowboys. We're seeing that the former Chargers defensive end Owe is reaching an agreement with the go-to Jaden Daniels Washington Commanders club. So that's some of the latest moves. But I tell you, guys are tearing it up right now, man. They're trying to improve, man. Teams trying to get somewhere. All right. J-Rock says, Alante is gone now. If I'm the Saints, I'm focused on Bud Clark in the draft. I believe that move will give versatility to the secondary. All right. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that as well. Tragic says, I think we now, meaning need edge rusher with the first pick. Leaning. Okay, I got you. Leaning. Put in the chat who you thinking. Tragic. I know y'all saying we need this, but put the name with it. Kelvin says, do the Saints still get those picks for losing Alante Taylor? Oh, you mean the compensatory picks? We talked about that on the breakdown on several of our of the reports that I did over the last month or so on Alante Taylor, and they only get compensation if, according to that 50, I think it's the 50-50 rule or the cancellation rule, something like that. That it mentions that you, based on who you signing, like if you lose a high profile player, starter like Alante Taylor, and you don't replace them, or add players to your team that are high quality or on that route, then that affects the compensatory selection that you would get for losing Alante Taylor. So it's based on your incoming free agents and how much you're spending for them, right? That's how they put that stuff together. So that's yet to be determined because we're still trying to work out who the Saints bring in. Now, we We've thrown out 2 really big deals, right? We got the offensive lineman from the Buffalo Bills who is making $60+ million. We got a running back that's making $50+ million. So, we have to factor all that in. What's up, T-Ray? Thank you, brother, for becoming a member. Thank you. Shout out to T-Ray.
Thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
Shout out to T-Ray. Welcome to the fam. Appreciate you, T-Ray. We got a new member of the fam. All right. Mr. Kentrell Williams says, okay, Dean. Okay, N'Kobe Dean. All right. Yeah. Is he available? I think he is available. All right. Here go another one, fam, that just popped up on 49ers assigning offensive tackle for Darian Lowe to a 2-year, $12 million max contract at $5.75 million guaranteed. So the 49ers trying to beef up that offensive line. Remember, they picked up Mike Evans. So Brock Purdy has Mike Evans there, and man, that could be something special. If Mike Evans is healthy and Purdy's throwing to him, that can wake him up again. That can wake him up again. All right, Cap says Walker decent, Lloyd even better. All right, yeah. You like Devin Lloyd. All right. All right, Nola Black says, man, Kool-Aid is a good corner. He had a good year. Look at them. People, and see what the thing is, bro, and we had some joking going on last year because Kool-Aid was getting cooked. Kool-Aid, he didn't look prepared early on. A lot of them didn't. But he got better later on in the year. He latched down and did it. But he is still room for improvement for all of our cornerbacks. Quincy Riley, Kool-Aid McKinstry, these are young guys. So if you're the New Orleans Saints, do you then, in free agency, with Alontae Taylor being gone, do you then pivot and say, let's see if we can get a veteran in here? Now, they still have, if you have those guys, Quincy Riley and Kool-Aid McKinstry there, the third guy has to be Isaac Yiadom. Right, he's in the second year of that $9 million deal the Saints signed for 3 years. Is he a factor in the future, or is he a situation where the Saints are going to self-correct? Right, meaning he lost his job to Quincy Riley. He was a very expensive veteran that was playing a dime role. There. So what do? Do you then bring slide Yiadom up into that position? And he was giving up. You want to talk about Kool-Aid McKinstry. Boy, Isaac Yiadom, if you got smoke, throw it at Isaac Yiadom. If people were throwing at Isaac Yiadom, they were catching the ball. You were complete. If you threw over there 20 times, you was going to get a catch 19 times. That's why he got benched. But they made a bad call. See, they were trying to go and get another cornerback. They couldn't get him, and they didn't pivot to Yiadom. But the reality is, do the Saints stay with Yiadom? I know eventually they got to either restructure his deal or whatever they're going to do with him. But how do you adjust that? Do you go into the draft and get you a cornerback there, or do you kind of go into free agency and see if you can find you a cornerback that can come in and help you? Because quite a few cornerbacks have already come off the board, for the Saints. So how do you make sense of that? How do you handle that, going forward? Because Alontae Taylor's position, even though he played the star position, he was a starter for you. And at some point, you're going to have to replace him or is there another player in the secondary currently that the Saints have an idea that they want to kind of move in that role? This is the stuff that you kind of look at. And I'm pretty sure the Saints had an opportunity to kind of look this stuff over, family, because they knew ultimately they weren't going to be able to afford some of these players. They knew it. We knew Alontae Taylor was going to be gone. There's a possibility that Demario Davis could be gone. Cam could be gone. The talks broke down with Cam and the Saints leading up into free agency. Cam wants a certain amount of money. The Saints said no. So they allowed Cam to set his value on the market to see if they can reach it. But it could be a situation where we could lose all of these guys. I know it's tough to think about, but this is the reality in the NFL. One moment you got them, one moment you don't. BS walks. So it'll be interesting to see how they adjust to it, because are you guys comfortable with Demario Davis with him gone, Are you happy with Pete Werner and Danny Stutzman as your starting inside linebackers? See, the whole dynamic changes then, because those guys were co-starters next to DeMario last year. Now they full starters. Are you comfortable with that? Who's the leading linebacker now? Who's that guy that's calling them the protections, the plays, situating people now in that defense? Who's that guy? Now, you've had DeMario here for a while, and Pete Werner is a smart player here, but somebody got to take that role in the Saints defense, right? Are you comfortable with Pete Werner or Stutzman doing that? That's the question. You know, these are the things. That's why I said as soon as DeMario left, I was like, yeah, linebacker's going to be an issue right there. Because, and why would it be? It's like, okay, Q, you don't like Werner? Do you not like I like Stutzman. I like Werner, but we need a more athletic player there. And it was the reason why, right? The Saints were looking at Quay Walker last year trying to trade for him, right, family? Remember that last year? There was a reason why they were trying to get Quay Walker last year. He fits with what they got going on. Staley knows how to use him, his speed. You know, he and the guy's good, you know. But he can be even better with the Saints, to be honest with you, man, and what he brings. And Coach Staley believes that he can do some stuff. We didn't offer him a high enough pick, so Green Bay rebuffed it. But the bottom line is, in the end, he's available now, whether the Saints pull the horns or not. But I do think middle linebacker is the biggest need you have right now. You already saw us. That's how fast this happened. You already got the left guard. You got the punter. And I was thinking about drafting the punter, but they got a really good punter in Ryan Wright. You got the guard in Edwards. Then you get a running back, or RB1. I was thinking a guy who you bring in like a Tyler Algieri, somebody that helps out until you get Jeremiah Love, something like that. The Saints like, nah, this guy fits with what we got going on in Etienne Jr. So, linebacker, to me, inside linebacker is the biggest need the Saints have. Then the second need would be looking for a cornerback. I would have to say cornerback, because you got to some kind of way replace what Alontae Taylor does, or a guy that can do something similar in Coach Staley's defense. So just that fast, the defense becomes the needed situation, and that's how it's supposed to work when you solving problems. You go from 1 to you solving problems. Now let's go on down, because that linebacker position, that wasn't your top guy, that wasn't the top stuff, but you solving problems going down. That's how you're supposed to do it, baby. All right. So anyway, Kelvin says, Sonny, yeah, Styles makes sense to me. Smoke says, what's up, Smoke? Says, Delane can be what Lat was to shut down. Love Delane. I think he would be awesome for the Saints. So many places you can go with that 8 pick. So many places you can go with that 8 pick. Big physical cornerback. He would do really well with Delane, Kool-Aid, and Pulse and Quincy Riley. You talking about a young secondary that's going to be wrecking, man. That will be terrific. But it's so many different places. It's just a shame we don't have more than one top 10 pick. You know, that is so many great players that we can pick at inside that top 10. All right, what's up, Steel Bill? Shout out to you, fam. Appreciate you. Yeah, or she says Alante Smokehouse. Okay. See why you do that, Rugaroo? Rugaroo says, "Hey Q, Delane a stud, but over Downs. Now you're introducing some thought to it, brother. Man, listen. That's why I was saying it's like being at a buffet and all of your favorite foods up on the buffet, and they like, man, listen, you got 5 minutes to pick one of these dishes. Which one you gonna eat? And you got 5 minutes to make your plate. You know, where you gonna go over there and get the steak? You gonna go get the crawfish etouffee? You know, what you gonna do? How you gonna do? That's like at the buffet line. You like, man, I don't know. You don't know what to do, because all of them are great options, man. But Caleb Downs is to me my most favorite defensive back in this draft, because he fits what the Saints do hand in glove. You're talking about Alontae Taylor, star role. This guy would fit that to perfection. Now, I like Delane because Delane's a cornerback. He's an LSU guy. But if you're talking about really looking to get somebody that could fill the star role like Alontae and then excel at it, meaning that he'll become a more superb tackler, this guy has the potential to become a multi-year Pro Bowler for you in time. He can basically become, he can gravitate and become a legitimate star in your defense. That's how talented it is, because he can play that corner role, he can play the safety role. He'll get interception, something that Alontae didn't do for us. And Downs would do, he would be phenomenal in the Saints secondary. He would. I ain't gonna lie to you. I studied the tape on him. Man, I'm telling you, fam, he would be, he can do that role to perfection. He would excel in that role. So yeah, Downs, yeah, that to me, man, the tape on Downs is phenomenal, man. Them Ohio State guys, man, it's crazy work. Those Ohio State guys that's coming out, the Styles and Downs, these guys could play. They could play. Yeah, so it'll be interesting, bro. But it's like I said, it's like being at a buffet line and you like looking, man, they got crawfish etouffee over there. Man, they got some, what else they got? They got some pasta. They got some chicken over there. They got some steakums. You know, you looking at just think about it, all your favorite food that's sitting over there and they telling you got one plate in 5 minutes. You can't get everything. You got to pick one. What you going to do? You see what I'm saying? That's how what kind of choice it is. All right. What's up, Jason? Shout out to you, my brother. Good to see you, man. Yeah, I'll tell you, that's how it is, man. I hate to bring it to food. Y'all know I like to eat. But I'm just saying, man, that's how I liken it too, because I studied these guys. Man, it's just so many good ones, man. That's why it's like, if you're up there with that 8 pick, you got to make it count. So the Saints got to build the board correctly. And then when they get to that position, then you pick the best player available and try not to reach and get a good player. Because whatever they do, they're going to land a stud there, man. You got to if you're the Saints. They've been doing a good job drafting lately, you know. All right. KT says, Q, after the Super Bowl, do you still think Will Campbell is better than... Come on, KT, man. Not based on the Super Bowl, bro, but during the year, he was solid. He was a good, solid blindside tackle. He got it handed to him in the Super Bowl. But watch how he responds. The question is how Will Campbell will respond after him being spotlighted for how bad he was in the Super Bowl. He got it handed to him by Seattle. You know, I ain't gonna lie to you. They ate his lunch. And then when he tried to go back there and fix something else, they ate that too. And he left out of there he left out of there hungry with his belly growling. They took his lunch and his backup lunch. He didn't get a cup of water. So, I mean, how does Will Campbell respond to how he got handled in the bowl? So, Kelvin Banks Jr. to me is a special talent. He had some struggles. Will Campbell, in a rookie campaign, ended up being a blindside tackle of a Super Bowl team, got it handed to him in the game. How does he respond, man? That'll say a lot about Will Campbell. But I still think they're both phenomenal. But I'm gonna go with my guy, Kelvin Banks Jr. Even though Campbell's LSU, man, I still say that he'll respond in time. All right, shout out to KT. Yeah, that's for Patreon and I got a new one coming up for y'all soon, fam. All right, J to the P said, thanks, Q, for breaking down running back room. Alvin Kamara, gone, sad, but I like it. Yeah, we don't exactly know. We don't exactly know if that is indeed what's going on right now in terms of, but this is what Cat Turl and the insiders believe when they reworked his contract. They figured that, he could be a player that might not make it if the Saints feel like they need to free up more money, so to speak. That type of situation is still available if the team so chooses to use it. Me personally, I hope that's not the case, that we keep Elvin and Kendre and Devin Neal. Well, Devin Neal's on the contract. He's on in the second year, but both Miller and Elvin is it's under 1 year. They have 1 year remaining on their deals. But hopefully we can keep these guys here. And then again, it depends on what the Saints do in the draft. Because what if the Saints appease all of their moves? They go into it, they sign a cornerback that replaces Alontae Taylor in free agency. They sign Quay Walker to replace Demario Davis in free agency. And then, you know, they go in, pick up a veteran wide receiver for the room. They get a veteran tight end. You see what I'm saying? And then you go into the draft with the BPA, best player available approach. And then you pick whoever you want, whoever's high on your board. A lot of people have Jeremiah Love high on the board. What if the Saints combo Jeremiah Love with Etienne? He's like, damn, why would they spend $50 million and to go to bring Love in? Because guys get hurt. You got a featured back there, but you like to have a running back room to help out. So you never know how stuff can go. You always want to have two options there and not totally over rely on one player. If you can have a game changing running back like Love, and you appease all your needs, and you go and you do that, then that only makes you better, right? It opens up options for you. Because I mean, let's just be honest, the guy is going to be that love is going to be awesome. I mean, you never can have too many weapons for Tyler. So he just turn around and hand the ball off to Etienne. Shit, you can use Etienne and Jeremiah Love in the same backfield if you want to. Shit, you can have Etienne spread out like a wide receiver, like we talked about using Alvin Kamara. You can do different things. It opens up options, and options are good, right? Options are always good, right? They're good. And speaking of options, we're gonna go back there in a minute. But look what are the Falcons doing? The Falcons got a new quarterback, family. Do you want to see who it is, boys and girls? It is Tua Tagovailoa plans to sign a 1 year deal with the Falcons. The move now give the Falcons two left-handed quarterbacks, Tua and Michael Penix. Penix is coming into the 2026 season. Adam Schefter. Isn't that Tua? Not Kyler Murray, but Tua is headed to the Falcons. Boy, you won't talk about moves. The Raiders also signed a defensive end, or signing Colts former pass rusher Kwity Paye to a $16 million deal. So that's some of the stuff to talk about right here. The Falcons. Hey. Falcons, boy, I tell you. Here goes some compensatory pick information too, fam. One of the family members just asked me about the compensatory pick draft system. Let me kind of bring it up for you guys right here, as you can see on screen. Right now, it's showing you. Let me see if I can kind of zoom in for you guys right here so we can get close up on it. And see if I can do it. Yeah, there we go. All right, there you go. This year's NFL compensatory draft picks. You see them listed right here. Rounds 3, you got that picks: Minnesota, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Jacksonville, so on and so forth. And you can see a 4th round pick, 36 through 136 for New Orleans. This is this year's NFL compensatory draft picks. So the 4th rounds, so the Saints 4th round picks, 36 to 136. So there it is right there being listed straight off the bat, just to let y'all know, man, that there it is. So we acquired a 4th round compensatory pick. It's listed, as you can see right here. The New Orleans Saints right here. 4th round pick. It'll be between 36 and 136 for New Orleans Saints. 4th round compensatory pick for this season. So there you go, fam. Some information for you in terms of the black and gold. And things just keep getting better for us and worse for the Falcons. That's how you know we about to take this thing. How the Falcons end up getting Tua? I need to ask Lo about that. You went from one injured quarterback to another. I thought this guy was going to retire, man. This guy had almost more concussions than Troy Aikman, man. How is this man still allowed to play in the NFL? I just don't understand. But they picked that guy to be the team. He up here picking Tua to be the backup while Michael Penix on the shelf. Okay. Boy, you can't make it up. You can't make it up. All right. Big ups to y'all, man, as we keep this thing going. Smoke says, Q, you believe Kool-Aid could play The slot, I don't know if he could play the slot, bro. I would keep him outside, man, to be honest with you. But, the Saints do have options. We still got some money to play with. We'll see what they address, man, but I would keep him outside. I wouldn't mix him up. I would allow him to develop where he is. I wouldn't tamper with anything going on with him, bro. All right, Tragic said, I like the player Jonah Williams down the stretch. We were getting disappointed in Brissy. Yeah, indeed. That's what I was saying, bro. I was surprised that they gave that 2-year contract, man, to John Ridgeway. They gave him a 2-year deal at $6.2 million. That breaks down at $3.1 million a year. $3 million a year, which means he'll be a factor in the rotation. I was surprised by that because I thought that the Saints would go in a different direction. John Ridgeway is a decent a defensive tackle. He really is. Big guy, 6'7", something, 6'6", 320 pounds, something like that. I was really surprised, but I thought they'll pivot and go to like Jonah Williams or, some of these guys that really did solid stuff for us. Like it was 3 rotational defensive ends that really helped the Saints that deserve contracts. I'm going to say it again. Chris Rump II, who was really big in a reserve role that kept everybody fresh and firing on all cylinders. Jonah Williams and Jonathan Bullitt. Those guys were huge for the Saints in their rotation. They were huge. All right, what's up, Student? Shout out to Student. All right, big ups to you. Trey, how you doing? Trey Sutherland, much love, fam. Who that to you? Appreciate you as well. Y'all grade the signings today, man. What y'all think about the Saints signings today? Maybe I should get my little. Matter of fact, let me do that. Let me get my poll up so I can get y'all perspectives and what y'all think about the Saints signings today. There's a lot of really good. I'm very happy about these signings today, fam. I ain't gonna tell you no different. Very happy about these signings. These signings were wonderful signings for the Saints today. They did a phenomenal job today, handling the business. I got to give it to the team. The Saints did a wonderful job today in signings, family. I got to keep it real with you. They got the biggest hole on the team was the left guard position. They got it full. They got a featured running back of the future, along with Elvin Kamara and Kendre Miller on the 1-year deals. Then they were able to pick up and get a punter of the future. And people like you, what's up with the punter? He. I see people online just laughing about the fact that the Saints got a punter. Man, how silly is folks? How silly. They're like, we got a punter. You putting money on the punter. I'm like, yeah. But you'll be the same jerk sitting up here complaining and bitching about the punter punting the ball 20 yards down the field. Remember that? That happened several times last year, by the way. The punter boomed the punt 20 yards down the field. But this guy averaging almost 50 yards a punt. But he. He signed the punter today. Silly ass people. Yeah, man, the man signed the punter because you need a punter. You know how bad your special teams was last year? See, all it is offensive defense. People don't be thinking about none of that shit until offense fail. We need a field goal. Or he missed the damn field goal. You got a punter on the other end, and he punted the ball 30 yards upfield. I mean, the guy wasn't very good. We've been having issues at that level. Just like Cat made a great observation. Cat Terrell said that we had a issue. We had a rotating situation at the left guard position. Lucas Patrick, Dylan Reduns, those guys were backup offensive linemen that we had playing like they were starters. No. And the reason was, I guess the Saints simply didn't have the money at the time to go and get a decent starter at the position. But now, they opened up some money and they were able to go and get the best guard in free agency in David Edwards. So you pay him $60 million a year for 4 years. You bring him on here, you plug him right on in. That's a legitimate bona fide starter. And like I said, fam, can we think about the last time that the Saints were able to get the best player in the position in free agency, y'all hit me with that one. I want to kind of rattle y'all brains on thinking about that. Great Saint think tank. Y'all tell me when was the last time, because I don't think it was recent. Now, usually we got Chase Young, but remember we got Chase Young because the Carolina Panthers, he failed the physical with the Carolina Panthers. That's how you ended up with Chase Young, so he don't count. I'm going to take him right off the board from you. When was the last time? This is what I'm saying. The Saints got the best guard in free agency. When is the last time you seen a New Orleans Saints team recently get the best player in the free agency cycle and bring him on to the team? Once again, Chase Young does not count because Chase Young was a guy that was considered one of the best pass rushers, but he failed the physical for Carolina. That's how he got to the visit to the Saints, and the Saints signed him, and they knew he was hurt and then allowed him to rehab and then bring him, because remember they signed him, he had a neck issue. He had a neck, something wrong with his neck area. And I was like, people was happy, and then they said they signed him. And then the next day, the information came out about the neck problem. And that just stole all of the funk away from it. It just dissipated the energy, until he was able to prove to you that it was a signing that actually worked out. So it's one of those situations that, see, they're saying Grubbs. That was the last time. Brandon, come on, Ro. Brandon Browner, dog. Brandon, no, what's that long ago? Drew Brees. What Drew wasn't considered the best quarterback. I guess it was if it was Miami, they said it was Culpepper. Because they remember Miami, because Drew was trying to get to Miami. It was Nick Saban running the Miami Dolphins. He was there for 2 years when he left our LSU Tigers. He went and took the pro job. He was the general manager and head coach for the Miami Dolphins for 2 years. Drew Brees left San Diego. The Saints made him an offer. He went to Miami to hear what they had to say. The reports indicated that it was up to Nick Saban to decide on whether it was going to be Drew Brees or Dante Culpepper. And Saban chose Dante Culpepper. And that set the history for the New Orleans Saints, because Drew then came to New Orleans and then it was over with. Records, Super Bowl, all of that. One decision impacted your future that hard, boy, I'll tell you what. But it could be very well Drew Brees. That's the last time that happened. Wow. Demario Davis. I don't know if Demario Davis was the top guy on the market. Darren Sharper. Yeah, that's going back. James Laurinaitis. He was good with the Rams. He wasn't shit for us. Ben Grubbs for guard and Bird that's boy, those were awful players for us. When Grubbs. I remember Grubbs. Grubbs wasn't all that to talk about. Jarvis Bird was awful for us. Yeah, so anyway, the bottom line is, fam, y'all naming it, but these are Eli Apple. Didn't we trade for Eli Apple? We traded for Eli Apple. Didn't we trade with the Giants to get Eli? We traded for them at the deadline to get him. I'm talking about acquiring in free agency, which means signing a player. Shockey. You see, y'all guys going way back. But the point is, it hadn't happened in a while. That's the whole point, right? It hadn't happened in a while for us to get the best player at the position in free agency, which shows you a change here, because they are pivoting toward not being, in terms of like being patient with the rebuild. Like the first year was it, right? The first year was it. The honeymoon's over with. Second year, you spending $50 million on running back, $60 million on offensive lineman, 14 on the punter, all this other kind of stuff, and then we still got people to buy or pay for or to sign rather. Things change, fam. They are changing. The Saints are looking to compete for the NFC South, and I am happy that they will do that, baby. Anyway, let me kind of put this up here, man, this poll here. Give me just a second, fam. Let me put this poll here for you guys here, man, and see what your thoughts on it right now. What do y'all think about the Falcons, man? The Falcons are signing Tua Tagovailoa. How do y'all feel about this? OG Jerry, I know you in here, man. The Falcons find Tua. Boy, are you crazy? Hold on, fam. Let me put this poll in here for y'all. Hold on just a second. Let me get this poll up for you guys. Yeah, this is great, man. This is the kind of energy that you want to see your team, operating with, fam. This is the kind of energy you want to see. For the family members listening on other platforms, if you want to get your vote in, come on over to YouTube, man, and get your vote in, and let us know how you feel, and we'll recap that poll toward the back of the broadcast, man, to let you know. So a lot of things been happening, man, going on right now. But currently, just to do a quick recap of what's happening with our black and gold today, the Saints have done a wonderful job today. The poll is up right now. Y'all feel free to check it out. It says grade. Let me see how is it? Grade the Saints' day in free agency: A, B, C, or D or lower. 4 options. You guys tell us, or tell me rather, what you think about this whole thing. I think it's phenomenal, to be honest. I think it's excellent. Anyway, let's kind of get into it, man. Let's do a brief recap of the signings for those who might not have heard about what the New Orleans Saints did today in terms of free agency. The New Orleans Saints did ultimately sign the best guard in free agency, in my estimation, David Edwards, to a 4-year deal estimated at $61 million. 4 years, $61 million. Saints spending out the big bucks. Saints knew they needed to invest in their offensive line. Not only do they have a young quarterback to protect, but they identified the run game as one of the biggest problems. And yes, it was. New Orleans is set out to fix that, not only adding running back Travis Etienne Jr., but solidifying the left guard spot by signing Edwards. The left guard spot has been filled by a series of short-term investments, Lucas Patrick, Dylan Reduntz. Over the last few years, now the Saints have shown they're serious about fortifying the interior of the offensive line. Mr. David Edwards, welcome to the Who Dat Nation. Travis Etienne Jr., the former Jacksonville Jaguar running back, will be signing a 4-year, $52 million deal. The Saints needed to add more playmakers. That's the key word. Playmakers to their offense, and Etienne, who's a Louisiana native, can also catch passes. He rushed for over 1,100 yards, 7 rushing touchdowns with the Jags last year, and caught 36 passes for almost 300 yards and 6 touchdowns. Adding Etienne, who's 27, is a sign of the transition that could be taking place in the Saints running back room moving forward. Longtime running back AK-41 Alvin Kamara, who's 30, has finished the past 2 seasons injured. He's definitely RB1. When you pay a guy $52 million over 4 years, he's RB1. This is your featured back. The really polarizing thing about this family is the fact that the Saints, that you can see it's a passing of the guard now, right? We expected it to happen, but we're seeing it. Demario Davis is gone. Cam Jordan could be gone. Alvin Kamara is no longer the feature back of the Saints offense. So you're seeing a transition take place right in front of you, whether Alvin Kamara makes it into training camp or the Saints decide to free him up prior to it. Regardless or not, he's no longer the featured running back in the Saints offense. Anytime you pay a guy $52 million over 4 years, he becomes RB1. This is Kellen Moore's offense now, with Tyler Shuck at the helm. Very interesting, man. It's just a sign of the times. A lot of these great players are getting ready to go elsewhere. DeMario is gone already. And of course, we talk about the punter, Ryan Wright. The Saints signed Ryan Wright to a 4-year, $14 million deal that includes $8 million guaranteed, according to ESPN's Adam Schefter. A punter might not be the most exciting free agent signing, but the position one of the Saints' biggest needs this offseason. Kai Kroger averaged 37.3 yards, net yards per punt, which ranked among the bottom of the league. Saints struggled before that, cycling through Matt Hayball, y'all remember that dude, Lou Hedley, y'all remember that dude, and Blake Gillikin. Y'all remember that dude. So it's a similar situation that we seen happen with the left guard spot. We talk about Redunce and Lucas Patrick. And then there was another dude that we signed to that year that played the position because those guys kept getting hurt. But the bottom line is there's no longer a rotating door there when you commit money like this to the position. Now that Ryan Wright comes in, he's a guy that they make the investment. It's a 4-year. Now remember, all these signings are 4-year window. It's a 4-year window to compete. So you got the Saints pressing over the next 4 years because Tyler becomes 30 he'll turn 30 in 4 years. So this is the window in which the Saints have to compete, and you give this man, you give Tyler Shuck, you give him everything he needs to compete. That's how you handle the business. So investing in the position makes sense instead of going through another training camp job for backups. Is one less thing you have to worry about, right? And I think that's the best thing for Kellen Moore. You don't have to worry about this year trying to find a house, trying to get situation, trying to find a staff. Nobody left, right? That I think, yeah. Well, your boy left, Jari Evans, who was the assistant offensive line coach. Will Clapp replaced him. But you didn't have a lot of turnover from your coaching staff, so you didn't have to worry about those things like you had last year. Last year you had everything. You had to worry about where you was going to stay, who was your quarterback, implementing a new offense, finding out this guy, that guy. Now you understand who's belong on this team, what you want the team. You got an identity now. You got this. You got you. I ain't gonna say you're in cruise control mode, but it's not quite as hectic as it was last year, right? The Saints are sitting actually pretty good. Now you do have Carolina that's making some moves, trying to handle some stuff as well. But at the bottom line, the Saints are, with this kind of investment family, the Saints are serious about competing now. We had the honeymoon last year, honeymoon over with. It's time to step in there and take possession of the NFC South again. They believe Tyler Shuck is the man. We believe it, you believe it. And now they're giving them weapons. They're giving them a blocker. They solidifying the line. We're not done yet. It's just day number 1. Very good. Very happy with that. And of course, John Ridgeway III, this is the Saints backup defensive tackle. Saints re-signed him to a 2-year, $6.2 million deal. New Orleans acquired Ridgeway for a day 3 pick and has been a depth type player for the past couple of years. Ridgeway missed a significant portion of last year while on IR, but he returns to the defensive line rotation as a backup in depth for their run defense. Now I was kind of surprised by them committing to John Ridgeway because I thought they were going a different direction with different people, but we'll see how this impacts Divine Gacho. We know we still have Vernon Brockton, who they see as a defensive end. I call him a defensive line. You can move him inside, outside. He's a big question mark in Vernon Brockton, what he could do. He's extremely raw. Can he help the Saints in some kind of capacity come into next year? We know Brian Brucey has to step up his production as well. He's coming off an injury. So the Saints trying to keep that tough run stuff unit together, and John Ridgeway was one of those guys. So these are the 4 moves the Saints have made up to this moment. You guys are now current and up to the date with all of the moves currently that the New Orleans Saints have made. Now we're going to put it back on the screen of what has happened while I was talking about that. I talked about the Falcons getting Tua as their quarterback as well. Tyler and Gardner Minshew is headed to Arizona, right? So he signed a 1-year deal at $8.25. Some of the backup quarterbacks are starting to come up off the free agency. We talked about the fact that Tua, the former Miami Dolphin quarterback, is signing with the Falcons. It's a 1-year deal to more than likely step in as starting quarterback until Mike Penix is healthy enough to play again. And then, of course, you look at the Cardinals adding. They released Kyler Murray, and now they're adding Gardner Minshew there. And we'll see what they do going forward because there are quite a few quarterbacks that's still available. Does Geno Smith play? They got a few guys that's still out there, man. Matter of fact, let me see if I can bring up my free agency window here to see who's currently still available in free agency, fam, out here in just a moment. All right, Marari says, Big Q, I noticed the past few years a lot of Louisiana guys have been wanting to come home. Indeed, bro. And that is, that's sparked by the fact that, when you about winning and you make it, you trying to win again and put things together positively, a lot of those guys are going to come home. And like with Louisiana football, you see LSU sign Lane Kiffin and the Saints. I mean, LSU has the most expensive college football team ever. I mean, you got $90 or $91 million on 7-year contract for Lane Kiffin. They broke the bank on him. They paid Brian Kelly $53 or $54 million payoff, which is the second highest in the history of of college. So they were at first kind of fighting in court not to give him anything, but they just like, whatever, man, just give him the money. Gave him $50+ million, got him out the way, got Lane Kiffin on a $90 million 7-year deal, and then got $40 million toward the NIL. You know what I'm saying? And NIL revenue. They put together one of the baddest classes in terms of one of the baddest portal classes that there was. He totally reconstructed that LSU offense. The quarterbacks all transferred, the wide receivers all transferred, running backs all transferred. One of them had to go in the portal and get them to come back, to do it. That man, all of his offensive linemen, the majority of them transferred. He had to go and recruit and build that team. And he had lost 40-something transfers, brought in 50. Dude was where I was like, I'm not even, over time, I never was a Lane Kiffin dude. Didn't like Lane Kiffin. But man, watching how that man worked and how he went about his business of building that team. And I was impressed with Lane Kiffin, man. I was impressed with his will. And after he recruited the 2026 class, he started going to 2027 and started getting trying to get those guys. And what's going to help him is when he starts winning, because he got this brilliant offensive mind, he got stellar defense. And when LSU starts to win, it's going to suck in all of the talent of all these nearby states. Because if you are a coach at LSU, it's the largest college in the state. If you're at LSU and you're winning, man, you can recruit from nearby states like Texas, Arkansas, and Mississippi alone in Tab College. Just doing it like that. Now, of course, we know the transfer portal is a whole nother ball of wax, but I'm telling you that all that's going to change very soon, up until probably in the next 2 years. Because the top guys and people are getting involved, these top bureaucrats. We heard the president talking about getting involved where he helps to appoint an executive officer who will be the last word in what happens. So sooner or later, they're going to get it under control. So until then, the players like, let me get mine right now, baby. And I ain't mad at them. Go get it. All right. So big up. So that I say all that to say that when you start winning and the energy switches, yeah, they're going to want to come home. They're going to want to. Tyrann Mathieu did it. We've seen other players do it. They won't come home and win. And you've seen Demario Davis did it. He's from north of here. He's from Brandon, Mississippi. That's just around Jackson. That's not too far from here. So he wanted to come closer to home. He did it. So quite a few people are doing. When you start winning, fam, they're gonna want to come home. They're gonna want to come home. All right. Anyway, let me keep this moving and grooving, fam. Y'all hit the like button. If you're not a sub, man, we going into our third hour here on Saints Draft Day, man. We done covered all the news on our Saints. We talked about the teams. We're gonna go in and look at the NFC South and see what they did, and see if anybody messing with us. And I don't see nobody messing with us on day one, baby. We just got to keep this energy going and twisting. Let me show this to you guys, and I'll go back to the comment section momentarily, fam. Let me show y'all this. This is from Over the Cap. Free agency listing is showing you quarterbacks that's currently available in this free agent cycle. As you can see, Daniel Jones was hit with the transition tag. I just told you about Marcus Mariota signing a 1-year deal to go back to be Jaden Daniels' backup. You see Aaron Rodgers. Now Mike McCarthy, former Saints offensive coordinator and Green Bay Packer, Dallas Cowboy coach McCarthy, is now running the Pittsburgh Steelers. And pretty much what's going on with that is, he's already said, now Aaron Rodgers played for McCarthy a long time ago, but he's saying that he wants him to return to Steeler land. That's yet to be determined on how they handle it. But the Steelers are making some good moves on the defensive side, signing players to kind of keep in line. But these are the rest of some of the players that's available. Mitchell Trubisky also signed an agreement. They don't have it listed here, but Trubisky is headed to the Titans. He will back up Cam Ward. But there's still other quarterbacks available that we see, like Trey Lance, the former Charger quarterback. Malik Willis signed a nice deal to play for the Miami Dolphins for them. And then there are other quarterbacks available. So like I said, it's not a great and big class, a well-known class of quarterbacks that's available. The De'Von Gardner-Minshew, he's off the board too. He went to the Cardinals. So it's not a great class of quarterbacks, to be honest with you, fam. He go to running backs to talk about. Joe Mixon, remember the Texans decided to let Joe Mixon have his walking papers, so he's out there. They picked up on David Montgomery from the Lions. Najee Harris, Etienne, you can see he's with the Saints now. Williams went back to the Cowboys. They kind of kept him there. Rico Dowdle is out there. You see Nick Chubb. Kenneth Walker, the Super Bowl MVP, signed with the Chiefs from the Seahawks. J.K. Dobbins went back to the Broncos. I showed y'all that. Kenneth Gainwell, the phenomenal undersized running back for the Steelers, signed with the Bucs. That's a really good signing for them. And we got to get our game together because this little dude is a home run hitter. And then you see other running backs that's available as well. Rashad White is there, and so on and so forth. So they got quite a few people available there. Let's take a look at the wide receivers, because y'all know that's a position a lot of people like to kind of look at as well. Tyreek Hill is out there. Hell no to that. DJ Moore was traded to the Bills, so he goes there. You see Deebo Samuels is available. Michael Pittman ended up going to the Steelers. That's a real solid move for the Steelers to build up their wide receiver room. Mike Evans is going to the 49ers with Brock Purdy. We'll see how that works. He's 33 years of age. Can he kind of get a couple of good years in there? If he can stay healthy, he can put up some numbers with San Francisco. Then Christian Kirk and other guys. You see Marquise Brown, Juwan Jennings from the Niners is still available. DeAndre Hopkins is out there. Johan Dotson, the Eagles' former wide receiver, signed with the Falcons there as well. And then there's several other veteran wide receivers that you could possibly look at down the line that might bring some veteran presence to your wide receiver room. Wan'Dale Robinson is a home run hitter, wide receiver from the Giants. He signed with the Titans. You know that former Brian DeBall is the offensive coordinator with the Titans, so that makes sense for him to be getting all of his old guys as well. So there's a few people. You see Pickens was franchise tagged by the Cowboys. Alec Pierce, another guy that was linked to the Saints. The Colts say, where you think you going? They locked him down on a $60 million deal. And there are other players available on the list that ultimately, we'll see what happens going on. But a lot of players there, not a bunch of top-rated players, but still some of these players can help you. Let's look at the tight end position. You see Travis Kelce's there. David Njoku, the former Brown tight end, is available. Jonnu Smith, the former Titan, is available. Taysom Hill is still rehabbing from injury. Dallas Goedert, 31 years age, is on there. Tyler Higbee is another really interesting tight end if you're looking for a veteran player there. Kyle Pitts was franchise tagged by the Falcons. Zach Ertz is there. Austin Hooper is going back to the Falcons from the Patriots. He has some decent years with them. And of course, you see other wide receivers available there. Is there anybody on this list that you guys see that could be a good, valuable veteran tight end that you can bring into your room? I like either one. I like Dallas Goedert. I like Tyler Higbee. I like Zach Ertz. Ertz kind of had a little rekindling with the Commanders. I think he had an injury or whatever, but he was actually doing some phenomenal things for them. Tyler Conklin is another solid tight end who used to be with the Packers, who went to the Chargers. These are backup guys that can help you, in your system. All right, anyway, let's keep it going, fam. Is any more offensive linemen that you would want to add to your team? Now, they got the left tackles right here. You can see some of these guys here available. Is there another guard? If you're the New Orleans Saints, right, is there another guard that you want to have? If me, I want 2 guards. I ain't gonna lie. I want, and I've said this before, I want to be able to get a guard that competes with Cesar Ruiz. I need somebody there to compete with Cesar Ruiz, right? To press him, to push him, right? He still got 2 years remaining on his contract, but I need somebody there to compete with this guy, because this guy is not good enough. He fastly becomes the weakest link on this stellar offensive line, right? We know that Eric McCoy has to stay healthy, which is why we're going to look at the center position, but just showing you guys some of the available talent at both the left guard and right guard spots, respectfully. So Isaac Sumalo is still available. That's out there. A lot of reports were linking us to him. He's kind of a role grader type guy. Elijah Vera Tucker is another guy. Zion Johnson is no longer available. He was signed by the Browns for a nice hefty contract. He's off the books now. You can see Lucas Patrick. There go Lucas Patrick. We don't need him. Ed Ingram was another dude. This former LSU guy. He went back to the Texans on the contract. So quite a few other guys. The veteran market for guards is aplenty. So, you might be seeing perhaps the Saints pick up another one of these guards in the second or third levels of free agency, right? That would be cool, because we still need to deal with the depth situation the Saints have. Let me kind of bring up the depth chart right here so I can kind of show you guys what I'm talking about in terms of the depth. Look at this. Let me show you guys this, and we'll get back to the questions momentarily. But this is the Saints offensive line right now. Kelvin Banks Jr. dealing with the injury. He's coming off that. Then Dillon Dunst, he's a free agent. So this will be David Edwards at the left guard spot. McCoy coming off injury. Cesar Ruiz, Tali Fuaga. Akeem Richards was a guy we got last year in a trade with the Cowboys, right? He's here. Will Sherman. I don't know if Will Sherman's still on the team. I know that he was getting a lot of the first team guard reps off the bench, because they were using Torricelli Simpkins, and then Will Sherman kind of impressed them more, and he stepped ahead of him. So I'm going to have to check and see if he's still on the team. But Will Sherman, Torricelli Simpkins, and Xavier Truss. Xavier Truss was a guy that the Saints, his former Texan, the Saints had brung in to kind of add more depth to the interior of the line. Barry Wesley was a guy that the Saints picked up as well. He's former Falcon offensive lineman. And then, of course, you got guys like Landon Young, who, to me, should be released. Landon Young's not doing anything for us. And Nick Saldiveri is a guy that is a question mark. He's been hurt every year he's been here. I think this is the last year on Nick Saldiveri's contract. So, I don't think they touch him. He's still an enigma to the new staff to see what they got going on. But as you can see, we definitely could use some more help in the backup offensive lineman level, right? So if we were able to get a guard like I think Vera Tucker is a starter, and Sumalo, if you bring him in here, you're probably going to have to pay him starter money. So whatever you do, you probably get a veteran that will compete with Cesar Ruiz. My idea is to kind of sign that type of guy and open up the right guard position for competition against Cesar Ruiz, right? Make him earn the job again, because his play has been so awful. Make him earn the job again, right? Make it available. But the biggest question mark in terms of the offensive line is Luke Fortner. What do? We got to do something about bringing Luke Fortner back, right? So we pivot to the free agency list right here that's current. You see some of these guys. Tyler Badazzi with the Chargers, he was with the Commanders. Connor McGovern goes back to the Bills. Garrett Bradbury goes to the Bears. Cade Mays, who's the former Panther, is up with the Lions. Tyler Linderbaum leaves the Ravens and becomes the highest paid center in the entire history of the NFL. And then you see a few other moves that's being made right here by the team. Now, with all of these moves you guys see, you see our guy Luke Fortner sitting right here, right? And you can see his current API at 1.5 million. Somebody's going to be looking at Luke Fortner to give him an upgrade, maybe double it up, 3, 4, maybe even $5 million a year from Luke Fortner. If I'm the New Orleans Saints, I'm trying to get Luke Fortner to return because of the status of Eric McCoy. McCoy missed over 20 games the last 3 or 4 seasons. There was another really troubling stat that I seen from Eric McCoy that I covered the other day. I forgot the stat, man. But it was like, damn, man, that's terrible. You know, of how he's not been available. Even though we love Eric McCoy, but even when McCoy was healthy last year, I don't think he was 100% healthy. He couldn't have been. How people were smashing him and pushing him around and pushing him around. I've never seen nobody push Eric McCoy around like that. Smashing him and pushing him down into the. They were using him to jam the Saints running lanes and everything, just pushing him around. And then the year prior to that, he was on the ground a lot. I was like, he's not 100% healthy. He's not. So at some point, you got to pay attention to the fact that the man body breakdown is just what it is. It's a tough position. It's a tough world. We've seen it happen with players like Ryan Ramczyk. When they start getting hurt and you can't do nothing about it, they start getting these lower extremity injuries and stuff like that. And that's just like a precursor to them. You need to find somebody else at the position. You know, and then, of course, like if I'm the Saints, I re-up with Luke Fortner if it doesn't break the bank. And then ultimately, maybe a good measurement for the Saints going into the draft is maybe taking, you know, one of the best center in the draft, maybe in the 3rd round, if he's there. Cross-train him at the center guard position, and ultimately he'll be the future of the position. If you're looking at it like that, like McCoy with 2 years remaining on his agreement, Eric McCoy is could be going the way of Alvin Kamara. A lot of these players that we're accustomed to seeing, the Cams, the DeMarios, the Elvins, the McCoys, these guys are going away. So you have to prepare for that if you're the New Orleans Saints. Luke Fortner is a very seamless option. He had a lot of time to play as the center for the Saints with Tyler Shuck there. Y'all noticed there wasn't a lot of snap issues. And he knew what he was doing there. And he actually played better than I ever seen him play when he was with the Jacksonville Jaguars. I mean, he actually made himself a respectable free agent. And we've heard talking that Carolina could be in the mix to add him, and other teams could be looking at Luke Fortner as a possible get. So the Saints might have a plan for that. But in my estimation, that's why I said the interior offensive line is something that we have to look at. And this is the rest of the offensive line right here. You get a good a good backup center. They mean a lot. You know, he ran that offense actually pretty good as a center, didn't he? Be honest. And the Saints rushing attack was actually better with the backups later in the year than it was with the starters at the beginning of the year. I mean, they actually was running the football better. The offenses were flowing better in the second half. And of course, a lot of that's because eventually you do so many of these practices that things start making sense to you. So they benefited in the back end of the year. But still, we had all backups internally. We backup center, backup left guard. Cesar Ruiz was in and out of the lineup. We seen Will Sherman step in there. And then at times we seen Tyler get hurt. He left. And then you seen Asim Richardson there when Kelvin Banks Jr. got hurt. Asim Richards stepped in his spot. So sometimes you're seeing 3 or 4 backup centers for the Saints later on in the second half of the year when we started winning games and looking decent, right? Y'all remember that? So this is something that we can't underestimate. You got a guy that knows your system, knows your quarterback. You might want to factor that in. If McCoy gets hurt again, it's been 4 years, man. The man hurt every year. He played 20 games in 4 years. So that ain't gonna fly. That ain't gonna cut it. That ain't gonna cut it, fam. But anyway, that's some of the stuff to talk about from the center position as well. Now, in terms of everything else, like we talk about the linebacker level, these are some of the linebackers right here that with Demario Davis missing in free agency, say, Q, what we need. Well, take a look. It's in a book. Tremaine Edmonds is gone. He went to the Giants. Zaire Franklin was a trade from the Colts that sent him to the Packers. Franklin was a tackle machine, but he turned 30 and the Colts feel like they can get a better benefit for him. And then you see older players like Levante David and Bobby Wagner and all these guys. You see Demario Davis is with the Jets there. Alex Anzalone, another former Saint, goes from the Lions to the Buccaneers today. Devin Bush from the Browns to the Bears to join Dennis Allen. Some kind of way it always comes back to us. But there are other players, man, that's available. Kenneth Murray is an interesting linebacker prospect as well. Do the Saints go older? Here go Quay Walker. He's a free agent. We had trade estimations about him last year. Do the Saints go back to him? Somebody mentioned Devin Lloyd from the Jaguars. He's also there. He's also there. So there are a couple of guys, and that's available. And Lloyd, he's a little older than Quay Walker, but the bottom line is I think the Saints could be probably looking at Quay Walker. He might be the last one. You could be looking at him to replace Demario Davis or possibly something else. But any one of these guys, you can see there are a lot of these veteran linebackers that's available in free agency that the Saints could be looking at, fam. Caden Ellis is there. He's a free agent there. I don't think they go back to him, but a lot of good options from the linebacker level, right? All right, and of course you talk about the edge side of things. We know Cam Jordan. You see Cam is right here. He's on the list right here, but Khalil Mack is going back to the Chargers. Danielle Hunter going back to the Texans. Max Crosby traded from the Raiders to the Ravens. Trey Hendrickson is the best option. That's why I said whoever gets Trey Hendrickson, he's going to command some money. So it's probably going to be one of the top 4 or 5 teams with the most money. Looking at Trey Hendrickson, I can't help but to take a look at the Raiders, who do need some pass rushing help. Do they go to Trey Hendrickson for that help? Now he's 32, and the guy they gave up in Crosby was 29. But man, listen, the production is there. If you're the Raiders and you want to hit the ground running with the defense, do they spend the money? Then of course the Bills, Joey Bosa, is available according to this, and then you see all these other players. A couple of these guys recently got signed. John Franklin Myers from the Broncos ended up with the Titans. They won't stop the run. You take a look at what's going on with Arden Key and all these other guys. So yeah, there's quite a few players that's available if you're the Saints, man, at the defensive end level. If you do not bring back one Cam Jordan, these are some of your options. Then of course we look at the safeties here. Kyle Duggar from the Steelers, he's available. Harrison Smith, the older safety from the Vikings. Kevin Bayard is available. Cameron Curl was re-signed by the Rams. Jimmy Ward, Xavier Woods is up there. Tony Adams from the Jets. And so you see Julian Blackmon was signed back by the Saints early on. It's one of the first offseason acquisitions they do. But you got Jaquan Brisker and several other players that's up here. Do the Saints pivot to some of these players to replace Alante Taylor? You look at the cornerbacks. These are some of the top cornerbacks. Tyron Johnson went from the Bills to the Raiders. Jamal Dean from the Bucks to the Steelers. Amik Robinson from the Lions to the Commanders. Eric Stokes re-signed with the Raiders. Trent McDuffie went from the Chiefs to the Rams and got paid. The Rams broke him off. But there's still other players. Like I said, there's a lot of cornerbacks available here as well. You can see Alante Taylor getting signed here. So do you see your future free agent cornerback coming to New Orleans? So I'm pretty sure the Saints are looking over this list. They already got a list, the idea of who they want to bring in as well. So, I mean, it's just time will most certainly tell. Right? All right, and let's go to this deal, right? The Chiefs, guess what? Guess who they're bringing back? Chiefs are giving free agent Travis Kelce a 1-year, $12 million deal with a max value of $15 million. So the Chiefs are bringing them back for one more again. There you go. So Travis Kelce returned where the Chiefs try to retool and come back at that thing. And the Bills signed corner D. Alford for a 3-year deal worth up to $21 million with $10.212 guaranteed. Buffalo trying to improve and help in the secondary. Then the Bills also released several players before that signing. Cornerback Dane Jackson, safety Taylor Rapp, and wide receiver Curtis Samuel all was released. Rapp failed a physical designation coming off a knee injury. Reminder that Tyron Johnson trade can't go through until Wednesday, so they kind of add some help. And D. Alford from the cornerback after those releases. Giants re-signed their offensive tackle as well to a 3-year, $39 million and $26 million guarantee for the Giants, keeping their offensive tackle intact, their line intact. The Titans also added Schotman. Titans are signing center Austin Schlottman to a 1-year deal. The Washington Commanders bringing back defensive tackle Tim Settle on a 3-year deal at $25 million, and it can get up to $25.5 million as well. So this the 2018 5th-round pick is going back. He's a baller for the defensive line for the Washington Commanders, or what I like to affectionately call them, the Washington Whataburgers. So anyway, that's some of the moves right there, fam. That's some of the moves right there. Y'all hit that like button, man. We in this thing. Nola J says draft cornerback. All right, thank you, Nola J. Shout out to you as well. Let's see. Tragic say I think Stutman steps in terms of the linebacker. With DeMario gone, what do? You know, who do you turn to if you're the Saints, right? Who do you turn to? Cade asks, do we think AK retires? I don't think he retires. I think Elvin wants to play this year. I mean, he made it very clear that Alvin Kamara wants to remain a Saint. And I think that's one of the things that as a Saint you would want to see as a supporter of the Saints. I want to see AK do what DeMario left. Hopefully we get Cam back and Elvin, and then they finish their contracts and become full-time Saints or what you call it, players that start and finish their career with one team. You rarely see that. We might have an opportunity to see that twice with Cam and AK-41. So I'm for AK finishing the season. He already made his deal with the Saints to free up money, and all he can do is he's going to be healthy and ready to play. Thank you, Kate. Shout out to you from X. All right. Rose says, Q, I see Saints got a fourth. Yeah, I just showed that a comp 4th-round pick in the draft. Where's it from? What was the comp pick from last year, man? Was hold on, let me pull that up, man. That comp pick was from, y'all remind me in the chat, fam. Let me see if I can pull up the comp formula. Hold on. Hold on. I think that was from what did they get? Oh, from Paulson. That's right. They got it from Paulson. When Paulson Debo left. Yeah, they got that. And actually you can, and if you want to find that information out, you go to the Saints website, because New Orleans Saints website covers the story. Matter of fact, you don't have to do that. I'll do it for you, because I'll pull it up right here. Because they just released it, because I just showed it, because it just popped up on the feed live, and I just went over the list. But the comp pick, that pick comes by way of what happened with the Saints with Paulson Debo. So they got the 136th pick in the 4th round because of the Paulson Debo leaving to take the I can't even open the site right now. I'm having problems opening the site. Man, let me get y'all that receipt. Hold on, let me get you the receipt. Here it is right here, straight from their site. Put it on full screens for you. Here you go. Saints awarded compensatory pick, 4th round, 2026. Saints get the pick 136, right? The NFL announced compensatory selections for the 2026 NFL draft. We did it live. Awarding the Saints as an extra 4th round pick, 136, which 33 compensatory picks were awarded league-wide. The Saints currently hold 8 selections in the draft, headlined by the 8th pick in the 1st round. The Saints were awarded the selection due to free agent cornerback Paulson Debo signing with the Giants in 2026. The Saints have utilized pick number 136 twice in franchise history, selecting Dave Hubbard in the 5th round of the 1977 draft and wide receiver Mercury Hayes in the 5th round of 97 NFL draft. The NFL can award up to 32 compensatory free agent picks, which allow clubs that have lost free agents to another team to use the draft to fill the void. The awarded picks take place at the end of the third round through through the seventh round. Compensatory free agents are determined by a proprietary formula developed by the NFL's Management Council, which considers a player's salary, playing time, and postseason honors. The value of the compensatory free agents gained or lost by each team is totaled, and the team is awarded picks by equal value to the net loss of compensatory free agents, up to a maximum of 4. Teams that have a minority employee hired as a head coach or primary football executive by another club also receive special compensatory picks, which were instituted as an amendment to the 2020 collective bargaining agreement in an effort to promote equal employment opportunities within the NFL team. So there you go right there. Information and receipt for you, my friend, straight up. So you don't even have to go look for it. All right. So yeah, that's just some of the stuff right there, fam, as we keep this thing moving and grooving. Yeah, so there you go. Good news. Saints had, so it's good news. It's a great Monday, family, for the Saints, for based on what they did. They get the compensatory pick. We signed our free agents on day one, David Edwards at the left guard spot. We also get the running back Etienne Jr. You get him at the RB1 position. We got our punter as a starter, and then John Ridgway is a valuable interior defensive tackle signing with the Saints. So it's, in all thoughts, man, it's a positive Monday for the black and gold, to be honest with you. I only wait to see what it looked like tomorrow, man. Yeah, I'm telling you. All right, anyway, big ups to y'all, man. Y'all, there's a poll too for the family members. Y'all hit the like button if you're not a sub up. There's a poll in the chat, family, for y'all to check out. Y'all get y'all votes in, and the poll is the question out is grade the Saints day in free agency. A, B, C, or D or lower, or the options there. Y'all tell me, how would you grade day one for the black and gold? Right? Well, currently right now we had 80 plus people that's at the poll, and 70% of the people that have been polled have given the Saints a 15% have given them a B, 6% have given them a C, and 2% has given them a D or lower. And the 2% must be Atlanta Falcons people, because ain't no way you giving the Saints a D today unless you are blind. Lying. There's some Falcon people on that poll, family. Yeah, that's right. What in the world, boy? Yeah, I would love to see Lowe's face and like, bro, y'all missing Michael Penix. Y'all get Tua. So y'all go from one injury dude to another injured dude. Because we gonna do them dirty. We gonna I mean, boy, them Falcon people, man, they was happy they got that dude from Cleveland. I tried to tell them, didn't I? I said, fam, you let Matty Icy Hot pick your quarter. You let Matty Icy Hot. He ain't doing. He talking on TV. He let him run, pick the quarterback. Oh, the head coach. Man, dude, what's wrong, bro? Man, but anyway, you can count on us. You can count on the Falcons to keep us laughing, man. Brian says A+. Shout out to you. Demetrius, what's up, fam? Says A. That's right, fam. All right, Scoob says we need JT Gray resign and make it an A today. Special teams suck. Indy, I don't know if they get them back, bro, but some kind of way they got to find some new aces. We got to find some aces, man. All right, yeah. So yeah, the Falcons, bro, they always messing up. They always making us laugh here. All right, Hemisphere said Chase Young's going to have the neck surgery, which is why teams were hesitant about signing him. Yes, right. Saints took a chance on signing Young and taking a chance. Yeah, they took a chance and they won. They won, and he was phenomenal, man. So, especially this year, he got 10 sacks and what? How many games was it? He missed like what was it? 5 weeks and came in and still got 10. Hey, that was just phenomenal what he did, man. He never did it before, so that was the crazy work about it, which speaks to his involvement with guys like Cam and DeMario that helped him break that ceiling, that glass ceiling that he couldn't get through. teach him how to train up and all that. That definitely benefited him because he never did this shit before, ever. You know, not even came close to what he had, like 7 one time. But to do that over that span, you can imagine if he played if he had played, he was healthy for the entire season. That man might have had like 15 sacks this year. He'd have been off the chain. Just a gamer says it's too early for get him a straight A. It's just for today, gamer. It's just I'm saying grade them on today, not overall. Just what is your grade on them for today? What do you think about the selections they did for today? All right, KB says, yo, Q, Falcons already in the season given a dirty bird can't fly with a broke. Yeah. Boy, if anything, it always makes you laugh when the Falcons end up doing something crazy, man. The Falcons always doing something crazy, man, to make us laugh. You know, the Falcons always doing something to make us laugh. Shout out to the Falcons, man. Saints, shout out to my dog, Miss Randolph. Shout out to Randolph, man. Damn, I forgot about my dog Randolph, man. I'm gonna text you, bro. Saints get an A for tampering today. Field 3 holes. All right, offensive line, running back, punter. Thank God for signing the proven punter. All right, shout out to you, Randolph. I'm gonna text you later on, bro. I totally forgot, man. All right, my dog says Mickey cooking clam chowder now. Mickey got the saturins going on. Mickey cooking, him and Kai, man, they doing their thing. Him said, what was last year? Oh, we can't get the sweeping us. Yeah, they swept us last year. They can do their little bragging stuff and all that this year. And it's going to be hard times in the city when we get this stuff back where we belong, man. That's all I can say. Saints trending in the right direction. Scoop says Mickey on to something. If it's his own doing, the last 2 seasons, his current iterations, personal department that has 4 GMs input staff. Let's see the drafts first, but it looks good. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you. Tangeray T says draft Harold Perkins Jr. He wants to. Hey, I heard that, bro. I seen that interview, man. I'm an LSU guy, man. Harold Perkins would be something unique for the Saints defense, bro. He'll be something unique for the Saints defense. Hemisphere adds, I think this coach staff knows the team better, team a lot better now, and they can get the players that better fits what they want to do. I wouldn't be mad if they go edge rusher with the 8th pick. I wouldn't be upset in any direction they go in the draft, because, you know, them going into the first day and filling 3 real good positions. I mean, they got 3 starters out of day one. That's actually pretty damn good. So we'll see what they do for the rest of the free agency period going forward. But I know they still got a few more veterans they're going to sign. I mean, you're looking at the linebacker, maybe another defensive back for Alontae Taylor, maybe trying to get Cam Jordan under contract, this sort of thing. Yeah, Audrey Estime is still on the team. Yes, sir. All right. Pam, shout out to Pam, says Peyton Houston, top QB prospect from Shreveport, coming in 2020 sell. Coming to LSU. Indeed, I seen a report on that. All they have to do is win. He just got to win. You just keep winning. And what I call build a football factory, like what you seen Alabama do when Nick Saban came after he left Miami Dolphins and went to Alabama, and he started with them winning championships and competing and being in the playoffs every year. That's what people are looking for LSU. Out of the 7 years, they want at least three championships with Lane Kiffin, and we'll see how it goes, man. But it's going to be a wild ride, to be honest with you, and I'm looking forward to it. Derek White, shout out to Derek, says DeMario's lost a little respect for me with that anywhere besides the Falcons and a team that didn't want you. He left for the money, bro. That's what it was. He wanted the money. And I didn't see anybody offering him a second year. He was trying to get 1 year. The Jets gave him 2 years. And what was it? Guaranteed money on that? What was the guaranteed money on that? $22 million deal. So that's $11 million a year. That's more, because really the talk was $10 million. He wanted like $10 million. He got $11 million in an extra year, and he got fully guaranteed money at $15 million. So the 2 year, there was nobody going to touch that. And Aaron Glenn gave him that. So he went for one final payday. You know, he took the money, bro. That's what they do. You know, that's what I told a lot of family members a lot of time. The thinking is not like you. Like if you were a supporter, you're not going to change your stripes. Very rarely are you going to tear and burn up your jersey and put somebody else's jersey on. You're a diehard. You're going to be there from the start to the finish. You get what I'm getting at? But some of these players are different. You know, they're guys that are in it for the money, right? They're going to switch jerseys. They're going to go here. If a guy going to pay them a lot of money, they'll switch and go. That's what they do. Not all of them do it, but a great deal of them do. Yeah. All right. Slow Lane says we're trying to get. Yeah, I'm hearing we're trying to get Devin Lloyd. Yeah, that'll be interesting because he is one of the guys that we talked about. We'll see, man, what's going on there. But it's really fun and interesting at the same time to see what's going on with the black and gold, man. Like I said, they're doing a wonderful job in this free agency cycle, man. They really are. All right, let me keep going down here, man, to see if we can. Damn, I need to get way down here for the family members. Brother Byron, shout out to Byron, man. He says, Q, I like the moves. 2 splash players, Etienne and Edwards, draft wide receiver or defensive end. Shout out to Brother Byron. Shout out to T-Mama. Good to see T-Mama in the building as well. Much love, Queen. All right. Yeah. King Chosen One. What's up, King Chosen One? Shout out to you, man. Brother Derek. What's up, Brother Derek? He says, Q, Saints got naked in the draft today. Yeah. That's that old low verbiage. All right, Byron said A+. I like to sign in 2 players. Yeah. That shout out to you, bro. Son of God, man. Thank you for being a member for the last time.
Thank you very much.
Shout out to you, son of God.
Bringing me back to this world.
Yeah, it's just a phenomenal first day, man, for the Saints, and it sets a tone. What it does is it drives up the excitement of the season as we move forward, and it does let us know that the Saints are serious about winning, and it does show when you commit this amount of money to the process. You paying David Edwards, you paying to come here. You're definitely committed to making things happen this year. So, man, like I said, man, I think I really appreciate what they're doing, man. I really do. I'm not going to tell you no joke. I think these are solid signings for the Saints, and it's showing you that they're ready to compete at a higher level. No doubt about it. All right. So anyway, with that being said, man, listen, man, let me keep on pushing on this thing. I'm trying to see if I see anything else here in free agency. They got a few moves right here that they're showing. That tight end Dusage, I think his name, Greg Dulch, is back to Miami on a 1-year deal. So they signed some stuff having Trevor Penning. That's right. Former Saint offensive lineman Trevor Penning is re-signing to go back to the Chargers for 1 year at $4.5 million. So Penning, who we traded out there, he's sticking on with the Chargers for 1 year, $4.5 million. The Broncos released linebacker Dre Greenlaw, former 49er Greg Greenlaw, who was putting a smackdown on people. And fam, guess what? We got some Saints news again. The Saints did it again. The Saints have signed the tight end, family. This is hot off the presses. Hot off the presses, according to Tom Pelissero. The Saints got a tight end. Do you guys want to know who he is? It is this guy. Let's get right to it. It is Noah Fant. Remember this guy? The Saints got another weapon for the tight end room. It's Noah Fant. So he agreed to terms. The Saints, they've agreed to terms with Noah Fant on a 2-year deal. Noah Fant. That's crazy, man. We went after Noah Fant, and the Saints got Noah Fant, man. So, like I said, they're swinging for the fences. The Saints trying to put something here. They're doing a wonderful job, man. Shout out to the Saints. They get Noah Fant. Now, it's former Seattle. Let me see if I can get his player card up. But this is hot off the presses, family. This is hot off the presses. The Saints get Noah Fant, man. Let me pull up his player card here so you can see him here. Here it is right here, Noah Fant. 6'4", 250 pounds. He's a former first-round draft pick back in 2019. 28 years old last year. 34 catches for 288 yards, 3 touchdowns, 8.5 yards per catch. And this is what he's done over his time here. You can see a decent wide receiver, athletic option, veteran guy, but he'll be in a complementary role to Juwan Johnson. And the Saints, and remember, we were trying to do this before. The Saints were trying to get Noah Fant here before, and he ultimately decided to go somewhere else. So the Saints spin the bin and end up getting a tight end in Noah Fant. This is a solid move. Very solid. What's up, Tasha? Shout out to Tasha. Yeah, we got Noah Fant, fam. Shout out to you. All right, Scoop says no more nostalgia, Q. It's boss. Yeah, you ain't lying, bro. It's definitely there, man. Yeah, it's definitely balls to the wall, son.
Talk, boy.
All right. So anyway, yes, indeed, it's time, man. Yeah, and this is good, man. This is good. This is solid, man. The Saints keep it coming, man. Who that to the? What's up, brother Prime? Shout out to Prime, man. Y'all see all the moves our Saints making, man. I'm happy. I'm pleasantly happy with this. Noah Fant signed a 2-year deal with the Black and Gold, 6'4", 250, out of the University of Iowa. Remember, Iowa will be producing these really good tight ends in the NFL. Detroit got one. You got Hawkinson from Minnesota. He's another one. And Noah Fant, who's with Seattle for a while. Denver started off with Denver, went to Seattle. Last year is with Cincinnati. But this is his numbers right here. His career numbers right here showed his best season in 2021. He had 68 catches, 670 yards, and 4 touchdowns. Never went over 4 touchdowns a season. The following year, 50 catches for 486. You see, and his numbers kind of dwindled in Seattle this year before he left. 2 years before he left, 32 catches. He went 48 in 2024, 500 yards and a touchdown. He averages for his career 11 yards per catch. He has 18 total touchdowns. And last year with Seattle, Cincinnati rather, in 15 games, 34 grabs for him, 3 touchdowns there. So on his career, 334 catches for over 3,500 yards. He averages 11 yards a catch, and he has 18 touchdowns. This guy will be a really good, solid option in terms of the Saints. And what I mean by that is when you add Noah Fant in, and remember the Saints were trying to get Noah Fant last time around, and you add him, and the Saints are doing a good job of definitely bringing players into the team. And this is a depth signing. This guy will back up Juwan Johnson. He'll back up Juwan Johnson, and it's a solid move for the Saints. He's another one of these wide receivers, or tight ends rather, who's a guy that is he's a receiving weapon. He's decent at blocking, but he's a receiving tight end. So you have 6'5", Juwan's 6'4", 6'3", 6'4", Noah 6'5". So you have, I guess I would say Juwan's more of like a receiver tight end and whatnot. His blocking ain't all that. But when you have 2 receiving tight end types and Tyler Shuck 6'5", whatever, and you got receiving tight end here, receiving tight end there, Chris Olave there, Etienne there, David Edwards there. Man. Stu said he never heard of him. Yeah, he's a very, I ain't gonna say decent, but he's a good tight end. More on the receiving side than anywhere else, but consider the role the Saints will have him in as a complimentary tight end. All about giving weapons to Tyler Shuck. This is what this is. It's giving Tyler Shuck all the weapons that he can handle, baby. Saints doing some stuff here, man. Got to give it to him. Saints doing some stuff, fam. They doing some stuff here. All right. Shout out to y'all, man. What y'all think? L-Dub, shout out to you, bro. Says, let me see, I get L-Dub right there. He says, Fant saw the Saints meant business when they started. Yeah, a lot of people getting that, man. A lot of people understand the Saints mean business. What's up, Carlton? Shout out to my boy, Carlton, man. Much love, brother. Good to see you, man. All right. Shout out. All right. Big Sean. What's up, Big Sean? Shout out to my dog, Big Sean, man. Good to see y'all, man. All right. Son of God says, I see now that Mickey Loomis heard your rant and decided to do something about it. Shout out to Big Q getting the job done. Getting the job. Yeah, bro, listen. A lot of people, and it's no knock on people. It's just how they think, bro, right? When I was getting at Mickey Loomis, that's justified. Because Mickey Loomis wasn't doing a good job. He wasn't. That Dennis Allen debacle, that Derek Carr situation, those were awful decisions. But those decisions didn't get rectified because Mickey Loomis said, you know what, I made a bad decision. Let me fix this. No, it got into the hands of the Who Dat Nation. Remember, Gail forced him to fire a man that he did not want to fire. He did not want to remove the man. He was forced by the owner to get rid of the man because of you. The mighty Who Dat Nation that would refuse to buy tickets and support a team that were making these awful decisions. So we forced the team to reset. And then when they reset, that's when he got it right. So it was warranted. So your role was where it's supposed to be. We wouldn't have got to Tyler Shuck if Dennis Allen was still running the team. You still would have Derek Carr and Jake Hayner. So like I'll be saying all the time, man, your role was valid because when you put your foot down, you put both feet down. You didn't put one foot. You put both, you slam the brakes on all of that to the point where the owner left that interior decorating part and decided like, oh no, I can't have this. These books look all kind of ways jacked up and janky. We got to do something about it. And what she do? Told Loomis, hey, you better get him out of here. And make it, hold on now, Gil. Hold on. That's my guy. Oh, yeah, that's my guy. Dennis Allen he's a great coach. He's terrific. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's so terrific. So the support base forced the Saints to reset, and then they reset properly. And it was because of your behavior you implemented the control. You stepped in and said, we ain't playing this. And when you did that, it all changed. You reset it. You forced them to. Now, over time, they're going to pretend like Mickey did it by itself. But y'all know what time it is. Y'all know the truth. They wouldn't have made these moves if it wasn't for you slamming the brakes on this whole thing. You get what I'm saying? That's true. That's 100% facts, fam. And shout out to the reporters for saying the reason why she made these moves because the support base said, hey, man, we're not going to support you unless you do something. And she came out and forced the fire, then forced the reset. That's how we get Kellen. That's how we get Tyler. That's how we got rid of Derek Carr. Because when that happened and he was forced, he didn't have the protection of Dennis Allen anymore. That's when the injuries cropped up, and that's when he retired. He didn't want to play. So Dennis Allen left. He became the Chicago Bears defensive coordinator. Derek Carr retired, and he's supposed to be trying to come out of retirement for another team. Whether you do or don't, it don't matter to us one way or the other. But the bottom line is that's true. These guys didn't do this by themselves. They was forced to reset. They're like, well, Q, hold on. Mickey Loomis did this. No, hold on now, Q. I did it all by myself. Hold on, you're going to give me my goddamn credit. No, we're not going to give you something that you don't deserve, bro. That'd be stealing. Yeah, you ain't deserve that shit. You didn't do it. We forced to reset. You reset well with Kellen and Tyler Shuck after Carr retired. That's when everything got right. So, yeah, I know our role, man. I know I'm not nearsighted. I know how things go, man. Shout out to you, brother. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
Shout out to your son of God, man. Once again, thank you for the super chat, man. Yeah, so it's pretty cool, man. Ghost says Saints sign Brian Cook safety on the 3 year. Oh, we got another guy? Let me verify that, bro. Hold on. Let me see right here again. I didn't see that, brother. I see Noah Fant. I don't see any other signings as of yet. You might be ahead of me if that's true. But I don't see any safety signing just yet. I still see the deal. And according to what the report is saying about Noah Fant, is saying that the deal with Noah Fant is a 2-year deal in terms of that. So yeah, it's awesome, man. I ain't gonna even tell you a lie. The Saints doing some wonderful stuff right here because we talked about the tight end being an issue. It had Matavo there, but getting a veteran tight end like that is pretty cool. All right, some guy says make a loom is trying to make you out of line. No, I don't lie now. God damn it, Q. I don't lie now. I'm the man. I deserve all of it. I don't lie now. Damn it. Yeah, you okay, Mickey? I don't lie now. God damn it. And they got a bunch of people to be. Hold on, Q. Mickey did it after you forced him to. That's true. Is it true or not? You know he wouldn't have gotten rid of that guy if you didn't force him. He was arguing with Gail to keep the man. He was arguing to keep him. If you didn't force him to fire him, then you probably wouldn't have got Kellen Moore. Somebody else would have got him. So regardless of how they want to spin it, the bottom line is that he didn't do that voluntarily. He was forced into it. It was a mandatory directive from the owner. He said about it twice on interviews after that about his loyalty to Dennis Allen and the fact that he did not want to let him go, that he still viewed him as a good head coach. He said that out of his own words. So it's not hard to put it together, man. It's just what it is. We got to roll and they got to roll. As long as they handling business, we good. Our role, we over here. We good with ours. Just like what's happening today with them signing these players. You hear me? I ain't lambasting. I'm saying, bro, this is what we supposed to be doing. We operating right on this energy. This is the right energy we supposed to be operating on. But when it was on that other stuff, boy, didn't y'all put y'all feet down on some stuff? And that's what you're supposed to do. Like I be seeing a lot of politicians out here stealing, man. These politicians blaming these people for all this money but they the ones stealing it. But unless you put your feet down, it ain't gonna change. That's what I'm saying. You got to exert power. And when you exert power, man, all that shit change because you outrank them. It don't even take all of the people, just a small few. And you can, just like we forced them to do this, man, listen, I'm telling you how I go, man. It's something else. But shout out to the Saints, man, for what they doing here because they're showing you that, this is the type of stuff that we need to be. This is the type of energy we need to be on. They are operating with a game plan. We talked about them adding the left guard. We talked about them getting a running back. We talked about them getting a punter. All those are starters. We talked about them signing a defensive tackle and bringing him back for a reserve role to help the run. That was the long signing in terms of the defense was the re-signing of our defensive tackle, bringing him back. John Ridgeway on a 2-year deal. But the bulk and the remaining of the signings are exclusively turned to the offense because they see that as an area of need. Like we have to upgrade everywhere, and the Saints are doing that. So this is great. This is awesome maneuvering by our team, man. Let's just keep it going, man. Love the Noah Fant signing here. He'll back up Juwan Johnson. That's a great signing, man. All right, so cool, man. Loving this stuff, man. Loving it. All right, Go Getter says DA's a good coach, just not right. But that's been determined, right? Not every person is a leader, right? He's a compartmentalized guy. Like you give him this and run this, and then anything involving something else, that's out of his hand. You got to have a specialized skill set to be able to deal with all of that. Like you, the head guy here, you got to make sure coaches are doing what they're supposed to do. You got to keep a tab on your players. You got to make sure the temperature, everything's set. It's only a rare amount of people that can actually do that at a successful level, at a high level. And that man wasn't the one. He had 2 chances at it. He failed both times. But he still got a job as a DC. He's a very good defensive coordinator, and that's all. But that's what it comes down to, in recognizing the limitations of people you hiring and not being a fool and giving them something that's not there. As the general manager or a person, you're supposed to be able to, look at somebody and tell whether or not they can handle a position based on whatever skills they're exhibiting. See if they can handle it or not. And then you go to your team and see how they roll. But the whole process was influenced by Sean Payton, because Sean Payton pretty much told him from the onset, you make him the coach. And we know Mickey Loomis loves Sean Payton and listened to him a lot. And if y'all remember, Sean Payton told him, hey, you make him the coach. And he sure did make him the coach too. I ain't lying. He did it. Mickey Loomis. Once you got a friend in Mickey Loomis, you got a friend for life. That's for certain. Shout out to Rose says, 259 snaps for Bengals, 19 snaps to pass block, 142 as a run blocker, 96 routes, 34 catches, but lost 3 fumbles, all returned for touchdowns. Thank you, bro. So do you like him in the role as a backup tight end for the Saints? What you think about that, bro? All right, Trey. Shout out to Trey. Says Fant Edwards, Etienne signings, love it. Our offense going to be lit. Need wide receiver now. Shout out, Trey. Shout out to you. Appreciate you. Scoop says, Q, how do you think Gail felt when fans were chanting just as loud as us, but for the opposition in her house? What do you mean, bro? Do you think it was chanting for the opposition? Well, yeah. That can't feel good, because it happened twice. You see, it happened with the Saints, and then a couple years later, it happened with the Pelicans. It happened with the Saints, and then the next year, it wasn't a couple years, but next year, it happened with the Pelicans, because both teams were doing horribly. The leadership wasn't there, and there was a commitment to people who are not handling the business. And the support base said, man, we're not playing this with y'all. You can call yourself the governor, you can call yourself the supreme commander, whatever. I don't care. But at the bottom line, you ain't running nothing unless you making sure that the support base is happy. And you call him the owner, you can call him the governor, you can call him the supreme commander, you can call him, the colonel or the MF and tank. It don't matter. The bottom line is you better make sure the support base is happy. And they don't want to do it with no losses. Well, listen, we can lose, but when it gets to the point where it's just incompetence, and you can clearly see it's incompetence, they're not going to tolerate that, because you got to think about it. People have been dealing with this going on for 4 some odd years of just drought, and not because they didn't have the talent. It's because of bad decision making at the head coach level, both franchises. And that's what she was getting tore up in the press. So ultimately what she did was she forced the firing of Allen. She eventually got rid of Willie Green, took her finger off Willie Green and let him go. And then the organizations eventually will turn around. The Pelicans won't probably see a full progression until into the offseason, when they can clear out this coaching staff and go get a more reputable one. But the Saints are on a good trajectory. And this energy, what you see, is what the people appreciate. That's what we own. So, it's never a good thing when you hear them chanting for the opposition in the building, or when the Saints were selling tickets to, what was it, the Lions? And they had more Lions and people in there than the Saints. Then Mickey comes out and says, well, times are hard. So people sold their tickets because, times are hard, No, they ain't sold their tickets because times are hard, Mickey. They wouldn't have tickets if time was hard. They wouldn't have tickets if time was hard. They wouldn't.
He ain't lying.
They wouldn't have tickets. If you doing bad, you ain't gonna be sitting up in those Saints game. What you talking about, man? If times is hard, they're not sitting in the Saints game, fam. That's discretionary income. You're going to watch the Saints on television before you go down there to the building and pay the park and all it, pay $20 for nachos and $20 for beer or whatever the case may be. You get what I'm getting at? What they talking about? What you talking about? So, I mean, no, it was the fact that they were making a statement, and you knew that. When he said that, he knew that. But tried to spin it a different way. No. It's not the fact that they were selling the tickets because they were doing bad or whatever you talking about. No, they did it to make a statement that we don't support what you're doing. Oh, yeah, it's fun, man. I tell you what, it's fun. All right, here we go, fam. The Raiders made 2. Damn it, man. They got our linebacker, man. Listen, man. The Raiders signed ex-Packer linebacker Quay Walker. He reached the agreement with the Raiders. This is just reported by Adam Schefter, man. Damn it. We lost on our guy. The Raiders also signed Nakobe Dean. God damn. Leave somebody for us to sign. They got both linebackers. The Raiders signed Nakobe Dean to a 3-year deal. Right? They signed him and then turn around and then sign Quay Walker too. Damn. The Raiders got both linebackers, Quay and Nakobe Dean, on contract. So there you go. The Saints guy that we was looking at, he's now off the board for us, fam. He's now off the board. Somebody mentioned Nakobe Dean to us earlier in the broadcast. Now you see these guys. Quay's off the board, fam. He's off the board, unfortunately. Let me see who else we got here, fam. Let me get the linebacker list up here. Let's see who else is up here for us to check out. With Quay and Dean off the list. Let's see. Because in terms of what I'm looking at, fam, that's the biggest need for the Saints now. It's linebacker after Demario David bolted to the Jets. Linebacker is probably the biggest need. So, yeah. So, there you go. And then Alex Singleton, who's a linebacker for the Broncos, re-signed with them. E.J. Speed re-signed with the Texans. Devin Bush ended up with the Bears. Cole Holcomb ends up with the Steelers. Packers re-signed Nick Neiman. Cole Christensen re-signed with the Chiefs. Joe Giles-Harris went back to the Bengals. DeMarco Jackson, y'all remember him? He re-up with the Bears. And then you see other guys here. So it's quite a few. Let me show the free agent list in terms of what it is right now for the linebacker group for the family members. So Levante David, 36-year-old linebacker. Bobby Wagner, who's also 36, is available. Logan Wilson, the former Cowboy, is out there. Caden Ellis, who's 31, he's a free agent. Kenneth Murray, who's a former Charger, I want to say, who's 28. He's out there in the free agent market. Quincy Williams, Akeem Davis Gaither, and like we just talked about, Quay Walker, he just signed with the Raiders. Devin Lloyd is another back that is a linebacker that's out there. Perhaps Devin Lloyd is the guy. Maybe the Saints can pivot and pick him up. We'll see what it is going forward, man. But the Raiders, with all that money, they make 2 linebackers back to back. Quay Walker is off the deal, and they're showing the Raiders are giving Quay a 3-year deal worth over $40 million, including $28 million in guaranteed money for Quay. And then the Nakobe Dean contract is 3 years at 36 with $20 million guaranteed. The Raiders just shoveling out the dough. They shoveling money out the door. They signed 2 linebackers at the same time. Not bad at all of the Raiders. They're trying to build fast, man. They building fast. So I guess what would be y'all preferred linebacker free agency, fam? Y'all put it in the chat what y'all think about it. Kenneth Murray, Devin Lloyd, maybe an older linebacker like Levante David or Bobby Wagner. What do y'all guys think about some of those names? Scoop says he was finna pull skull on you, help you put up a monkey wrench. All right. All right. Shout out to you. Devon, what's up, bro? Says Q, you think we'll draft someone to compete with Fuaga at the tackle position? I don't think so, bro. I mean, the Saints have the swing tackle and Asim Richards. They see Asim Richards as the swing tackle. So they might add another tackle perhaps in free agency as a depth piece. You know, that's possible, to be quite honest with you. to see how that works. The Titans signed former Bengals guard Cardell Volson, 1 year, $2.5 million. So the Titans get an offensive lineman there. So it'll be interesting. Yeah, I don't see that. Akeem Richards is seen as the swing guy on the Saints line. I mean, from depth purposes, I mean, you could probably see him going after a tackle in free agency, maybe in the third levels of it, maybe one in the I don't know in the draft. But the Saints do have a few guys that's there in terms of being on the depth chart. And we look at the behind Kelvin Banks and Tali Fuaga, Akeem Richards, Barry Wesley is still on the team. Landon Young's an enigma, you know, even though they try to cross-train him to play guard and tackle. Xavier Truss is another guy that plays guard and tackle. Where does he fit in the whole mix? And then internally, you still need to re-sign Luke Fortner. He's a free agent. And then Nick Saldiveri in the final year of his deal, which I don't know what he going to do. So, you know, will they draft somebody to compete with Fuaga? I don't think they draft him to compete. If they draft him, it'll just be a depth signing, period. I think Fuaga has his spot, so does Kelvin Banks Jr. I think the only person that should be competed against is Cesar Ruiz, because Cesar Ruiz is basically to compete in there. Sorry about that, fam. All right. So anyway, yeah, Channing for, okay, I got you. Channing for the other team. Okay, I got you on that. Yeah. All right. Anyway, Mr. Nicky Phillips says, is Cam Jordan still? No, he's not, Mr. Nicky. He is not. He's a free agent, and we're still waiting to see how that, what's going on with that. I know the Saints kind of, the negotiations broke off with Cam prior to free agency, and he decided to hit free agencies to see what he can get. And the crazy part about it is, like we see the Raiders just shoveling out dough. Remember, the defensive coordinator for the Raiders is Joe Woods. Y'all remember Joe? Joe Woods is the defensive coordinator from the Ravens. So, I mean, they got a lot of money. The Jets got money. So we seen them pay Demario Davis. You know, as Cam can go there. They could use him there. They could use him with the Raiders. Chicago, you know, maybe Dennis Allen could bring. I mean, there's different places, you know what I mean, that could use a Cam Jordan, even for 1 year. But what if somebody offers him a 2-year deal to play? Will Cam play for 2 years if the price is right? I think so. I didn't even think it's a possibility for Demario to get 2 years, but he got an extra year and $1 million more for it. They were estimating at 10. He got 11. 15 guaranteed on a $22 million contract for 2 years. That is a key moment when balling out of control or balling on a free agent contract gets you the payday. And I think Demario's happy with that payday. All right. Randolph says, family, stop sleeping on Polk and Palmer. Yeah, Randolph, we talked about that earlier, bro. We talked about that earlier, my guy. Yeah, the Jalen Polk thing is we talked about Trey Palmer, his contribution to the special teams room. We talked about Jalen Polk and the fact that there is some estimation by some people that believe, that just forget. I don't think people mean it, but I think sometimes they just forget that he's there because he didn't contribute at all last week, and he's kind of sitting. Last year, and he's kind of sitting solidly there. The Saints gave up a 6th-round pick to get a 2nd-round player who was hurt all last year, right? And the Saints did that knowing he couldn't help them last year, but he would help this year. So it was a future move, which lets me know that they think very, very highly of this wide receiver. He's been working with Tyler Shuck, fishing with him and all this kind of stuff, working on his camaraderie. Jalen Polk is going to surprise some people. And that's why I was saying that even though some of the Who-Dats looking at Jalen Polk and they're saying, man, listen, you know, I would like, you know, you're looking at Jawan Jennings, you're looking at some of these wide receivers in free agency. The Saints could use this, could use that, this, that, and the third. But they forget about Jalen Polk because he didn't contribute last year. You know, he's a very quiet acquisition. But I'm telling you, he's 100% healthy. He will have an impact. And one of the, we know Chris is one. We know Devon Vele is two, and Polk will be one of the three receivers. I promise you that. So Kellen Moore and the offense has a very high opinion on Jalen Polk's abilities. That can turn around and be a major steal for the Saints, right? In terms of the draft capital surrendered for a player of that talent. And it's not like a player that's really old. This is his, what was his second year, I want to say, maybe his third year, because he got hurt. I think, let me pull him up, because it's crazy work. Because like I said, it's very strange, but the reality is people forget about Jalen Polk because, he didn't play at all last year. He didn't contribute at all. So yeah, he was drafted in 2024, right? He was drafted in 2024. He was a second round pick 37, right? He got hurt. Saints surrendered like a late round pick, like 6th round pick or something. This guy's second round talent. He's 23 years old. So he got hurt last year. He was drafted. He got hurt. He played 15 games in his rookie year. He grabbed 12 catches, 87 yards. He averaged over 7 yards a catch and 2 touchdowns. Nothing to take, blow off the roof off. Then the next year he gets hurt, right? In 2015, he gets hurt. He misses the entire, I think he missed the entire year. Yeah, he missed the entire year. Saints in that year gave up a pick, the 6th round or whatever 6th round pick for Polk to this year in 2026. So you're seeing he coming into it in his third year for a guy that's a second round talent who's 23 years of age, 6'1", 200 plus. So very talented player. If you go back and watch the tape from the Washington Huskies when he played there with Penix, wide open offense, catching the ball, running, doing all, just a phenomenal player. Now, Kellen Moore sees potential in Polk. He will be one of those wide receivers. Now, bringing a veteran in to bring competition to the room, that a lot of people would find that, wouldn't find that a bad idea. But the Saints, according to the depth chart, have 11 wide receivers. They brought in Moose Alford, the Canadian wide receiver, who's 6'6". So you already have a loaded wide. Probably the deepest room the Saints currently have is the wide receiver room with Jalen Polk and all these other guys. Trey Palmer. Remember, they picked up Trey Palmer last year. He was hurt. He couldn't contribute. But these were future moves for the Saints for 2026. Palmer's special team ability, plus he can stretch the field full 3 speed. You look at Jalen Polk's ability as well. So these guys have a role in what's potentially could happen for the Saints. Just saying, right? Just saying. All right. So yeah, I think a lot of people be doing that, but they don't realize it because they hadn't seen the man. He hadn't done a damn thing yet. But yeah, we gonna see. We're gonna see. But yeah, here it is right here, fam. So this is the latest moves right here. Titans signed former Bengals guard Volson, 1-year deal. Raiders signed Quay Walker. That's right. Former Packer linebacker Quay Walker. The Raiders gave him a 3-year, $40+ million deal with 28 guaranteed. And then signed Raiders linebacker Nakobe Dean to a 3-year deal worth $36 million with $20 million guaranteed. So you have 2 linebacker signings by the Raiders. They got all kind of money, and they are not afraid to spend it. And then in terms of the Saints, we picked up another player. How about Noah Fant? The Saints signed Noah Fant, the former Bengal, former Seahawk, former what was the other team he played for? I forgot the other team he played for. But yeah, he was a guy that, man, listen, that it will come in and be a backup behind Juwan Johnson. Remember, you're losing Taysom Hill, Foster Moreau, and Jake Stahl. You got 3 veteran tight ends or guys that play tight end position that are gone. So you have Matavo coming back. You may have a few practice squad guys, but Noah Fant is a veteran who can be a backup for Juwan Johnson. You still have Matavo there, so the Saints kind of fitting the room and doing some positive stuff there. So let's kind of recap the day so far, fam. Y'all hit that poll up and tell me how y'all feel about the signings for the Saints today as we keep it moving and grooving, man. I tell you what, loving these signings. I'm gonna be honest. What's up, Dr. Gray? Shout out to Dr. Gray. Much love, Dr. Gray. Good to see you, my brother. All right, Scoop says Cuba. There he says there's still Palmer. Palmer, Polk, those guys are going to be factored into what the offense do with Kellen Moore. He has a plan. No doubt about it, fam. He definitely has a plan. All right, so here, so far, David Edwards, man, this is the guard, the best guard. Some saying free agency. The former Buffalo Bill guard is agreeing to a 4-year deal worth $61 million. This ESPN Adam Schefter with the receipts. Shout out to Cat Terrell with the breakdown. What it means is that the Saints knew they needed to invest in the offensive line. Not only do they have a young quarterback to protect, but they identified the run game as one of their biggest problems. New Orleans clearly set to fix that, not only adding running back Travis Etienne Jr., but solidifying the left guard spot by signing Edwards. Left guard spot has been filled by a series of short-term investments over the years. Now the Saints have shown they're serious about fortifying the interior of the offensive line. That is so powerful because that is the truth. The left guard spot has been wanting for a while. We got a bona fide starter there to help fix it, and that's about improving the running attack. And speaking of the running attack, the Saints brought in Travis Etienne, signed him to a 4-year deal at $52 million. Saints needed to add more playmakers to the offense, and Etienne, a Louisiana native, can also catch passes. He rushed for 1,100 plus yards, 7 touchdowns with the Jags last season, and caught 36 passes for almost 300 yards and 6 touchdowns. Adding Etienne, who's 27, is a sign that the transition could be taking place in the Saints running back room moving forward. Longtime running back AK-41, who's now 30, has finished the past 2 seasons on the injury list. We got those guys. Then the Saints didn't stop. They needed some special teams help. They got a new punter, Ryan Wright. He's a former Tulane punter. The Saints set to sign him at a 4-year deal with the $2.5 million signing bonus, and it's $18 million guaranteed on this 4-year deal. What it means, a punter might not be the most exciting free agent signing, but the position was one of the Saints' biggest needs this offseason. Kai Kroger averaged 37.3 net yards per punt, which ranked among the bottom of the league. The Saints struggled before that, cycling through Matt Hayball, Lou Hedley, and Blake Gillikin after parting ways with long-term Hall of Fame punter Tommy Morstead following the 2020 seasons. Investing in the position makes sense instead of going through another training camp with the job up for grabs. That is a terrific layer that Cat lays down and showed you the reference point of the cycling through. Matt Hayball, Lou Hedley, Gillikin, fam, Ryan Wright, solid punter, averages almost 50 yards per punt for the Vikings. So solid moves by him. The Saints re-signed John Ridgway III, the big interior defensive tackle, to a 2-year, $6.2 million deal. The deal includes a $1.65 million signing bonus and a $1.65 million of the $6.2 guaranteed. The Saints acquired Ridgway for a day 3 pick and has been a depth-type player for the past 2 years. Ridgway missed a significant portion of the season last year while on IR, but he'll return to the defensive line rotation as a backup in depth for the run defense. And then, of course, one of the recent signings, Noah Fant, the tight end, and the Saints agreed to a 2-year deal today. The Saints had interest in Fant dating back to last year when he visited the team during training camp. Fant signed with the Bengals. He had his ups and downs during his 1 season there. He had 34 catches for over 300 yards and 3 touchdowns, but also lost 3 fumbles, which were all returned for touchdowns. Fant was used as a run blocker on 142 plays and had an 82.3% win rate on those plays. So that's awesome. According to True Media, Hill and Moreau could become free agents on Wednesday, so bringing in another tight end makes sense for the Saints. So there you go, fam. That is the list of moves and grooves currently for our black and gold. Several signings, man, that are really good signings for our team as the Saints continue to build moving forward. The Carolina Panthers, a team in our NFC South, are signing Kenny Pickett to a 1-year deal worth up to $7.5 million. That includes $4 million guaranteed. So a 1-year deal for Kenny Pickett to back up Bryce in Carolina, as the Panthers continue to add to their team going forward. They want to try to repeat and get another dub in terms of the NFC South coming up, man, and we have to prevent that as well. All right, Scoop says trade Fuaga and a 1st and 5th and catch the imaginary backwards in cipher. All right, this just in, man. Former Saint wide receiver. Guess who's going back to Seattle and the Super Bowl champions? Rashid Shaheed. The Seattle Seahawks are bringing back Rashid on a 3-year deal worth $51 million. That includes a $34.7 million guaranteed agreement. So Rashid Shaheed looking for a long-term deal. Well, he got a 3-year deal, but with $51 million with $34.7 guaranteed. So Rashid Shaheed, the former Saints speedster and Super Bowl champion, gets his money. So shout out to Rashid Shaheed, man. Hey, man. Brother went out there and won a Super Bowl, man. Shout out to him, and he got his money. So big ups to him getting that paper. Rashid Shaheed, much love, brother. Yeah, a lot of that, man. It's a brilliant day today. Jay says we killed it today, Q. We can now draft the best player available. I think we got a few more things that we gotta kind of knock out. You know what I'm saying? What's up? Shout out to you. Third Q trip. Shout out to you, fam. Appreciate you, man, for being in the stream. Much love, fam. Anthony says Saints need to go to Greenlaw from the Broncos. Okay. That's the same Dre Greenlaw I remember from the San Francisco 49ers that was laying the smackdown. I don't know what happened if he got hurt, but Dre Greenlaw, what I remember from the 49ers, that dude was the dude. Him and Wagner were solid together, and he ended up going and had an off season, man. So I don't know if that's the same brother, and if he was hurt last year or whatnot. But I remember, boy, he was something else with the Niners defense. I don't know if he struggled and if he was hurt or whatever the case was, but. I don't know. The Saints could be. They're definitely going to be looking at this, whether it's in the draft or free agency, right? On which direction you go in terms of the linebackers, because I think that's a spot the Saints are looking at. What could be left? Now we did the left guard position. We did the backup tight end. We got the starting running back. We got a starting punter. We got depth in the defensive tackle position. What's next in your estimations? Sign Cam Jordan back? What y'all think? J Rod out. What's up, brother? Shout out to you, man. Charlie Dog, big ups. What y'all tell me what's next, man? Y'all tell me what's next. What should the Saints do next here, man? What should they do next? Because that's the interesting part of this whole dynamic. They've done so many things. They'll be hard pressed to they'll be hard pressed to outdo what we see. I mean, they're having a phenomenal day on what's happening with the Saints, man. They're having a absolutely phenomenal day in terms of this. Shout out to Jeff Nowak, man. He had a kind of a brief lay down or smackdown, breakdown of what we seen here, as he had a recap of what the Saints did today. Departed DeMario is gone. 2 years, $22 million to the Jets. Alante, 3 years, $60 million to the Titans. Saints then bring in, so we lose DeMario, we lose Alante. The Saints bring in David Edwards, Travis Etienne Jr., Ryan Wright, the punter, John Ridgway, Noah Fant, and then unsigned Cam Jordan, Foster Moreau, Taysom Hill, Luke Fartner. He mentions a lot of the names down the line, but they're the big ones, quite possibly the busiest single free agency day in Saint history. He ain't lying either. He ain't lying. I mean, he ain't lying at all, man. I don't think I ever seen the Saints this active before. Excuse me. I don't think I ever seen that before. Y'all let me know. I've never seen something like that before. Them get this busy and then hit these many targets, and these guys are starters. Saints got 3 starters on day one and a key reserve in a tight end position. I mean, I don't think I ever seen this before. Matter of fact, I know I never seen this before. The Saints went to work, man, in this one, man, and they serious about winning. So shout out to the black and gold, man. I love what they did and how they did. How they did. Oh man. But man, it is what it is, man. Just love what I'm seeing. But yeah, I just can't get over the fact that the Saints, that the Falcons, man, are Falcons, man. I can't get over the fact that the Falcons. I just seen Jono laughing at the Falcons signing Tua. I know I had to laugh at that myself, man. Oh man, oh boy, I thank the world for comedy, man. I thank the world for the Atlanta Falcons to bring us all of this happiness about in the NFL. The Falcons signed Tua. He signed Tua to back up Michael Penix, so you get an injury-prone quarterback for another prone quarterback. That's a way to go there. Oh boy, Atlanta! Thank God for the Falcons. Oh man! All right, Cartel says, "Nah, I'm good on Cam Q." Okay, no Cam. So what would be the next move? Y'all tell me. We've seen the Saints make several moves today. There's a poll in the chat right now for you guys to grade day one so far. Y'all tell me how y'all feel about it right now. In the poll, over 100 people have voted on the poll. If you hadn't had an opportunity to vote on the poll, get your vote in now. But 75% of the family members poll said they give the Saints an A for day one. 17% give the Saints a B. 7% give them a C, and 2% give them the D or lower. Now you know you're wrong for that. That's some Falcon people. That's some damn Falcon people putting 2%. How you gonna put that down there? All right. The Dub 6 says it looks like we had a big, yeah, indeed, bro, don't it? Brock says Devin Lloyd to the Saints. I know that's some of the people that a lot of people are looking at saying, man, that might be the guy right there, Q. You want to pay attention to is him. Now, there are some linebackers that's out there that you can look at. Like I showed y'all the list. Here it is right here, the current linebacker free agency list here, and these are some of the guys. The guys in colors that has already been signed. But if you want an older linebacker, 36 years of age, on a cheap 1-year deal, Levante David, Bobby Wagner still can give you good value, or you can go, Caden Ellis. He had a pretty good years with Atlanta. He's looking to get paid. Do the Saints bring Caden Ellis back to fit in the linebacker position? He's 31 years of age. He's not 37 or 36. Who else would you like? Quay Walker is gone. The Raiders signed him. And they get Nakobe Dean. Both of those guys, the Raiders get at the same time. But Devin Lloyd from the Jacksonville Jaguars is still there. Kenneth Murray, from the Cowboys is still available. I mentioned Caden Ellis. Quincy Williams from the Jets. Akeem Gaither, he's available. Denzel Perryman, he's a little older right there. Eric Wilson, who's a former Saint linebacker who was actually pretty good with us, he's out there for it. And these are some of the cheaper options as you go down. Willie Gay, we gave him a chance in Dennis Allen's system. He didn't work out. And like I said, there's a few other guys. Shaq Thompson is here. And like I said, man, it just depends on you and your philosophy of who you think can come in and help you with what you got going on. Or the Saints might feel like their position. Now, there is a slim possibility, and I don't think that. I think the Saints should go out and get somebody, but there is a potential that the Saints could feel like that they're okay at the linebacker position with who they currently have. They could feel like that. They could feel like, hey man, we've been waiting for this for the last couple of years. So it could be a situation like that. So me personally, I think they need to go out and see if they can find another linebacker, and see what you can do. See if you can bring, even if it's a depth person, bring in some guys, and you don't have to spend a ton of money on them because you already done few. I think we could use another veteran offensive lineman, maybe not a tier 1 or even maybe a tier 2 dude that we can bring in to compete with Cesar, or either use some of that money to re-sign our backup center Luke Fortner. Maybe the Saints position shifts to Luke Fortner and Cam Jordan in retaining those guys. So, we'll see what the plan is. This is only day 1. We still have a bunch of days left to go in the season. He says like revolution indeed. All right, Tasha says, Q, take a sip of that special lemonade, please. It's tea. Coffee. It's coffee. Yeah, it's coffee. All right. Thank you, Tasha. Appreciate it. Special lemonade. What you mean by that, girl? Cartel says this offseason has Kellen Moore written all over. Yes, indeed, man. He had a plan, bro. That's what I was saying coming into it. Coming into the broadcast, we talked about Kellen Moore and what he's looking at. Like last year, remember, he had to move down. He had to buy a house, had to situate his family, had to put together a staff, get the draft stuff, looking at this. And then it took him the whole season to figure out who is who on his team. He did it last year was pretty rampant, but this year he doesn't have all that to do. He don't have any turnover. He only lost Jari Evans, but he filled the position by making Will Clapp the guy. Will Clapp was a backup lineman for the Saints, so he fills in the offensive assistant position. Right? So he didn't have any turnover from his staff perspective. In terms of free agency, Demario Davis, these are older players. We anticipate losing them anyway. If we didn't lose them this year, we would lose them next year due to retirement or whatever. So it just, what it does is it kind of hastens the replacement plan. But you knew eventually these guys were going to end up leaving. If they can't fit, if their price tag doesn't fit into what you see it as for your team, then, that is one of the things from the league. But yes, absolutely. Kellen Moore had a wonderful plan. Obviously, because one of the key things he had to find out was who was the quarterback. He found that out. He found a quarterback out of grasp of his system. Now what does he do? He builds around him. Now his team has an offensive identity. We got Chris Olave, our wonderful wide receiver. He's going to be healthy. We got to re-up with him. He's on the 1 year that tender, not the tender, but he's on that final year of his agreement on that option at 15 and a half. So they got to eventually work on that, but that's fine. You got Vele that you brought in trade early in the year who will be healthy. You got Jalen Polk who you brought in trade. Those guys will be main forces in the wide receiver room. And then all you do after that is just build around. Now, listen, it's not going to be easy. You lose Demario Davis, like the heart and soul of your team. Somebody got to step up and be a leader. They got to, step up and be the brains. That'd be one of the challenges, right, that the Saints will have to see about doing. But is that some of these guys they believe in? They drafted Stutzman, who's a solid linebacker and a co-starter role with Werner, but are those guys ready to be full-time guys right there? Is Werner over his injury issues? Then, of course, when you lose Demario, there's also depth concerns. Like you might have to go into add some more talent from a linebacker's perspective. You lose Alontae Taylor. Is there somebody on the team that could take his place? Or perhaps do you have to go into free agency or the draft to replace him? You see? You kind of take a little step back on some of this stuff. For every forward step, you take a step back, right? Because you're replacing players that made impact on your team. And sometimes it takes a while to kind of, work that out. But the bottom line is these are the issues that the Saints are dealing with this year as opposed to all of the other stuff last year where they can just sit back and say, we'll wrap the offense around our quarterback. We'll build up that offensive line. You got a top-notch left guard to go along with your line. You turn around, you get a running back who's now running back one in the running back room with AK-41, Kendra Miller, and Devin Neal. You add a backup tight end to Juwan Johnson along with Matavo. You get a first-grade punter to help out on special teams. So you're adding talent there, and these are upgrades and good signings for the Saints. And, you just have to keep going to see what else they do going forward, man. So it's going to be all very interesting, to be honest with you. Could there be a veteran wide receiver in the mix? Could there be another offensive lineman in the mix? Could there be, another Cam Jordan on the horizon on the re-sign? Could it be somebody else? Could it be another linebacker, another defensive back? Time will tell. Time will tell. So, yeah, indeed, he is definitely doing it a lot more comfortable than when he being Kellen last year, right? He can build. Yeah, that's right. James, backup center. Yeah, indeed. And backup center is big. Rose said, re-signed Luke Fortner. Don't know how McCoy going to shake out. Yeah, that's can the Saints, Kellen Moore has showed us twice that he does have vision for the future, right? The Jalen Polk move, Trey Palmer, signing people and bringing people onto the team that won't help you in the same year you bring them on. That takes vision, right? Do he have that across the offensive line? Like you look at the center position, McCoy, 20 games in 4 years. That ain't going to cut it. Cesar Ruiz, play slipping, getting worse. That ain't going to cut it. Weak link on the Saints offensive line. That ain't going to cut it. You got bookends on both sides. You got a really good guard. And Edwards, that put pressure on McCoy and Ruiz to step up this year. McCoy out due to injury. Cesar Ruiz injured and played slipping. And there's some slippage there with McCoy as well. But like I said, man, do the Saints see that? Do they do something about that this year like they did for the wide receiver position? Do they turn around and say, okay, we see the slippage in McCoy and in Ruiz? Let's see if we can draft the best center in the draft in the third round if he's there, something like that. You see what I'm saying? It depends. So we're going to see, man. It's interesting. But anyway, look at what the Raiders doing. This just popped up, man. Look what the Raiders doing with all that money. Look what the Raiders did, fam. Take a look at this. This is crazy work. Remember I showed y'all the Raiders had like over $111 million in cap? Look what they did with it. Tyler Lindenbaum, 3 years, $81 million, made him the richest center in the history of the league. Quay Walker and Nakobe Dean linebackers signed to 3-year deals. Jalen Naylor, speedster, 3-year, $35 million. Kwity Paye, that's the defensive end from the Colts, 3 years, $48 million. They re-signed Stokes to a 3-year, $30 million deal. They brought back Kuntz for a 1-year, $11 million deal. They traded for a cornerback in Teron Johnson I think that was from the Bills. They got him from the Bills. And this is what what the Raiders have been up to, man. So, you look at the likes of Kyle Kubiak, and he's doing some special stuff, fam. He's trying to build his team up. Of course, he got the first overall draft pick too, that they'll be facing down too, family. Mendoza is going to be the pick, no doubt about it, with them getting rid of Geno Smith. They're going to rock with Mendoza to start the year, so they're going to give him the way. And listen, they got some talent. They got a fantastic running back. They got a fantastic tight end. They need to add some more pieces, maybe they got a wide receiver there. So they're trying to hit the ground running, man. They're trying to hit the ground running. But that's a tough conference, a tough division to play in. If you're the Raiders and the Raiders say, we got all the money, we're going to throw it at them and see what we can do. So, interesting, man. Nonetheless, the Saints doing some positive stuff as well. Love what they had going on today, man. I ain't going to tell you no lie, man. Free agency was really awesome. today. So anyway, fam, I'm gonna stay to about 6 o'clock. About 15 more minutes. If y'all want to get y'all words in, please feel free to check it out. Get your words in. Get your vote. Your vote in on the poll as well on this free agency live free agent Saints show. Another signing to make mention of: Isaac Sumalo, the big offensive lineman, is out. He's going to the Arizona Cardinals. The former Steeler offensive lineman, road grader, is going to sign a 3-year deal worth $31.5 million to travel to Arizona and be their new guard. So Sumalo is gone. He's leaving the Steelers for the Cardinals. And that's breaking news. That just happened. Also, long snapper Cardona heads to the Rams. Former Patriots Department long snapper Joe Cardona is set to continue his NFL career with the Rams, agreeing to a 2-year deal. Get a long snapper, but Sumalo is joining the Cardinals, man. 3 years, $31.5 million. A lot of people, a lot of rumor vills had the Saints linked to Sumalo. A lot of people thought we'd get 2 offensive linemen, but we'll see what the Saints do in terms of the depth. That's also something we have to pay attention to, right? All right. Big ups to y'all, man. Hit that like button for me, man, as well as we keep this thing going. And they're starting to really spread them now. We got another one here. Cardinals signed defensive lineman Roy Lopez with a 2-year, $11.5 million deal. He returns to Arizona on a negotiated by Clutch Sports here. So they get a defensive lineman plus an offensive lineman, Sumalo. Defensive line, offensive line. There you go. Big deal there. All right. So yeah, this is positive, man, for the Saints in terms of what we doing here. I don't know, I've seen what the Falcons do. I'm gonna see if I can pull up a list with the Falcons. You can kind of make fun of the Falcons on what they've been doing, man, on day one, man. I don't know. The Falcons. What could you do? What could you do? But laugh and laugh at them as well. Let's see what kind of moves that they make. All right, the poor Falcons. All right, here go another one here, fam. Just to let y'all know, the Eagles, Texans signed a former Eagle safety Reed Blankenship. Y'all remember Reed Blankenship, pretty active safety for the Eagles. He's signing a 3-year deal worth over $24 million. For the Houston Texans. They tried to kind of shore up their secondary. So teams getting busy picking off the remaining. I want to see what the Saints do. I'd love to see what the next leg of it is in terms of which direction the team goes with, man. But boy, oh boy, man, you talk about with the freaking the damn Falcons is Falcon. Oh man, Falcons, y'all so crazy, man. Falcons are crazy as hell, man. All right, they went and signed Tua. I thought they would go after Kyler Murray or somebody. And people went after Tua. Oh man, you can't make it up, dog. You can't make it up, man. But the Panthers, shout out to the Panthers. They did something good. They did sign edge rusher Jalen Phillips. They gave him a 4-year, $120 million deal. That's big for them as well. From looking at some of the NFC South people, the Panthers needed edge help. They decided to pay up to get it. They landed Jalen Phillips to improve a unit that was ranked 24th in pass rush win rate and 32nd in run stuff win rate. Phillips should be an asset in both areas. The Dolphins and Eagles have never had a double-digit sack season, but clearly makes an impact as an edge rusher. Injuries derailed his career in Miami, a torn Achilles in 23, partially torn in 2024, and it set him back, but he was effective again last season between Miami and Philly and critically played in 17 games. It's a gamble, but he was ranked 92nd percentile in pressure rate, 55th percentile rate in pass rush win rate, and run stuff win rate at the edge side. He's 27. The Panthers also getting Phillips in the prime of his career, and he feels a major need. Nick Scorton showed promise as a rookie, but needed an edge opposite of him. DJ Wonnum, who ranked in the 12th percentile in pass rush win rate at edge last season, is a free agent. At $30 million per year, this is a huge contract for the Panthers, but it's not the top of the market. So accounting for his cap inflation, Phillips' deal is the 26th highest in terms of APY by an edge rusher since 2015, according to Over the Cap. So we're talking about looking at some of the moves better moves that some of our NFC South people made, and the Panthers got a major signing in Jalen Phillips to try to improve that pass rush situation. And then, of course, you kind of look at some of these other teams here. You see the Chiefs got Gainwell. Colts re-signed Alec Pierce. I thought he would hit free agency, but giving him that kind of money as well. So there's a lot of stuff going on, man, as for in the NFC South among other teams in the NFL, period. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers got Gainwell. I think I was trying to find that one for y'all too. But this is what they said about the Saints. Travis Etienne terms a 4-year deal, $52 million. They gave him a C-. For the first time in what seems like years, the Saints entered free agency. This was ESPN saying, with a bit of cap room to maneuver, they opted for one decent size signing, Etienne, but it's not a move I can endorse. Etienne entered free agency coming off an improved season in which he recorded 4.3 yards per carry, 44 rush yards over expected NFL next gen stats, but that came after 2 consecutive seasons in which Etienne recorded negative rush yards over expected, minus 77 and 23 and minus 43 and 24 following a big 22 campaign. Although Etienne recorded 6 receiving touchdowns, he had only 36 catches, and the Jags kept him off the field in passing situation. He was active only in 6% of the third and 7+ plays. Saints need improved play from their running backs on running plays. Elvin recorded minus 95 rush yards over expected. Rookie Devin Neal was minus 29. Etienne should help, but the bigger driver of running play success is offensive line play. The Saints ranked 23rd in run block win rate and 30th in yards before contact per carry last season. Remains to be seen whether Saints will pair Etienne and Kamara, who turns 31 this summer and whose primary skill is receiving in the receiving game, or move on from a veteran. Either way, Etienne should improve the Saints running game. I don't love the usage of their capital, especially considering its inconsistent history. The Saints could have picked up a different back in draft or free agency who still would have improved their running game, but for less cash. Still, as with Chiefs signing Kenneth Walker, the third is a hidden silver lining. This should take the Saints out of the Jeremiah sweepstakes. That can only be a good thing considering how much of a value mistake it is to draft a running back in the top 10. That don't apply to everybody. I don't know who wrote this article here. Let me go up here and see who wrote this damn article. Somebody named Seth Walder. But the bottom line is I disagree, because you got to know how to use these guys. And like I said, Alvin Kamara should be on the team because he adds depth. He'll help with the transition period, I guess, to say, to help Etienne kind of lean into the Saints. And plus, he wants to retire as a New Orleans Saints running back. He wants to finish his career here. He took the reworking of his deal. I think you should afford him that. And plus, you would need the depth that Elvin represents, him and Kendre Miller. They're both on inexpensive agreements, right? Especially Kendre Miller on the last year of his rookie deal. These contracts expire anyway at the end of the year. You have right now a very good running back room with Devin Neal and Audric Estime thrown in as the 5th guy. You have a very good running room. And you can use Travis Etienne and Alvin Kamara at the same time. As scary as that sounds. So, I mean, it's just these are versatile running backs where you could use them. Now, Jacksonville's offense is a little different than what the Saints use, but you can see that Etienne does have the ability to catch the ball out the backfield, because I remember scouting him when he played for Clemson. He was doing it for them. He was everything with Clemson. He was catching the ball out the backfield when they was throwing it to him. As a receiver, he was running around, and he's terrific. He had one off year in production from a statistical standpoint, based on these next gen stats they're talking about. That's why you add depth to your offensive line and you sign a left guard. That's why you challenge your right guard to do better and fortify the center position, because you got a center that keep getting hurt. That's the key. So it doesn't stop with David Edwards. That's just one person there. But they added Edwards, they added Etienne. You got to improve internally. The Saints still have faith in both center in Eric McCoy and in guard Cesar Ruiz. They have faith in them. 2 years remaining on both of those guys' contracts. But at the same time, this is a year where a lot of these guys got to force to step up. So hopefully, like we talked about earlier, the Saints have the vision to see that all of the games that you see McCoy miss, you got a plan for that. And you got a plan for what's happening with Cesar Ruiz. He was basically on the trade block last year. Nobody didn't want to take him. So you got to challenge these guys to do better. And that's the part of it. We have to run the ball and take the pressure off the quarterback next year. That's how it goes. So having a weapon like that, you add that guy with Etienne, with Shuck, I think it's a positive. I think Etienne's skill set works for the Saints just like Elvin's skill set does. So you need help on the line is the problem. Most of these people be writing this stuff. They don't know nothing about the Saints. They just be writing, have like epidermic level information on the team, and then use stats to fortify points in articles. And you're like, that don't make sense, because sometimes the stats work well with what you see, sometimes they don't. And if you're really intricate in your analysis, you can see the difference between the two. That's real deal spill. But anyway, L-Dub says, I saw Alex Anzalone sign with the Bucks. He did sign with the Bucks. He brings it. Hemisphere adds that I see Sanker taking Alante's spot at the slot role. Blackman and Reed to be the starting safeties. Could be, bro. Could be. That is an option. Because remember, last year, Blackman was playing his ass off. You just can't count on him because he got hurt. But he was something serious. He came into training camp. He fit right into Staley's defense. He was balling in preseason. Then he got hurt in the first week. And then Jonas Sanker took it over. But it could be a factor. If they lose, I know they got plans for everything, fam. They're not just out here willy-nilly. I know that the Saints, if we lose Alante Taylor, and they knew they were going to lose Alante Taylor, I ain't think nobody was going to pay him $20 million a year. But you definitely have to say, okay, I got this player that can do that. We'll see how it goes, but that's a good comment, Hemisphere. Thank you, man. All right, yeah. Wicked Nurse says, I just covered that. Shaheed got his contract, got broke off, 3-year deal back with Super Bowl champions. Shout out to him. Hemisphere says, we've seen this time and time again taking players off the field because they only could do one thing well, like Taysom. Jags taking this running back off the field says a lot how they feel about this running back. Well, I mean, they got the other running back. I forgot the guy's name that they're really big on, because they knew they wasn't going to be able to afford what Etienne want. But you got to think about it. We got him because Kellen Moore wanted him. Kellen Moore wanted Etienne because he feels like he'll be a perfect fit in his offense. And plus, you can't deny the fact that, Kamara and Kendra on the final year of their deals. So you either get them now or get them later. They got them now. Elvin helps with the transition. For Etienne, you're going to need a running back anyway. And it does not take Jeremiah Love off the shelf for the Saints. It doesn't. It doesn't. There is a world where they still pay Etienne $50 and still draft Jeremiah Love. Why? Because you can never have too many playmakers, especially when you losing RB2 and RB3 because their contracts are up. It doesn't take them off nothing. Nothing changes. Nothing changes here. You can still take Jeremiah Love. You still can. You really can. You still can take him. It doesn't take these people off the list. Don't listen to him. He can still trade. He can still sign the man. Because you ain't paying Kendra Miller nothing, and Elvis deal's already cut down. So, I mean, it's a future move. We know that Kellen Moore showing you that he's about making future moves. We've shown that, and I've made example of that. All right, anyway, and here's a couple of more free agent signings that have occurred as they're reporting. Kendrick Bourne, the former 49er wide receiver, is headed to Arizona. He signed a 2-year deal, $11.47 million. value of $16.47 million. There you go. So Kendrick Bourne's headed to Arizona with Samalo. And then, of course, you see this one right here, left tackle Braxton Jones back to the Bears on a 1-year, $10 million deal. So the tackle returned to the Bears there. And the Cardinals making another move. They announced the 1-year deal for defensive lineman L.J. Collier, former Saint punter Blake Gillikin, and kicker Chad Ryland. So there you go, 3 moves. Cardinals announced the trio of deals. So Samalo, they get the defensive lineman Collier, Blake Gillikin, and Chad Ryland back for the special teams. Arizona. So there you go for some of those moves right there. Saints just keep doing what we do, man. Good day for the Saints. All right, yeah. The Dub says, he says it's amazing how last year in the same day we were, so hopeless. Yeah, it's funny how things turn around, doesn't it? When you make the correct decisions. You see? That speaks well to making the right decision. That's what it's all about. Is making correct, well thought out, logical, grounded decisions. Some people said they make decisions, mitigating the decisions, meaning you get all the factors you can gather, then make a decision. And the Saints did that. And that's why we are doing this type of work. They're doing pretty good. The Browns agreed to terms with linebacker Quincy Williams. So another linebacker is off the board. The Browns needed help. The Browns agreed to terms with former linebacker Quincy Williams to replace Devin Bush, who ended up going to Chicago. The Browns get a new linebacker there. And the Titans ex-Giants center Austin Slotman agrees to a 2-year deal worth $9 million with $3.5 of it guaranteed. So you see more deals being announced as we move forward. So teams are doing what they do to sign talent and keep on pushing. All right, St. John 34 says, it's time for Mickey Loomis impersonation. Hold on now, goddammit. Hold on, guys, and listen, I hear you guys. I'm the man. And kneel down and worship me. Hold on now, you guys. I told you I'm Slick Mickey. I'm Slick Mickey, guys, and you guys will kneel down and worship me. God damn it, hold on. So yeah, Mickey feeling himself right now, man. He feeling this. He said Mickey is listening to the people. Yeah, he got a bunch of former GMs in there. He got Mickey holding all the power. He's still a VP and general manager. He got everybody. He got general managers that's assistants. Mickey ain't surrendering no power, bro. He ain't surrendering no power. he got a board of former general managers giving him advice. Kyle Hartley is the one doing all the contracts. We already said that. Because he's too busy doing what VP do. He said that all the time. He's like, I be doing this, and you'll be, you understand, I be really busy. And I'm like, you ain't doing all that. Hold on. I got to make sure the windows are washed, and so the guys cut the grass and wash the clothes, and and make sure the food in the cafeteria, and then still have time to go massage Gail's back. Who's going to do all that? So, so he pretends to be so busy, but he got a team of former general managers that basically helping to make decisions. And Kai is the one working the contracts. We know it's Kai. He already admitted to that. It's Kai making Hey, hold on. Don't spread my goddamn secret out there, Q. Hold on. God damn it. Yeah, kneel down and worship me. Make me a statue. I want a statue up front of the Superdome. Hold on now, goddammit. Yeah, put it at the practice facility. That's it. I ain't got any statues over there. Yeah. Okay, Mickey, we got you. We're gonna get you a statue. You're gonna get you a statue. All right, so anyway. All right, fam. Anyway, man, listen, man. We got 160 plus votes on our poll, man, ranking today, just today. Grade the Saints day in free agency. That's today, right? Graded. Over 160 plus people voted on the poll today. and 72% or 71% of the people, 72 now, it keeps changing, but 72% of the people polled says that the Saints, they give the Saints a A for day one. They gave them A. 20% give the Saints a B, 6% give them a C, and 3% gave the Saints a D or lower. How you get the Saints a D today? Come on. Unless these some Falcon people. They mad at us because we laughed at the fact that they picked up Tua today. They signed Tua as the quarterback. Boy, you can't make it up, man. You can't make this stuff up, boy, with the Falcons, fam. You can't make it up, man. You can't make it up. Let's cover it, shall we, before we get ready to leave, right? Let's cover it. Sources, QB Tua Tagovailoa is to sign a 1-year deal with the Falcons. Look at this guy here.
That is completely psychotic.
Look at this guy. What's wrong with this guy, man? He even astounded by the stupidity of the Falcons. QB Tagovailoa. That boy looked like Dr. Evil. All right. former Miami Dolphin quarterback Tua plans to sign a 1-year deal with the Falcons. The move now will give the Falcons 2 left-handed quarterbacks, Tua and Michael Penix, heading into the 26th season. Tua was informed Monday that he will be released by the Dolphins. The Falcons entered the offseason in the market for a quarterback, with Etienne Jr. recovering from a knee injury and Kirk Cousins set to be released before the start of the new league year on Wednesday. Atlanta's answer at the position is Tua, who will cost the Dolphins an NFL record $99.2 million in dead money across the South. They were, listen, fam. These people being the Dolphins, were willing to eat $99.2 million into dead cap to get rid of Tua. Is that a clue to the Falcon Nation? They said, no, come on, join the Falcons. They ready to eat $99 million in dead money just to get rid of them. A source told Schefter that Tua's release will be designated the post-June 1st, allowing the Dolphins to split the dead money over 2 years. The post-June 1st designation will leave the Dolphins with $67.4 million in dead money hit against the salary in 26 and almost $32 million in 27. The move ends Tua's 6 seasons in Miami in only 1 year in the franchise record extension that he signed in 24. Penix, who's the Falcons starter last season, went down with a torn left ACL in Week 11. His return date is unclear. Penix has told reporters that he believes he'll be ready for Week 1. Wow. After Penix's injury, the Falcons turned to Cousins, who led Atlanta to 4 straight wins to close out the season and salvage an 8-9 record. After drafting Penix number 8 in 2024, just weeks after signing Cousins to a contract with $100 million guaranteed, Cousins led the Falcons to a 6-3 start in 2024 before an arm injury derailed the season. Cousins was benched after 5-game stretch with 9 interceptions, and Penix was given a starting role moving forward. The Falcons fired Coach Raheem Morris and General Manager Terry Fontenot after the season. They hired former Browns coach Kevin Stefanski. And they hired Browns coach Kevin Stefanski and Ian Cunningham to fill those respective roles. The Falcons also brought in former quarterback Matt Icy Hot, Matty Icy Hot Ryan as the president of football operations. Are you kidding? To oversee the head coach and general manager. What?
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
I don't know. The Tua's future in Miami was under scrutiny for months after he was benched for the final 3 games of the 2025 season. Sullivan said at the NFL Scouting Combine that everything is on the table. With the former first-round draft pick, including a trade, Dolphins drafted Tua with the 5th selection in 2020, becoming a prolific career at Alabama. He became a full-time starter in 21, throwing for over 2,600 yards, against 6 touchdowns and 10 picks. He broke out 2022, his first year with Mike McDaniels, throwing for almost 3,600 yards and 25 touchdowns while driving the Dolphins attack that finished 6th in total offense. However, he missed 4 games after suffering 2 documented concussions, a 3rd hit to the head that led to the NFL to alter his reporting process for concussions. Tua led the NFL in passing in 2023 with over 4,600 yards and set a career high with 29 touchdowns. He played all 18 Miami games, including an AFC wildcard loss to the Chiefs. That offseason, he signed a 4-year, $212.4 million extension. That's crazy. That made him the highest paid player in franchise history. Tua led the league in completion percentage in 2024, but missed a career-high 6 games with a concussion, a late-season hip injury. His play was inconsistent throughout the season, and that trend continued in 2025 when he was ultimately benched for the final 3 games after throwing a career-high 15 interceptions. But it didn't stop the Falcons. How Ryan? Look at this guy. What's wrong with this dude? Oh my goodness. It didn't stop the Falcons. Was saying, hey, Tua, you want to play quarterback? Boy, I tell you, you can't make it up. You cannot make it up. You cannot make it up. All right, but anyway, man, let me do a quick recap of the moves the Saints made. If you had an opportunity to vote, I'm about to end the poll in a little while. You get your vote in. Also, if you're not a subscriber, hit the sub button, man. Help us get to 15K. The Sports Coma representing the mighty Who Dat Nation. We're here on Saints Free Agent Day 1, handling up. And we, like I said, man, get your vote in on what you think about what the Saints. How you grade them on day 1. I thought they did phenomenal, man. I had to vote on poll. I would give them an A because they did a really solid job today, no doubt about it. Anyway, let's kind of do a brief recap of the moves that were done today. If you guys missed it, here's an opportunity to see what the Saints did. They picked up former Buffalo Bill offensive guard David Edwards. He agreed to a 4-year deal at $61 million. According to Adam Schefter, the Saints knew they needed to invest in the offensive line. Not only do they have a young quarterback to protect, but they identified the run game as one of the biggest problems. New Orleans clearly set out to fix that, not only adding running back Travis Etienne Jr., but solidifying the left guard spot by signing Edwards. The left guard spot has been filled by a series of short-term investments over the years. Now, Saints have shown they are serious about fortifying the interior of the offensive line. Travis Etienne Jr., the running back, former Jacksonville Jaguar running back, will be signing a 4-year, $52 million deal with the Saints. What it means is Saints needed to add more playmakers to their offense, with Etienne, a Louisiana native, can also catch passes. He rushed for 1,100 plus yards and 7 touchdowns with the Jags last season, caught 36 catches for almost 300 yards and 6 touchdowns. Adding Etienne, who's 27, is a sign of transition that could be taking place in the Saints running back room moving forward. Long-term running back Alvin Kamara, who's 30, has finished the past 2 years injured. Next move was Ryan Wright, the punter from Tulane. Saints are set to sign Wright to a 4-year deal with a $2.5 million signing bonus and $8 million guaranteed. A punter might not be the most exciting free agent signing, but the position was one of the Saints' biggest needs this offseason. Kai Kroger averaged 37.3 net yards per punt, which ranked among the bottom of the league. Saints struggled before that, cycling through Matt Hayball, Lou Hedley, and Blake Gilligan after parting ways with long-term punter Tommy Morstead, the future Hall of Famer, following the 2020 season. Investing in this position makes sense instead of going through another training camp with the job up for grabs, right? Then John Ridgeway. The Saints are signing defensive tackle John Ridgeway to a 2-year, $6.2 million deal. The deal includes $1.65 million signing bonus and a $1.65 million guaranteed contract, which means Saints acquired Ridgeway for a day 3 pick from the Washington Waterburgers, and he has been a depth-type player for the past 2 years. Ridgeway missed a significant portion of last year while on IR, but he'll return to the defensive line rotation as a backup and depth for the run defense. And then finally, the Saints signed Noah Fant, the tight end, and the Saints agreed to a 2-year deal on him, which means New Orleans has had interest in Fant dating back to last year when he visited during training camp. He signed with the Bengals last year, had his ups and downs during the one season there. 34 grabs for almost 400 yards, 3 touchdowns, but also lost 3 fumbles, which were all returned for touchdowns. We got to clean that up. Fant was used as a run blocker on 142 plays and had an 82.3% win rate on those plays. That's positive, according to True Media. Now, Taysom Foster could become free agents on Wednesday, and so bringing in another tight end makes sense for the Saints. It also means that a lot of these guys are gone, right? So upgrade city for the black and gold. And that's the moves the Saints currently made today, and that is what's popping thus far on this day. So anyway, man, I'm going to get ready to wrap this thing up. I appreciate each and every last one of y'all for being in the stream on this one, as the Saints did a wonderful job in signing players today, and it's going to be interesting to see what they do tomorrow and the day after that. I don't expect them to be as busy as they were today. They set a tone today, and they kind of sitting pretty and seeing where they want to go. We looking at linebacker going forward. Can the Saints add another linebacker, maybe a defensive back if they don't have an inside plan for it? Is Cam Jordan signing is possibly on the way as well? Is that something to be kind of looking forward to for the team? And we shall see all that and more tomorrow for the show. So it'll be interesting to see how it all works, man. Saints did a wonderful job today. Got to give it to them, man. They were terrific. So anyway, the poll, I'm gonna finalize the poll right there, man. And the A's have it. 72% of the family members gave the Saints an A, 19 on the B, 7 on the C, 3% on the D. Y'all tripping on that D. But anyway, with that being said, fam, I'm going to close the show. Y'all do me a service before I go. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button if you're not a sub up on our push to 15,000 on the Coma, man. Listen, we doing this thing. I'll be back tomorrow to kind of go over and see what the Saints do in day 2 rather, for the Saints, man. Listen, I appreciate all of y'all for spending y'all valuable time with me on this one. Do me a service by hitting the share button. Shout out to FanDuel, the official sponsor of the show. Get your prop bets in at FanDuel. Don't matter what sport, FanDuel is the move. And also check out our merch, man. Check out the links in the description section below to stay abreast or on game of all the moves on the black and gold. With that being said, man, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Much respect to our Patreon champions, our YouTube membership family, and all of our new members, man. I thank y'all for the super chats and the cash apps, and I'm going to holler at you on the next one, baby. Appreciate it. Much love, peace, and who that tell you.
Yeah. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Long as I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. Sports Coma, yeah, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Sports Coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Somebody please better help. Running this thing like elf. I thank God every day I'm not a felt. Go to YouTube Live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out your chain for the championship. Bucking on town, duck down. Falcons, pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you could probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy, and you probably smell the crooked referees or Roger Goodell. Yeah, money like this, and I'm a who that. Every day I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. It's the Sports Coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like this, and I'm a who that. It's the Sports Coma, this is where we do that.
You're listening to the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys on the PRO Media Network.
Hey, New Orleans! Whether you're catching up on Saints news at Jackson Square, checking Pelicans scores in the Garden District, or staying updated on LSU while grabbing coffee in the French Quarter, there's one place that keeps you connected to everything that matters in our city. From Bourbon Street to the Superdome, from Preservation Hall to the riverfront, New Orleanians are staying in the know with thewhodatdaily.com. Your daily source for Saints, Pelicans, LSU, and all the sports, music, and culture that makes our city special. At work downtown, at a game in the Dome, or just relaxing by the Mississippi, wherever life takes you in the Big Easy, you can stay connected. Because when you're from New Orleans, you don't just live here. You stay in the NO. That's stay in the know. Visit thewhodatdaily.com and never miss what matters most to Who Dat Nation. Stay in the NO, stay in the know.
Welcome to The Pro Shop, where we create authentic, NOLA-inspired clothing for men, women, and children. From Saints jerseys to Pelicans gear, everything's crafted right here in New Orleans. Whether you're shopping The Pro Shop, The Pel Shop, or The Pro Shop Kids, we've got your whole family covered with genuine merchandise that represents our city's spirit. Check for links in the description section below or in the chat.